Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There were white flowers next to the photo. The woman's last wish was for her son to become a civil servant because she was a housewife without a stable income and lived with the thought that a safe job was the best. A little boy stood in front of the photo. These ridiculous words were his mother's last will. The child squinted. His main priority in life was safety. The guy sat with a book while the other guys were having fun and sleeping. He had to study hard. During all that time, his name never left the first line in the academic performance rating. The sun illuminated the clock tower. The young man was able to enter a prestigious university and successfully graduate from it. A message appeared on the phone screen. The written exam for admission to the civil service was passed successfully. Only the last stage remained, the interview. Blood spread across the asphalt. The main character was lying on the road. There were tracks from the wheels of a car nearby. The boy looked at the sky. For him, a man who lived believing in safety, death was instantaneous. It was the simplest thing in his entire life. The severed head of the orc flew into the air. The savages attacked the monsters. One of them grinned. A crowd of people with spears pounced on the monsters. At first the boy thought he was dreaming. The world that appeared before his eyes was not like the usual one. The fierce battle continued. Flames were burning everywhere. It looked more like some kind of game or cartoon. The magician swung his burning staff. Sunlight penetrated the room through the window. The baby raised his small hand. The baby's eyes widened. The main character was reborn in this world. The child opened his mouth in confusion. Once upon a time, a long time ago, there was a major invasion of the devil and his minions. Hellfire burned around them. The monster gritted his teeth. He managed to conquer the world with incredible power and kill many people in the process. The villagers opened their mouths in fear. A wave of energy washed over them. There was a lot of blood on the ground. When there was no more hope and the whole world was ready to die, the monster made a mistake that cost him his life. The devil lost his head. It fell to the ground. The monster encroached on the village inhabited by a tribe that turned out to be too strong an opponent for him. People watched as the fire devoured his head. The strongest people of that time were called the crows. The bright sun shone above the forest. Suddenly, an explosion was heard among the trees. Flames engulfed everything around. A huge cloud of smoke rose into the sky. Broken branches lay on the scorched ground. A dark silhouette was visible in the distance. The dragon spread its wings and roared. The monster shuddered when someone started playing rock, paper, scissors. The monster looked around and saw a group of people. Someone lost by showing the paper. Galahad flexed his fist and assumed that his opponent had mixed something up. The elder brother raised his fist and said that settling the issue with a game is just a great solution because it can instantly sort out any situation. The main character frowned with displeasure. The young man shouted that it was time to attack the dragon. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled at him. The warrior narrowed his eyes and asked how much money he would be given for the dragon's horns. The monster bared its teeth in displeasure. The guy ordered it to shut up and made a huge hole in its head. The dragon fell to the ground. Galahad asked how much time had passed since its appearance. Gawain was indignant that his brother was forcing them to do only what he himself was good at. Someone approached them from behind. The guys looked around and saw a crowd of orcs in front of them. The monsters frowned menacingly and growled. The heroes widened their eyes in surprise, not understanding where they came from. The young man closed his eyes and said that they were orcs. The warrior rushed forward with a sword in his hands and declared that he would kill them himself. Blood splattered in front of the protagonist, and a malicious laugh was heard. The younger brother dealt with the monsters with ease. The older brother tore off one of them's arm. Dan frowned and remembered that he always thought that after reincarnation, a completely ordinary life awaited him. Watching his relatives kill orcs, Dan was surprised that he became a representative of a warlike race that even hunts dragons. The bright sun shone over the village. The boy opened the door and said that he wanted to go to the archipelago. Doomston looked back and asked what all this was about. The guy approached him and said that he had absolutely nothing to do here. The head of the village asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The child raised his eyebrows in surprise when his father said that he had good sword skills and that he was the best at using magic in the village. The protagonist frowned and explained that he wanted to work in a place where he would be valued and respected. His brothers smirked. The man offered him to join the guard, which was led by his older brother, or to become part of the group of warriors, which was led by Gawain. The heroes stood opposite each other. Dan explained that he would have to participate in battles every day if he joined them, and he did not want that. Doomston raised an eyebrow and suggested that he go into trading with his sister. Imagining himself in a stall in the square, the boy thought that he would have to travel to different cities, selling body parts of various monsters, and buy food for the house with the money, and the time that would need to be spent on the road between villages was at least 10 days. The boy looked at his father and asked him not to do this to him. The head of the village smiled and realized that his son did not like trading either. The child's mouth opened in shock when his father offered him his own position. He asked what kind of surprise this was. Someone entered the house. The girl jumped forward and swung her knife. Risa smiled and greeted her father. The man closed his eyes and asked if she had already eaten. He managed to dodge her attack. Bright energy flickered in the girl's hand. The sorceress summoned a fireball and asked if her father had forgotten about her diet. Doomstone threw her projectile into the wall. He smiled and said that his daughter looked great anyway, so she didn't need a diet. The heroes entered the battle. The village chief said that he would be glad if his daughter gained muscle mass. The girl asked him to be quiet. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and thought that the situation was becoming more and more strange. A giant hole appeared in the wall of the house. Someone stepped forward. Dan approached the cave. He had a determined look. The monsters looked at him from the darkness. The boy thought that he had no choice but to go to Plan B. The monsters approached the mouth of the cave. The sun's rays illuminated the settlement. There were trees growing near the houses. People gathered around a long table. The man frowned and asked what was wrong, since they had to call a council of elders. Doomstone smiled and said that he had something to tell them. The village chief looked up and said that he had chosen his successor. His comrade looked at him and asked if he had caught some kind of infection, since he decided to talk about a successor so suddenly. The man replied that he was fine. The warrior raised his eyebrows and explained that everyone knew about his unstable character. Doomstone looked away when asked who was chosen, the eldest son or the middle one. The village chief closed his eyes and said that the youngest was chosen. The dragon symbol lit up behind him. The elders' mouths fell open in shock. Someone looked at the leader and asked why the youngest son should be his successor. The man narrowed his eyes and replied that the reason was very simple, because the strongest man should become the next leader. The people frowned in confusion, trying to understand what was going on. The man with the tattoo on his forehead asked if his youngest son was stronger than all his brothers. Introducing the three sons standing next to him, Doomstone explained that Dan was still not strong enough, unlike Galahad and Cowain, and besides, the middle son had the best skill and technique in battle. The man slammed his hands on the table and asked why his comrade chose the youngest son in that case. Lightning sparkled in the protagonist's hand. The head of the village replied that he would be the one to become a genius magician in the future. The elder opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The council member turned to the leader and asked if he didn't understand that magic was nothing more than ordinary tricks. The man grinned and confirmed it. The people raised their eyebrows when they heard that Dan was able to defeat the dragon by himself using both normal magic and magical martial arts. The boy stood in front of the dragon with a knife in his hands. He was only 12 years old at the time. The elders opened their mouths wide and declared that it was all a lie. A purple aura appeared around the man. Magic is the ability to control and release magical power, while magical martial arts is the ability to circulate this power within one's body. The council member frowned menacingly and explained that using these two techniques together would create chaos within the body, which could simply destroy a person. Doomstone raised his eyebrows and said that he understood it perfectly well, but his son said that the battle was not difficult for him. The child swung his burning hand. He compared it to reading a book while eating. The people's eyes widened in shock. Someone burst into the room and called out to the leader. The village chief looked at him in fear when the warrior said that he urgently needed to see something. There were many dead orcs lying in the square. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Someone left all these corpses near the entrance to the village. The dead monsters were lying next to each other. There were about 40 bodies in total. The villager raised his hand and said that they needed about 100 people to cut up these bodies before they began to rot. Risa ran up to her father and handed him a letter from her younger brother. Doomstone took the paper in his hands. It had hieroglyphs on it. Sitting at the table, the protagonist wrote that he decided to leave the village and go to new places. Dan looked down and promised to visit them and said he wanted to find a job that would suit him. Standing in the crowd, the village chief read that his son had taken an ID and some money from the safe. The man pursed his lips when he learned that the boy had left them about 40 defeated monsters, whose body parts would be worth much more than the money he had taken. Doomstone called the head of security to him. The warrior approached him from behind. The village chief turned around and asked him to immediately go look for his youngest son. The boy ran through the forest, yellowed leaves swirling around him. The child continued to move forward. The protagonist sternly knitted his eyebrows and assumed that the villagers had already discovered the monsters' bodies. Blood was spreading across the ground. It contained poison, so as the bodies rotted, toxic substances evaporated into the air. Therefore, the longer the bodies lay, the more dangerous the land around them would become. Dan jumped over the rocks in the river and thought that the village would need a lot of people to clear the entrance of monsters, so the number of his pursuers would be greatly reduced. The boy smiled. His mother from his past life was lying in a hospital bed. She said that safety was above all and that her son should do something like government service. The boy confidently knitted his brows and mentally apologized to his father. He grinned and thought that he wanted to achieve his goal in this life. The map showed islands. The girl put her hands on the table and explained that their target would move in places where there were large crowds of people so that they could not attack his trail. The light illuminated the map. The woman said that very soon the fugitive would be in her hands. She smiled and asked where her dear brother had fled. Haestia looked up and promised to find him. The people walked forward. The warriors looked menacingly ahead. From that moment on, the operation to find the youngest son of the head of the village began. The first group ran ahead to search the main road. The second group looked for tracks on the forest path. The third group gathered in front of a huge flag. They had to block all the entrances and exits from the forest. A crow landed on the girl's shoulder. The bird's red eyes lit up. The woman said that she hoped for her comrades. The crow spread its wings and flew away. Haestia smiled and thought that her brother would not succeed. The protagonist continued running through the forest. A wooden sign appeared on his path. Dan stopped. Ahead was camp number 2. From here to the village was 200 kilometers. A huge skull hung on the tent. It was a resting place for merchants who sell in various settlements. The boy looked at his watch and thought that he managed to cover a distance that usually takes 2 days and 4 hours, which means that at this speed it will take him about 3 or 4 days. Taowen grinned. He is considered the fastest man in the village, so he will be able to catch up with his younger brother very soon. The boy entered the forest and thought that he had no choice but to go a little in the opposite direction to reach a road that was not shown on the map. Flags with the image of a dragon fluttered over the village. The warrior burst into the house and said that they had found the tracks of the young master. Haestia looked back and asked where they were. The man replied that he had found the tracks near camp number 2, but that was where they ended. Hearing this, the girl's mouth fell open in surprise. She looked at the map lying on the table. It showed key points. Near the second camp there were only rocks and forests, but to get out of the forest, the fugitive would have to go a little in the opposite direction. The woman looked down and realized that after sunset, visibility in the forest was very poor. Haestia turned around and asked what things were missing from their house. The warrior frowned and replied that everything valuable was in place and that only the blanket was missing. The girl squinted and remembered that the Olympus forest was called the land of destruction for magicians. A magic circle was glowing on the ground. Because the village was located in the middle of this forest, its inhabitants had to draw a circle that allows using magic without problems. Waves of energy flew over the forest. Olympus is a place where it is much more difficult to use magic, because it is there that the mana of magicians is subject to strong fluctuations. The woman picked up a pen and thought that her brother probably had no strength left, because he had to kill about 40 monsters. Their numbers appeared next to the camps. Next to the second camp there were several places where they could organize a halt. Haestia frowned and decided that her brother was right there now because he needed to restore his strength and rest. There was a cave in a high cliff. Wrapped in a blanket, the protagonist was surprised that the temperature dropped so much at night and regretted that he did not take a few more blankets with him. Dan picked up a mug. A flame appeared in his other hand. Suddenly the fire left only smoke. The boy looked at his hand and thought that magic was beyond his control in this forest. He frowned and decided to concentrate to try again. The flame flared up in his hand. The boy used it to warm the bottom of the mug. The child took a sip of the hot water. His cheeks turned red from the warmth and pleasure. The warriors burst into the cave and shouted that they had found the young master. They rushed towards the air to grab him quickly. The protagonist jumped aside to prevent this from happening. He hit his fellow tribesman on the cheek. Dan landed on his foot a few meters away. The other 2 warriors rushed at him from different sides. A fist immediately flew into the face of one of them. At that moment the second man swung his stick. The boy dodged the blow and looked at his pursuer. The boy swung his fist and said that they should have brought more than 3 people to grab him. The warrior smiled and agreed with him. The sounds of blows were heard in the dark forest cave. The child ran along the forest path. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The protagonist frowned and decided that the fighters were not there by chance. Haestia narrowed her eyes slyly. Dan decided that it was his sister who was leading the squads because she knew perfectly well how her brother would move. The boy came across another squad and thought that he expected this development of events, so he needed to hurry. The warriors were holding torches in their hands. They looked at each other sternly. The guy hid behind a tree and realized that he could not get caught so quickly. The raven appeared behind him and began to scream. The child turned to him and asked him to shut up, but the bird did not listen. The people turned around and noticed the young gentleman. Fallen leaves were rising above the forest. Screams were heard. The fighter went into the headquarters and reported that they had managed to find the fugitive. Haestia smiled and realized that her calculations were correct. The girl placed her hand on the map and ordered all the soldiers to form a siege around the place where her brother was found. The woman frowned sternly and said that everyone without exception must be involved in the operation. A raven landed on the man's hand. The leader decided that her brother was definitely hiding somewhere and ordered her comrades to search all the trees, bushes, and caves to find him as soon as possible. The birds flew into the air. Haestia opened her mouth wide and shouted that they should not miss the fugitive. A detachment came out from behind the bushes. Another team entered the cave with torches in their hands. The people went into the forest to search it. The sun rose behind the mountains. Its rays illuminated the village. The girl was sitting at the table. She looked dejected. Doomston approached her and asked if they had not managed to find his son. The woman smiled and asked him not to worry because his search was a matter of time. The village chief said that this was wonderful. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he looked down. There were arrows on the map. The man asked why the soldiers were not stationed at the top. The leader looked away and explained that there was a cliff on that side. She looked down. Hestia stood up from the table and asked how many people had discovered her brother the first time. The warrior frowned and said that there had been 3 or 4. The girl placed her hands on the table and thought. The woman frowned tensely, thinking that if she had been her brother, she would have simply knocked out these people and stayed there, and wondered why he had decided to run away. Suddenly, her mouth fell open in realization. The leader looked at the map and assumed that her brother had deliberately given away his location, but the reasons for such an act were unclear to her. The arrows pointed to the mountains. Hestia decided that the fugitive had decided to gather all the soldiers in one place. The protagonist pushed off from the ground. Dan ran quickly along the path. The girl thought that there was nothing on the other side except a cliff. The boy looked resolutely ahead. The woman looked carefully at the map. Suddenly her eyes became round. She opened her mouth in amazement and came to the conclusion that her brother was going to use magic in the forest. The girl froze, trying to understand the reason for this. She suddenly shouted to the soldiers standing behind, ordering them to immediately inform all the soldiers of the news. Turning around, she ordered them to go to the rocks in the Olympus forest. The events take us to the edge of the pond. Dan finally stopped running to the shore. He stood on the edge of the cliff. The protagonist frowned, watching something. He suddenly turned his head to the side. A moment later, he began to dodge the sudden attack. The protagonist ran past all of his sister's tree thorns. Raiza, trying to catch her breath, told her brother that she was finally able to catch up with him. Dan froze in his tracks and became nervous when he saw her. Suddenly, Kawain appeared behind him with a scream. The older brother attacked the protagonist, telling him to start thinking with his head already. Continuing to attack, Kawain told Dan not to make things worse and just go home. Dodging another blow, Dan tried to find an excuse. Swinging his blade, his older brother said that words clearly did not reach him. Swinging his sword, he said that he would have to cut off his hand. Dan froze in shock upon seeing this. From the force of the blow, part of the rock collapsed. Kawain stopped attacking. He froze in surprise at what he saw. His younger brother was able to dodge his attack. The protagonist smiled at his brother. Suddenly, the ledge under the protagonist split. Kawain screamed upon seeing his brother fall. He ran to the edge of the rock, but was unable to grab Dan. The brother and sister gaped, not understanding what to do. Looking closely at the falling rocks, they could not see the protagonist. Raiza turned around abruptly, feeling mana. The brother and sister again froze in shock upon seeing their brother. Meanwhile, Hestia, leaning on the table, asked herself why she couldn't figure this out before. Frowning, she said that if he managed to cross the rocks, the forest would end there and Dan would be able to use magic. The protagonist actually soared into the air thanks to magic. Looking at his smiling brother, Kawaii asked him when he learned to fly. The brother and sister still couldn't come to their senses, frozen in place. Floating in the air, the protagonist apologized to them, saying that even so, the level of their strength exceeded his. Releasing mana from his body, Dan told his brother not to worry about him and to tell their father that he was incredibly grateful to him. Astonished, Kawaii frowned, beginning to understand the situation a little. As Dan began to fly away, his brother and sister ran after him. The protagonist waved his hand at them, saying that he would definitely write them letters. A moment later, he rushed away, leaving a tail of mana behind him. Kawain got angry and reproached the archer when he offered to shoot an arrow. The brother knew that Dan could die if he fell from such a height. Rhaegar looked at her brother's back and asked him what they would do. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking. Looking at the sunny sky, he said that they would first return to the village. The events take us to the house of the head of the village. The elders, sitting at the table, said that it would be stupid to entrust Dan with the position of elder because he had barely turned 16. The protagonist's father, looking at one of the men, objected, saying that he was not going to immediately transfer all powers. The man immediately reminded that the guy had already left the village. Another elder, clasping his fingers, said that they had another problem. Being extremely serious, the old man looked at Doomston, asking if he would be responsible if his youngest son caused trouble. The two elders shouted in agreement with the old man, saying that they really didn't know what Dan was going to do with his powers, since if he wanted to, the entire country would be destroyed. The bald man shouted, telling Doomstone that they had to catch the guy before any problems arose. Doomstone frowned and said that they themselves knew very well how difficult it was to catch a man with such immense power. The bald man jumped up and shouted, saying that he should do it himself, then there wouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, a moment later, the elders froze in shock, because Doomstone said that if he left the village, the other countries around would immediately impose restrictions, starting to monitor them. Looking at the elders, the village chief said that all this could lead to a special border control system, and in the end, the situation would become even worse. The village chief frowned, holding back his anger while the elders shouted at him, saying that he had to do something anyway. Suddenly, all the elders stopped shouting when Doomston said that he had an acquaintance. The man narrowed his eyes and said discontentedly that this man would bring his son home. The events take us to the city. The houses of the city were unusually clean and well kept. The protagonist walked along the streets. The guy walked forward, not entirely happy with the situation. Dan looked indifferently at the houses in front of him. Looking closely at the houses, he said that he had finally arrived at the right place. The protagonist turned his head sharply, feeling someone approaching. Seeing the knights surrounding him, Dan asked himself why they were treating him like this. The events take us 10 minutes back to the streets of the city. The thief was running down the street. He laughed at the guards, continuing to run. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right in front of him. The guy slightly flinched when the thief shouted for him to get out of the way. A moment later, the sound of a blow was heard in the street. The thief fell to the ground. He got angry and told the protagonist that he was a complete idiot. The protagonist smiled, not paying attention to his words, and asked the thief for forgiveness. Suddenly, one of the passers-by pointed at the man, saying, "Catch this thief." The man immediately jumped up and pushed the protagonist, ordering him to leave. Dan watched the chase indifferently. The protagonist glanced at the ground, noticing something. He even stopped, starting to stare at the thing. At this time, the thief was running down the street. He smiled, calling everyone idiots. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in front of him, demanding that he return his bag. Standing in front of the frightened thief, Dan asked him why he stole his bag. The man took out his knife, demanding that the guy shut up. Moving behind the man, the protagonist said that he should just leave everything and go on his own. The thief turned sharply, attacking the guy. But a moment later, he froze, not seeing Dan behind him. He looked at the empty street in front of him in fear. The protagonist startled the thief by appearing behind him and saying that he did not understand his words. The thief got angry and swung his arm to attack. Suddenly, he froze, seeing the protagonist's hand in front of him. With one flick, Dan threw the enemy back. He crashed into the wall, raising clouds of dust. Dan looked at the dust and said that he had already tried to restrain his strength. When Dan approached to ask how the man was feeling, he screamed in fear, telling him to leave. The protagonist, squinting his eyes in displeasure, said that that was why he told him to give everything to him right away. Suddenly, the captain of the guard appeared, shouting, ordering him to stop moving. The protagonist looked at the captain, saying that he had misunderstood everything. Suddenly, the thief ran away. When the protagonist screamed, wanting to stop the thief, the captain of the guard shouted at him, ordering him not to move. Dan looked at the captain with regret and fatigue. He involuntarily looked at the sky and cursed. Soon the guy was imprisoned. The sufferer rummaged through the guy's things, telling the captain that the guy really had nothing. The captain approached the cell and asked where he came from. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, mentally deciding that he should just run away if he couldn't come to an agreement. The protagonist shuddered when the captain asked him to provide him with an ID. Dan put his hand behind his back, concentrating his mana. He just grabbed his sister's ID. The protagonist created a hyperspace portal, and 499 card came out of the portal. The guy held out the ID. He changed his name with magic. The captain began to carefully read the ID. The man shuddered in shock and disbelief. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when the captain shouted, asking for forgiveness for not recognizing such a noble man. The captain turned around, demanding that the soldiers not stand there. Soon the protagonist was able to go outside. The captain and the guards bowed to him, wishing him luck on his journey. Dan, looking at the ID, could not believe that his sister had such a status. The guy slightly bowed his head, mentally saying that he should use the ID less. The protagonist's mouth suddenly dropped open in surprise. Looking at the bench, the protagonist said that he had not eaten for 3 days. Approaching the bench, he asked the seller how much everything cost, and he answered by saying that everything cost 2 felks. Dan began to look for 2 felks in his bag. He took out one of the coins and handed it to the seller. The man screamed in shock, asking for forgiveness for not recognizing the count. The man began waving his hands, saying that he could not take payment, and he could take everything just for the sake of mercy. The protagonist froze in confusion upon hearing his words. He turned around and left, saying that he would just leave in that case. Looking at the coin, the protagonist wondered if this coin was really that valuable. Looking at the sky, he said that someone should definitely accept it. In another shop, a clerk screamed, saying that he couldn't accept it. When the guy came to the shop, the clerk also screamed and refused to accept the money. When the guy came to the weapon shop, the clerk screamed, saying that he couldn't give change even if he sold everything. So soon the sun began to set. The protagonist sat in the rain due to lack of money. He squinted his eyes, feeling dissatisfied. He had money, but he couldn't spend it. Looking at the platinum coin, he tried to understand its value. Bowing his head, the guy said that if he knew that this would happen, he would have at least found out about everything in advance. The guy turned his head, hearing someone's voice. The same thief with two big guys approached him. The thief smiled and told the guy that he owed him for what happened. The protagonist looked at him tiredly, picking up the coin. Two bald men approached the protagonist and asked if he could really do something like that since he was just a kid. The villain behind them said that he couldn't be fooled by an ordinary kid and asked them to be careful since he probably had some kind of weapon hidden. Dan looked up and recognized the pickpocket they had seen earlier in the day. The boy took out a coin and asked if they had any change to change it. The thieves opened their mouths in shock when they saw the platinum coin and asked where he got it from. The blonde took the coin for himself. The criminal smirked and said that he didn't have any change and that he would have to take the coin as compensation for moral damages. The boy raised his eyebrows and said he didn't need much money. The man asked discontentedly if they weren't listening to him at all. The heroes looked around when someone asked if 3 adults could bother a child. A stranger with an umbrella in his hands asked them to stop. The young man frowned sternly. The villains asked who it was. The thugs approached him and asked him to leave so that fresh scars wouldn't appear on his handsome face. The townsman punched one of them. The second thief opened his mouth in surprise. The stranger immediately hit him on the head. The blonde watched this from the side. His comrades were lying on the ground. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked him to leave peacefully. The criminal scratched his cheek and said that he also wished everything was that simple. The thugs rose to their feet. Their leader said that they were unlikely to listen to him. The local looked around in fear. The sound of a blow was heard. Rain was falling over the city. The stranger fell on the road. The man said that they would see each other again and left. The protagonist was sitting next to the beaten young man. Lying on his side, the townsman asked if he was okay. There was a sign with a crescent moon on the building. Dan was sitting in a tavern and greedily devouring food. The heroes were sitting at a table. The stranger asked him to eat more slowly and promised to order more if he did not have enough to get full. Smiling, Reese introduced himself and asked the name of his new acquaintance. The boy swallowed the cutlet in silence. The guy took the bun in his hands and introduced himself with a name that sounded like the name of some country. The young man asked if he had a place to spend the night, and seeing that the interlocutor shook his head, he offered him to stay here. Raising his eyebrows, the local asked him not to worry and said that his dream was to become a knight, so he wanted to help others. Someone came up to him from behind and called out to him. Ellis put her hands on her waist in displeasure. The girl looked at her brother and asked if he had brought someone again. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked what was wrong with his face. Assuming that her brother had gotten into trouble again while trying to help someone, Reese replied that he had run into bandits. The protagonist watched them, continuing to chew. Ellis asked how long this could go on and how her brother was going to get to the island in such a state. Dan heard that they were talking about some island and frowned. The girl looked at him suspiciously. The boy smiled nervously and laughed. The girl narrowed her eyes incredulously. She left, asking her brother not to even think about going there with her. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked the guest not to pay attention to her, because his sister had been very irritable lately due to extreme fatigue. He opened his mouth in surprise when the guy wanted to ask a question. The child's eyes widened and he asked what he knew about the local currency. There was no one else in the tavern. The main character said that he had come from far away, so he did not understand what money was used here. The local resident suggested that it must have been difficult for him to get here. The room was lit by a torch. Reese decided to explain everything to the guest as clearly as possible. Coins of different metals appeared. In total, there were 8 units of currency in the empire: iron, copper, bronze coins, coins made of copper-nickel, silver, gold, and platinum. Taking several coins in his hand, the young man said that these were copper and iron coins, and explained that people usually use feloks. The local resident wrote something on a piece of paper and explained that 1 iron coin was equal to 1 feloks, and 1 copper coin was 5 feloks, and so on. A list of different coins and their ratio to feloks appeared on the paper. Dan took the paper in his hands and carefully studied the list. The light illuminated the second-floor balcony. The boy asked how 1 platinum coin could be valued. The knight calculated that for 6 gold coins you could rent a small house for a month, and for 1 platinum you could rent a huge estate. Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in shock. Remembering how the man fell to his knees in front of him, the child realized that he was trying to pay for the gum with a coin worth tens of millions, and mentally apologized to everyone who came his way. The light in the windows of the tavern was on. Reese approached the door and asked the guest to settle in this room. The protagonist was sitting on the bed. He had a tense expression on his face. In the whole house, only his room had a light on. Dan laid out all his weapons on the bed. Next to the blades lay a skull. The boy wondered if he would be able to sell any of this. In the bag lay a handful of platinum coins. The guy decided that there were too many of them and that he could not pay with them. He picked up a knife and decided that he had no choice but to sell some weapons, thereby receiving money for living. A portal appeared next to him. The child climbed into it and thought that the magic of space outside the village works much better. The protagonist looked back when someone knocked on the door. The young man entered the room. The knight saw that his guest was lying on the bed and concluded that he fell asleep due to fatigue. Dan carefully opened his eye. Morning had come. A blue sky hung over the city. Reese was lying on his bed. Next to him on the nightstand was a piece of paper. Something was written on it. It turned out that the boy thanked his new acquaintances for the night and food. The bright sun illuminated the houses. The guy frowned and decided that he needed to get a normal ID, otherwise he would be mistaken for an aristocrat. The child rose into the sky above the city and realized that he needed to find a person who could help him. Clouds floated over the roofs. Thieves walked down the street. The bully smiled and asked if the leader was not going to share the loot with them. His comrade said that a couple of gold coins would be enough. The blonde frowned and asked them to be patient, because changing this coin would be quite problematic. The scoundrel looked ahead and said that now they should be especially careful. He looked back and noticed that his friends were missing. Someone was right in front of him. The criminal heard a familiar voice and turned around. In the alley between two houses, there was a blow. Someone stepped out of the shadows. The protagonist looked at the beaten offender and said that the first mission was accomplished. The bright sun was shining over the forest. The man was tied to a tree. The man opened his eyes and asked what had happened. The sun's rays were shining through the leaves of the trees. Someone approached the scoundrel and was glad that he had woken up. The thug clenched his teeth in displeasure. The criminal opened his mouth wide and asked what was going on. Suddenly, the thief's eyes widened. The stranger knocked down a tree and promised to do the same to him if he made any noise again. The man frowned and said that there was a man in this village who made fake IDs. The thug raised his eyebrows in fear and said that he had not heard of it. The thug broke the tree over his head. He approached the pickpocket and asked him to tell the story nicely. The criminal agreed quite quickly. Closing his eyes, the thief explained that he had never heard of anyone making fake IDs, but he knew someone who might be in the know. The stranger raised his eyebrows and asked where he could be found. The sun's glare sparkled over the forest. A man was walking along a path. He was holding a coin in his hands. It was shining in the sun. It turned out that this thug was the main character, who had learned the necessary information and returned his money. Dan threw the coin into the air. It spun around several times. The boy caught it in mid-air. His body returned to its normal form. The guy smiled and decided to move on. The doors of the tavern were closed. There were many people inside who had come to drink. Hearing something, they looked around. An aristocrat entered the tavern. The child took the form of a stately man and thought that this was not the best reincarnation, judging by his reaction. The villagers watched him closely. The main character approached the bar counter. The bartender said that she was seeing him for the first time. The girl leaned forward and asked what brought him here. Dan narrowed his eyes and thought. He remembered how the thief tied to the tree said that it was very difficult to meet this man, so he needed to do exactly as he was told. The boy looked at the bartender and asked for a cold dark beer and fresh seafood for an appetizer. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Her eyes sparkled. She came out from behind the counter and asked the client to follow her. The heroes went down the stairs. There were barrels and boxes in the basement. Looking at the bartender's back, the boy thought that they were going down too long. Suddenly, something made him raise his eyebrows. There was a magic circle on the door ahead. Bright particles were flying around it. The child was surprised that a magic barrier was in such a place. The girl raised her hand. A portal opened in front of the heroes. The woman stepped forward and asked the guest to follow her. The doors of the secret room opened. Inside, a masked woman was sitting at a table. She looked up. The disguised child went inside. The bartender closed the door behind him. There were many magic lamps in the room. The stranger looked at the visitor and asked why he was standing there. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Dan raised his eyebrows and wondered who this person was. The girl was sitting silently at the table. There were 6 magic spells installed in this place. A 6-pointed star was drawn on the door. It was a barrier magic. The blonde was looking forward. There were also 2 defensive magic and 2 more attack spells. The boy squinted. He looked to the side and noticed illusion magic that hid what was on the wall. The guy shuddered when the woman asked what brought him here. The child leaned forward. The protagonist sat down at the table and said that he needed a fake ID. The stranger frowned and said that it was not that difficult, but the client himself must obtain the ingredients for its creation. Dan frowned in displeasure when he was asked to bring the bone of an animal or an ogre. The boy stuck his hand into the portal. He put the bone on the table. The girl took it in her hands and called the visitor an amazing person. The heroes sat opposite each other. The swindler asked what class the client would like to belong to. The guy asked if it was possible to get the status of a baron or higher. Squinting, the blonde answered negatively and asked if the buyer was asking because he really didn't know. Hieroglyphs appeared on the map. Magic is applied to the ID cards of people from high society to prevent counterfeiting, so it may not be identical. The child raised his eyebrows and replied that it did not matter because it would not be difficult for him to figure out the magic. The woman squinted and agreed to fulfill his request. The protagonist tilted his head when she named the price of 15 million falokas. He squinted in disbelief. Dan put a platinum coin on the table. It sparkled in the light. The boy asked if that was enough. The stranger looked at the coin and called her client very rich. The guy looked at her silently. They exchanged glances, and the child asked what else she could do besides an ID. The protagonist frowned sternly and said that money was not a problem for him. The girl looked at him suspiciously. People were walking along the streets. Holding his ID in his hand, Dan realized that he now had the opportunity to walk everywhere without problems. He was sitting at the table. On the canvas lay a map of the island and data on the imperial troops and nobles. Next to him lay a stack of magic books. The boy picked up a bag of coins and thought that he had finally managed to change the money. The guy sat down on the floor and realized that now he did not need to worry about anything. There was a sign with an image of a beer mug on the building. The fortune teller was sitting at the table. There were platinum coins on it. The girl brought her hand to her face and thought that her client did not look like an ordinary person. She removed the mask from her face. The woman frowned sternly. The swindler thoughtfully looked forward and decided to show this to Big Mama. The stranger with red hair stood in the shadows. Flags fluttered over the village of ravens. Doomston looked around and asked if they had found his son. Hastia replied that it was not that easy and that her men were searching all the imperial villages. The village chief frowned and suggested that his son might be hiding and using magic. The girl frowned and asked him not to worry too much. The woman narrowed her eyes and suggested that his uncle had already received their letter. The man was holding a piece of paper. He was sitting in an empty office. The man was studying the letter carefully. The nobleman raised his eyebrows and suggested that they might have problems because the child had run away from home. The bright sun was shining over the village. There were iron swords in the bucket. Holding a box in his hands, the forge owner asked if his client was going on a trip. The protagonist replied that he would need these weapons for one thing. Dan looked around when he heard that someone could not pay for the goods. The merchant standing behind the shop offered the client a price of 5 copper-nickel coins. Ellis put her hands on her belt and offered him 2 coins. Reese looked at her and said that this was too much. The girl asked him to shut up, because due to his excessive kindness they had no money left. The young man widened his eyes and tried to object. The owner of the shop raised his eyebrows and said that he could not sell them goods for only 2 coins. The heroes looked around when someone offered a price of 3 coins. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The main character was standing in front of them. The roofs of the houses sparkled in the sun. The heroes were sitting in a tavern. The knight said that he was worried because their friend left early in the morning. Dan explained that he had business. The girl puffed out her cheeks and assumed that he was simply ashamed. There were different dishes on the table. The boy decided to pay for this dinner and asked his comrades to eat as much as they wanted. Reese smiled and asked if he had managed to get some money. The boy said that he had taken some money with him before leaving his village, but he could not change it. Ellis stuffed her mouth with food. The young man looked at his friend and asked if he had a place to stay for the night. The child smiled and said that he also wanted to go to the island. The knight offered him to go with them. His sister's mouth dropped in displeasure. Looking down, the protagonist thanked them for the offer and thought that the distance from here to the island was about 2,000 kilometers. Deciding not to waste his magic powers in vain, Dan closed his eyes and asked if it would be rude of him. The girl answered displeasedly that it would be. Reese smiled widely and said that the more people who went, the more fun it would be. The girl reminded him of their financial situation. The boy's mouth dropped in surprise. Ellis explained that it was very difficult to get train tickets and asked what would happen if they were asked to buy food again. She winced when the boy asked her not to worry and said he had enough money not to burden them. The child closed his eyes and added that he could even lend them money if necessary. The girl turned pale with shock and asked how much he could lend. The sun glinted off the roofs. The protagonist asked how much money they needed. Clouds floated above the imperial palace. Flatty entered the castle and was greeted. Lentil smiled and praised his comrade for his work in protecting the empire from evil forces. The emperor winced when the warrior said he was only doing his job. The man sat down on a chair and put his feet up on the table. The monarch asked him not to do it again. The ruler opened his mouth wide and asked if the guest knew how much the table cost. The heroes sat opposite each other. Bentel asked his comrade to tell him what brought him here. The nobleman smiled slyly and said that his youngest nephew had escaped. The emperor's mouth fell open in surprise. Grinning, he asked what the problem was and suggested that the people from the Raven village would start going around beating up everyone. Flighty narrowed his eyes and said he wouldn't worry about that and hoped they wouldn't wipe out any villages. The monarch's eyes widened in shock when he heard that the head of the Raven village had chosen his youngest son as his successor. The ruler crossed his arms and asked how old he was now. The warrior replied that his nephew was about 16. The man furrowed his brows slyly and stated that his colleague could not even imagine how strong this child was. Bentel raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that the boy had been able to defeat a dragon with magic when he was 12 years old. At the same time, the emperor frowned sternly. He stood up from the table. The nobleman looked around and asked where his friend was going. The monarch replied that he had a lot of things to do and that he needed to take care of the citizens. Flighty narrowed his eyes and asked what about his nephew. The ruler walked out the door and reminded him that he was part of his family. He smiled and said that such matters should be decided between relatives. The warrior frowned in displeasure and was bid farewell. The man looked away and thought. The dome of the palace glittered in the sun. The wheels of the train clattered on the rails. The locomotive rushed forward. Its carriages rushed at great speed. The boys were sitting in a compartment. Reese looked at his sister and asked if they really had to take first-class tickets, since there were plenty of cheaper seats on this train. Frowning, Ellis reminded them that it was a 4-day journey to the island and asked how they could endure this trip without business class. The boy silently frowned when the girl said that they could easily afford these seats before if someone had not become an annoying do-gooder. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked her new acquaintance not to worry, since they would definitely return his money. Black smoke billowed from the train's chimney. Someone's clawed paw struck the ground. A group of goblins stepped forward. Their yellow eyes lit up. The train was going through a gorge between two rocks. Its wheels were spinning fast. Thick smoke was coming out of the chimney. Trees were flying past the window. Someone was reading a book called The Laws of the Empire. The heroes were riding in a compartment and were awkwardly silent. Ellis looked up and was surprised by the concentration of her fellow traveler, who had been reading continuously for an hour. Reese asked her to be quieter so as not to disturb them. Smiling, the girl asked if their friend was really going to take the exam in the summer and said that civil service exams were held twice a year. The main character smiled and confirmed this. Dan looked at his friend and explained that the exam would be in July, so he had a little more than a month left. The young man assumed that this time would fly by. The knight smiled and hoped that each of them would achieve their goal. Reese raised his eyebrows and decided that they would become whoever they wanted. His sister doubted that he would be able to join the army. There were suitcases on the shelf. The young man said that the most important thing is diligence. Suddenly, they heard the screeching of wheels. The boys looked up tensely. The girl looked out the window and asked what happened. Green mountains were visible through the window. The boys got up from the sofa and realized that the nearest station was still far away. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in fear when his friend suggested getting out and checking what happened. Suddenly, a goblin jumped on the train. The boy confidently frowned. The train window shattered into small pieces. Smoke was pouring out of the compartment. Ellis closed her eyes and asked what happened. The child came up to her from behind. He smiled and asked if she was okay. The girl blushed with embarrassment. The boys looked back and saw a goblin. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The knight looked at him and asked where the monster came from. Reese heard a scream and turned around. The boy opened his suitcase and said he was going to explore. His sister objected. The knight took out his sword and explained that he needed to check the situation because those monsters were probably attacking the train. He opened the door. The girl looked after him in fear. The swordsman smiled and asked her not to worry so much. Ellis opened her mouth wide and asked him to stop. Reese slammed the door behind him. His sister was indignant. The girl looked back and shuddered. She went to the broken window and was surprised. The boy went out into the corridor of the carriage. Something terrible made his eyes widen. Goblins pounced on the passengers who were trying to escape. Baring his fangs, the monster ordered his brothers to take all the valuables and allowed them to kill people who would resist. The monster swung his mace to hit the woman. It heard someone cry out and looked up. The boy swung his sword and hit him. Another goblin saw this and, opening his mouth wide, cursed. The monster tried to hit him, but the attack was unsuccessful. The knight moved aside and raised his sword again to strike. One swing of the blade cut off the villain's head. It fell to the floor of the carriage. The swordsman turned to the passenger and asked if she was okay. The woman replied that she was fine. The monsters gathered at the end of the carriage. Reese asked the girl to go to the back of the train because it was safer there. The goblins flashed with burning eyes. The boy looked back and asked the passenger to hurry. The monsters pounced on him and released their claws. The youth tensely clenched his teeth. Suddenly, waves of blue energy broke the window and headed towards the enemies. The monster looked back and saw a bright glow. Waves of energy chopped the villains into pieces. The goblin raised his head. His brother opened his mouth wide. Severed heads and limbs rose into the air. The knight saw many corpses of monsters in front of him. He opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist was floating in the air above the train. A blue flame was shining in his hand. Dan raised his eyebrows and thought that he shouldn't be delayed because of such creatures. The train was standing still. The boy decided that he needed to get to the island as soon as possible to study for the exam. Someone looked out of the broken window of one of the carriages. Alice watched the magic particles in surprise. She looked shocked. The boy looked ahead confidently. The train arrived at Dongyi Station. A voice asked everyone who got off at this station to prepare in advance. The carriage doors opened. The man stepped out. There was a backpack on the child's back. The protagonist smiled happily. A view of the island city opened in front of him. A rainbow was shining in the sky. A faint fog enveloped the castle. The girl asked if her brother really thought he was a hero. The boys were walking down the street. The girl asked him if he hadn't thought about what would happen if something happened to him. Reese asked her for forgiveness. Alice frowned and said that she would kill him herself if her brother did something thoughtless again. Dan shuddered in fear when the girl asked if he had no manners at all since he left her. The boy silently looked away. There was a carriage in front. The coachman was shouting at a man. Holding the reins in his hands, the man asked why the commoner was blocking his way. Passers-by watched as the local apologized to the coachman. The girl looked at her brother and asked him not to interfere in what was happening. The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The silhouette of a man was visible in the carriage. On the door was a golden coat of arms with a howling wolf. The child rolled his eyes in displeasure. The protagonist looked back when Ellis asked him what he was looking at and reminded him that he needed to go to the bank. The sun was shining on the tall towers. The sky was reflected in the windows of the palace. The bank employee smiled and asked how she could help. Dan approached her and said that he wanted to make himself a savings book. The woman looked at him and asked to show her his ID. The boy took off his backpack. He handed the employee a card. The girl pointed her finger at a special device. A bright glow appeared above it. The boy watched what was happening in fear. The child frowned and thought that he had already cast the magic that is used on ID cards. His pupils narrowed. The protagonist was afraid that something could happen and decided that he should have given his real ID. The bank employee closed her eyes and reported that the verification was successful. Dan put his hand to his chest and sighed in relief. The building had luxurious columns. The woman asked the client to enter a 6-digit password for his book. The boy was holding a savings book. Looking at it, the guy thought that he could deposit and withdraw money with it, and realized that it was a local analog of a bank card. The child decided that he could easily exchange his platinum coins. The guys came up to him and asked if he had finished his business. The main character turned around and answered in the affirmative. Ellis called him shameless because they had to wait for him for too long. The girl handed her friend a bag. Dan took it in his hands and asked what it was. The girl reminded him that she had promised to return the debt. She squinted and asked if they were asked to go to the bank not to return the money. The boy answered that it was not about that at all. The heroes were standing on a busy street. Ellis suggested that they split up since they were done with everything. Reese suggested that they at least eat together. The boy said that everything was fine and that he had a lot to do, so he needed to go. The young man frowned in disappointment and realized that there was nothing he could do about it. His sister frowned in displeasure. She remembered seeing her new acquaintance above the roof of the train. At that moment, he had a stern look. The girl looked out the window, surprised. The girl raised her eyebrows and wondered what he was doing there. The child flinched when Ellis praised him for not running away then. The girl turned and left, leaving her comrades perplexed. The knight pressed his ear to his friends and suggested that his sister found him attractive. The girl looked back and asked why her brother was standing in one place. The swordsman smiled and said that they would definitely meet if fate gave them a chance. Clouds floated over the city. The friends exchanged kind words before parting. Reese left with his sister. The protagonist watched them go and smiled. A castle towered over the city. Dan thought that first he needed to rent an apartment. There was an orange sign above the door. The elderly woman smiled and asked if the guest wanted to rent an apartment. The boy's eyes widened in shock when he was bombarded with questions about the rental conditions. He stood silently by the desk. The concierge covered her mouth with her hand and suggested that she was speaking too quickly. The boy tensely pursed his lips when she decided to speak more slowly. The child raised his eyebrows and said that he came from another area and planned to live alone. The old woman closed her eyes and asked if he had managed to find a job. The protagonist explained that he was going to take the civil service exam. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and said that there was still 1 month left before the exam. The heroes looked at each other. The concierge said that her son was also going to apply there. The sun was shining on the building with a spire. After successfully passing the exam, students will have to attend special classes for 6 months, and based on their performance, they will be assigned to positions. Dan rolled his eyes and thought that entering the civil service is a difficult task even in this world. The old woman smiled and said that she just had an apartment that would suit a student. The heroes approached the wide staircase. The woman looked at the guest and said that usually a contract for renting a house is signed for at least a year, and finding a landlord who will provide housing for a short period is almost impossible. She raised her eyebrows and added that you can stay in this house for a month. The concierge decided that this option would be ideal for the guest, even if it was not cheap. The boy looked away and thought that his money would be enough not only to rent an apartment, but also to buy this entire house. Someone approached the stairs and apologized for making people wait. Ursula folded her hands in front of her and introduced herself. The landlady smiled and said that the tenant could just call her by her first name. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that he had heard her last name somewhere before. The woman came down to the heroes and asked the guest for an ID, explaining that her son did not trust people without documents. She looked at the map and realized that she was a representative of an aristocratic family. The child said that her last name seemed familiar to him. Ursula closed her eyes and assumed that it was all thanks to her son. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock when he learned that her son was known as the youngest chancellor in the history of the empire. There were notes in the open book. Dan remembered that he had seen this man in a book with a list of all the nobles. The man in the tunic frowned menacingly. His red eyes lit up. Arcanta was the most influential person among the aristocrats and the emperor's right hand. The boy frowned in confusion and asked why his mother lived alone in such a huge estate. The woman explained that she had no special reason for this. She smiled widely and added that she just liked people. The boy smiled nervously in response. The heroes heard a loud sound and turned around. The hostess of the house came to the door and said that guests had come to see her. The child looked down and wondered if he would have any problems. Vladdy was standing behind the chancellor. They were on good terms. The protagonist realized that this person should not know about his true identity. Dan looked around when someone said that the estate looked neat and that there was a very beautiful interior here. The boy's eyes widened. The guests asked to show them their new room. Reese and his sister entered the estate. The heroes stared at each other. A smile appeared on the young man's face. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. Ellis's eyes widened and asked what he was doing here. The boys approached the stairs. The girl asked if their new acquaintance would also live here. Clouds floated above the financial department of the Imperial Palace. In front of Arcanta lay stacks of documents. The man explained that an exam for civil service would soon take place. He picked up a sheet of paper and added that this was the personal data of the students who were staying at the estate. On the table lay dossiers on the knight and his sister. The chancellor picked them up and said that he had not heard anything about these people for a long time. The young man shuddered when the servant asked if they really knew each other. The civil servant introduced little Reese and Ellis and said that they were his nanny's children. Arcanta smiled and remembered that the boy always wanted to go to night school and the girl dreamed of becoming a magician. The chancellor carefully read what was written in the documents. He picked up one sheet and asked what it was. The man replied that it was a dossier of a student who found an apartment through a real estate agency. The boy scratched his chin and thought. There were many books on the shelves. The civil servant asked how likely it was that this man was a spy. The servant said that they checked his ID. The employee lowered his hands and said that there was nothing unusual and that the boy just wanted to take the civil service exam. Arcanta suggested that the ID might be fake, but the man dissuaded him, explaining that it belonged to the aristocratic class. The servant frowned and reported that this student was in close relations with Reese and Ellis. The chancellor looked down and wondered what he should do. The document had information about the guest written on it. The protagonist was lying on the bed in his room. Dan put his hands under his head and decided to stay in this estate. There was a chair next to the desk. The boy thought that he should have bought the whole house from the beginning and wondered what prompted him to rent a small apartment. Arcanta stood against the backdrop of the palace. The boy realized that this was even good in a sense, because he would not be too conspicuous and would not miss something important. Reese smiled and said that he had known Ursula for a long time. The child assumed that his new friend would be able to confirm his status if something happened. The protagonist went to the window. People were walking along the street. Among them were many men in work clothes. Dan frowned and wondered why the estate had so many guards. In the evening, people were walking around the estate. A local resident went around the corner. He walked around the house and approached the fence. Suddenly, yellow particles appeared around him. The man looked at his hand and asked what was happening. A bright light illuminated his face. Suddenly, something knocked him off his feet. The spy fell onto the bags that were lying on the ground. Fog appeared in front of him. The boy came out of invisibility. Holding the bag in his hands, the guy remembered that the mandrake root has a hypnotic effect. The child landed next to the guard. The protagonist squatted down and stated that he would only ask the question once, so it needed to be answered clearly. The man's eyes turned white, and Dan asked if there was a reason for such a guard to be stationed around the estate. The stranger raised his eyebrows and said that they had been ordered to keep an eye on the student on the second floor. The boy's eyes widened, suggesting that the chancellor had already found out about him, and wondered why Arcanta hadn't come and caught him himself. The boy put his hands on his knees and asked why he was being followed. The spy narrowed his eyes and said he didn't know and that they were just given the task of watching the target for about a month. The child frowned and thought that having a certain period of time meant that the chancellor had doubts. Suddenly the man rubbed his eyes. He looked ahead and asked what had just happened. The protagonist, who had been standing in front of him a second ago, had disappeared. Dan appeared in the air behind him. The guard couldn't understand what had happened to him. The boy looked down in displeasure. After a while, the guy returned to his room. The guy looked at something on the table. The student narrowed his eyes tensely. There was a black mask on the table. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he needed to take action. A bright flash lit up the sky. Reese picked up the newspaper and asked if his friend had seen the news today. Dan came down the stairs and said that he had just woken up. On the paper was a picture of a gem and a crest with a wolf. It turned out that someone named Lufin had stolen jewelry from the Marquis's mansion last night. The boy frowned and remembered that they had seen his carriage yesterday. There was a picture of a note in the paper. The thief had announced his next crime and said that he was going to visit the Count's mansion that evening. Sitting at the table, Ellis asked her brother to stop making a fuss and start eating breakfast. The boy pulled out his chair and greeted her. The young man put his elbow on the table and assumed that all the knights in the financial department would be very busy right now. The student raised his eyebrows and asked what the financial department had to do with it. The swordsman explained that the criminal had stolen jewelry and would probably put it on the black market. He raised his index finger and explained that all the money movements were under the jurisdiction of the financial department, so they would start uncovering deals on the black market. The girl closed her eyes and asked them to finally eat. Her brother said that now was not the time for eating. The protagonist took a bite of meat. His comrades started arguing among themselves again. Dan looked down. The sun was shining over the palace. The boy said that he came to apply for the exam. The office employee was holding a pile of books in his hands. The guy caught his attention and repeated the question. The employee turned around and asked him to wait a bit. The student heard that something had happened and his eyes widened in surprise. The admissions officer put a sheet of paper on the table and asked the guest to fill out this document first. The protagonist took the paper in his hands. He looked around when he heard someone discussing information about the black market. The man frowned and said that the thief was going to steal again. His comrade was indignant that they had so much trouble because of one person. Dan thoughtfully frowned. The setting sun colored the sky above the city orange. There was a garden with a fountain near the houses. The knights had gathered there. Standing on the roof, the boy thought that with such a workload, the chancellor would concentrate on work and would not be able to think about anything else. Holding onto the spire with his hand, the boy hoped for their understanding. A portal appeared next to him. The student stuck his hand in there. He put a black mask over his eyes. The protagonist jumped off the roof and decided that it was time to take a walk. People were still walking along the night street. They looked tense. A silhouette of a man was visible in the window. Dan was sitting at a table next to the window. The spies were watching him carefully. One of the guards frowned. It turned out that there was an illusion in the room. The man said that he did not see anything suspicious. The knights gathered in the courtyard of the estate. Another 10 warriors stood in the corridor. They guarded a pedestal with a glass dome. Under it, on a pillow, lay a celestial crystal. The guard frowned and asked if Lufin would really come. His comrade asked if it was that important and reminded them that they were simply ordered to protect this place. The man in the red coat approached them. The guard asked how many people were gathered here and compared it to preparing for a real war. The count put his hands in his pockets and asked them not to chat because they did not come here for fun. Drubal looked at the knight and asked if they would be able to protect his treasures with such an attitude to work. The guard said that they blocked all the entrances and exits, so he had no reason to worry. The nobleman narrowed his eyes and said that these were just words. The guards frowned when the nobleman asked if they knew how much the sky crystal was worth and threatened to demote them if the criminal got his hands on it. The knight approached the commander and said that they had problems. The man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that his subordinates had found traces of Lufin in Margaret County. The men saw an empty safe, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, various jewels and silver bars had disappeared from the mansion. The safe contained the very card. The count opened his mouth wide and asked if the countess's house had been robbed. The captain asked what time it was. The guard replied that it was almost 10 in the evening. Drubal bared his teeth when he heard that the commander was going to send half of his subordinates to the crime scene. He frowned furiously and asked what would happen if a criminal showed up here. Turning around, the guard assumed that, judging by the time of the crime, the notice addressed to him was false and decided to leave half of his men here just in case. The nobleman looked back and declared that all the soldiers present here must protect this place. The knights turned away from the glass dome and began to watch the conflict. The sky crystal disappeared from the pillow. The nobleman asked the guards to do as they were ordered to do. One of the guards headed for the exit. It turned out that the main character was hiding under the armor. A smirk appeared on his face. Dan walked past the hall with statues. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the room. The boy stepped forward. His usual clothes appeared on him. The boy picked up the gem and thought that it was quite simple. The thief took all the gold from the Duchess's safe and thought that the soldiers would not be able to deal with him anyway, and that the letter did not mention that he was going to leave the other nobles alone. Suddenly, the student turned around. The main character saw a magic circle on the door and wondered what kind of room it was. Bright energy flickered around it. Dan noticed that protective magic was cast on the door and assumed that there could be something very valuable there. The boy summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and decided that passing through the barrier was not that difficult for him. The boy pulled the door handle. He entered a dark room. Inside was an ordinary office at first glance. The student approached the desk and thought it looked like a library. Something off to the side caught his eye. One of the desk drawers also had protective magic on it. The thief put his hand on it and dispelled the spell. The drawer opened spontaneously. The protagonist squinted suspiciously. There was a notebook inside. Clouds were floating above the estate. Reese asked if his comrade had seen the news. The guys were standing in the kitchen. The young man said that Lufin had stolen the heavenly crystal. The knight opened his mouth wide and added that the criminal had also stolen a 1,000-year-old amethyst necklace from the countess. Dan rolled his eyes and remembered the pendant with the gem. The boy took a sip from his mug. The swordsman explained that the entire empire was now going crazy. The guy spat out his tea in shock when he heard that the stolen jewelry was a birthday present for the third princess. The student raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. Reese asked if he was okay and apologized for chatting so much. The protagonist's eyes widened and he realized that he had stolen a gift for the princess and that things were getting serious. The bright sun was shining on the estate. Night had fallen. The stars were shining above the imperial palace. The maid was running around the castle looking for the princess. She looked ahead worriedly and asked where her charge was. There was a box next to the wall. It was covered by a shield. The woman's voice died down. The lid of the box opened slightly. The girl looked out of it. The girl took a step forward. She lifted her skirt and sighed with relief. Aurelia looked away tensely. The maid noticed her and approached her. The princess looked back and asked her not to follow her. The noblewoman ran forward along the corridor. The woman tried to stop her. Suddenly, the girl's mouth opened in surprise. She ran out onto the balcony. He was on the 3rd floor, so it was quite a high jump. The girl looked back and saw that the maid had almost reached her. There was another balcony ahead. There was a light on in the room there. Aurelia tensely pursed her lips. The princess climbed onto the railing and jumped forward. The noblewoman stretched her leg forward, trying to reach the neighboring balcony. Her foot almost touched the railing. A smile appeared on her face. The girl looked down and realized that she had failed to jump to the other balcony. She opened her mouth in fear. The girl fell down and screamed piercingly. The woman looked over the fence and called out to her mistress. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. There was no one downstairs. Aurelia closed her eyes. The princess heard strange sounds and opened her eyes. The protagonist was carrying her in his arms, moving through the air. The aristocrat looked at him in fear and asked who he was. There were no lights in the windows of the houses. Dan apologized and explained that he thought she was in danger. The girl asked if the current situation wasn't even more dangerous. The boy smiled and asked her not to worry, promising to keep her safe. The girl shuddered when the boy wanted to ask her a question. The student looked at her and asked where the 3rd princess's room was. A blush appeared on Aurelia's cheeks. The protagonist smiled at her. The princess pursed her lips in embarrassment. She raised her hand and suggested that they go away from here first. Dan agreed and asked her to hold on tight. Purple lightning appeared around him. The noblewoman's eyes widened and asked him to stop. The boy jumped forward. His companion closed her eyes and screamed. Towers sparkled ahead. The girl screamed that they were flying too fast. The heroes flew over residential buildings. The girl looked down. A full moon shone over the imperial palace. Aurelia was surprised that her house was so huge. The boy frowned and asked her to show where the 3rd princess's room was. The noblewoman smiled nervously and explained that she couldn't just tell him about it. There were lights on in some windows. The girl asked why a stranger needed to know where this room was. The student said that he needed to give her something. He smiled and decided to ask his companion to give this thing to the 3rd princess. The protagonist touched the road with his foot. The heroes found themselves in an alley. Dan gave the girl the necklace and hoped for her help. Aurelia looked at the pendant in surprise. She picked it up and asked what it was. The boy replied that it was a birthday present. The boy walked forward down the street and said that the princess would soon find out everything herself. The student looked back and said that he had things to do, so it was time for him to leave. The aristocrat shuddered and looked away. Rats were running around near the barrel. The protagonist heard a scream and turned around. Dan went back and asked what was going on. The girl said that there were rats. The boy saw rodents near the house. He managed to evaporate them with magic. The boy approached the girl and said that she could now open her eyes. Dark clouds floated over the city. Aurelia apologized and explained that she saw rats for the first time. The student looked back and said that he really had to go. Aurelia asked him to stop. The protagonist looked at her in confusion. The princess clasped her fingers and explained that she had no strength in her legs at all. Dan's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what this meant. The lights were on in the Imperial Palace. The heroes were sitting on the bell tower. The boy asked if his companion would be able to escape, because there would be many difficulties in the future. Sitting on the edge of the tower, the noblewoman said that she had no other choice, because otherwise she would have to do whatever her father said. She looked down in disappointment and pursed her lips. Mountains were visible behind the houses. The girl explained that she would be forced to marry if she had to stay in the palace. The girl hugged her knees and said that she did not want to marry a complete stranger with whom her relatives were trying to set her up. Aurelia shuddered when the boy asked why she did not just tell her father about this. The princess rose to her feet and asked if he really thought it was that easy. The student reminded her that she preferred to run away rather than talk to her father. The protagonist looked down and concluded that she did not have the confidence to stand up to her father. He looked at his companion and said that she should at least try. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock when he suggested that she go on a hunger strike or cut her hair. Dan placed his hands on his knees and explained that she needed to clearly express her feelings about her father's actions. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when the boy stated that this was her life. The boy looked up and asked if she really wanted to live by someone's orders. Aurelia looked at him in amazement. The student asked her to fight for her own life. The princess's mouth dropped open in confusion. Suddenly, the aristocrat frowned and agreed with the stranger. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. The girl approached him and said that she would decide for herself who she should marry. She had a confident look. Dan looked at her with a proud smile. The stars were twinkling in the sky above the city. The boy asked if he needed to take his companion back to the palace. The girl confirmed it. In the east, the lights were still on in the residential buildings. There was a tavern sign on the building. The fortune teller went inside. Her face was covered with a veil. At this time, the bartender was wiping glasses. The man looked up and saw the guest. The woman headed for the service door. She went down the stairs. Soon the swindler found herself in the basement. The door swung open. A bright light was burning behind it. Big Mama looked back and saw her friend. Milfy took off her hood. The head of the information company said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The manager frowned and asked how she was doing. The broker rose from her chair and asked her colleague to call her more informally. There was a mug on the table. The woman asked what had happened since the girl decided to visit her. The scammer sat down on the chair and said that a man had recently come to her to buy information. The nun asked what was so special about it. The music started playing. The fortune teller took a piece of paper in her hands and asked the boss to look at the list of what the stranger had bought. Big Mama took the documents and read that he needed information about aristocrats and the military, which looked suspicious. She sat down in the chair opposite and asked where the man was now. Milfia said that they had followed him as he boarded the train, but then they had missed him. The manager shuddered when the woman said that she had heard something interesting not long ago. The head of the information company closed her eyes and said that someone had escaped from the village of Voronov through the Olympias forest. The broker grinned and asked if the puzzle had come together in her colleague's head. The girl looked at her thoughtfully. The scammer frowned and said that it sounded logical. Big Mama took a sip and grinned. Aurelia stood on the balcony, putting her hand to her chest. The fortune teller asked how many people would die this time. There was a pale blush on the princess's cheeks. In her hands was a necklace with an amethyst. Light was burning in the windows of the imperial palace. Some time ago, the protagonist landed on the roof of the building. The noblewoman put her hand to her chest and apologized to him for the inconvenience, then grinned and said that everything was fine. The girl smiled and said that she wanted to repay him for his help. The boy apologized and explained that he could not stay here for long. The guy tilted his head forward. The girl looked at him in surprise. She was clutching a sparkling necklace in her hand. The student silently stared at the pendant. He closed his eyes and hoped that everything would be fine with his new acquaintance. The maid ran out onto the roof when she noticed her ward. The protagonist jumped onto the railing and said that it was time for him to leave. Aurelia stopped him and asked him to at least state his name. Dan turned around and gave himself a fictitious name, which is the name of a thief. The princess blushed with embarrassment. The boy smiled and said that she could call him that. The noblewoman pursed her lips in disappointment. The guy rose into the sky above the palace. His body was covered in a blue aura. The girl stood and looked after him. She put her hand to her chest. The girl embarrassedly looked away and thanked the mysterious stranger. Bright stars were burning in the sky. Day had come. Clouds were floating above the financial administration building. The employees were rushing from side to side. Arcanta asked how the capture of the criminal was progressing. His assistant explained that they still did not have enough information. The chancellor opened the door and said that in this case they would have to use the knights. The man saw a notebook on the table. There were bookmarks between some of the pages. The civil servant picked up the notebook and opened it. On its pages was a list of corrupt aristocrats. The protagonist was walking down the street. People had gathered at the entrance to the financial department. Dan smiled contentedly, imagining Arcanta scolding his employees. The boy thought that they had a hard time because of him, so he needed to make amends. The Chancellor frowned menacingly. The boy decided that from now on they would have more worries, but their careers would skyrocket. The student looked away. He ran towards the city and hoped that the man liked his gift. White clouds floated over the snowy mountains. The whole earth was covered in snow. A girl in a white dress walked forward. She was holding the same snow-white umbrella. The boy ran up to her from behind and called out to her. Julia asked him not to run so fast, and Alfonso immediately fell. The girl approached him and reminded him that she had asked him to be careful. The boy said that he had asked her to wait. The sorceress called him incorrigible and summoned a cloud of energy in her hand. The child put his hand to his nose. He rose to one knee and thanked his sister. The sun's rays sparkled on the snow. The girl asked how her brother was going to become a knight. The boy clenched his fist and said that he would go to the island, become a knight, and fight the forces of evil like Vladdy. Julia went ahead and doubted that he would be able to leave his native lands, judging by the way he fell on level ground. Suddenly the ground in front of them shook. The boy asked what that sound was. A block of ice appeared behind him. The ice turned into a huge golem. The girl looked back when her brother called out to her. She opened her mouth in fear. There were several snow monsters behind her. The monsters came very close to her. The sorceress looked away. The people in the village saw that an explosion had gone off in the mountains. They gathered in the snowy square. The old man looked ahead silently. He squinted suspiciously. The man standing next to him suggested that something had started. The man smiled and asked if his comrade was not worried about the children. The elder asked if there was a need for it. The villager looked up and said that Alfonso was too obsessed with Vladdy. The young man shuddered in surprise. The old man looked up at the sky and explained that the problem was that these were not ordinary children, but his grandchildren. The boy ran ahead. Julia flew ahead. Her brother asked her to wait. The girl looked back and said that at this speed they would not reach the island soon. The boy suggested that she also walk. The girl reminded that her brother could also fly. The knight shouted that he still couldn't use this magic. Smoke rose behind him. Ice blocks lay on the snow. Golems were broken into many pieces. The elder raised his eyebrows and said that these were children of the Janabi tribe. The city was decorated with colorful flags. Confetti was flying in the air. People were walking along the festive street. Nearby there was a night school. There were many children there who were doing their own thing. Young students were walking forward. Among them were the main character and his new comrade. Dan smiled and said that there were many people here. Reese explained that the entrance exam to the night school is one of the 4 main holidays of the empire. The young man raised his eyebrows and said that the Magic Academy was also nearby, and since the exams are public, anyone can take a test for their level of magic or swordsmanship. There were many prospective students on the street. The boy asked where Ellis was. The knight replied that she needed to prepare something for the exam. The swordsman ran forward when he saw the Black Buffalo Knights ahead. The boy smiled sheepishly when his friend was delighted with his decision to go to the island. The student looked away and thought that today was the day of the exam. White clouds were floating in the sky above the palace. The protagonist came here to support his comrade, but he also had his own personal reason for being here. Reese snapped his fingers and said that his sister was also taking the exam to enter the Magic Academy. Putting his palms together, the young man explained that their exams would be held at the same time and asked his friend to come and support his sister in his place. Ellis looked away with displeasure. Dan was surprised that she owned magic and that his comrade asked him to support her, despite the fact that they did not have the warmest relationship. The boy looked after his running friend and realized that he could not refuse him. There was a joyful smile on his face. The guy raised his eyebrows and thought that he was going crazy because of his own exam. The sun was shining on the city. The student decided that it would not hurt to take a day off. The protagonist heard someone's displeased exclamation and looked around. A crowd gathered to watch the conflict. Someone asked why the man was using an umbrella if there were no clouds in the sky. Dan approached the scene to find out what was going on. A local resident was unhappy that he broke a bone because of a stranger. A child with an umbrella in his hands apologized and explained that he simply did not notice him. The man swung his fist and said that it was his turn to break the offender's bones. Reese approached him and asked him to stop. The young man frowned menacingly. The villain asked who he was. The guard shuddered in surprise when the guy approached him. The knight saw a cut on his arm and asked if it was really worth fighting over a scratch. The local opened his mouth wide and asked if he really wanted to die. A tall man came out of the crowd and asked what was going on. The inspector gritted his teeth in displeasure. He looked at the swordsmen and promised to take revenge on them. The man frowned and threatened to raze them to the ground the next time they met. Reese watched him go and asked him to repeat his words. The young man turned around when he heard the gratitude addressed to him. Alfonso smiled and called him his savior. The knight looked at him and asked if everything was okay with him. The boy replied that everything was fine. The protagonist stood in the crowd and silently watched them. The domes of the palace glittered in the sun. The future students of the academy gathered in the room. and the roll call began. Alice raised her eyebrows and confirmed her presence when the inspector called her name. A woman with a sheet of paper in her hands called out to Julia. The guys stared at her. Silence fell in the room. The academy employee looked up and repeated the candidate's name. The girl burst into the hall at the last moment and confirmed her presence. The out-of-breath girl narrowed her eyes and shouted that she had arrived to take the exam. People cast a distrustful glance at her. Alice pursed her lips in displeasure. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. The city's residents gathered in the stands of the giant stadium. The heroes were also sitting on a bench. The main character asked why they had come here. Reese explained that there was still time before his turn. The young man smiled and explained that he was interested in seeing how exactly the exam was going. Dan looked away when the host announced that the entrance exam to the night school was starting right now. A man with a white umbrella entered the arena. A voice asked the audience to remain calm and quiet. The guys widened their eyes in shock. It turned out that Alfonso was standing in the arena. The boy looked back when the villain called out to him. His mouth dropped open in horror when the boy expressed surprise at who he would have to fight. The boy burst into tears and begged for mercy. The host approached them and asked if they knew each other. The inspector said that was impossible. The knight smirked and said that his opponent looked like the one he promised to kill. The swordsman folded his umbrella when the man asked him to do so because the exam was about to begin. The man in the suit pointed at the villain and explained that the candidate would have to fight a current student of the academy. Alfonso frowned in fear when the host explained that regardless of the outcome of the fight, the commission would only evaluate his sword skills. The man raised his hand and announced the start of the duel. The boy ran his hand along the blade of the sword and reminded him that he had promised to kill his opponent. He swung the blade and declared that today was his last day in his life. The boy burst into tears and screamed in fear. The people sitting in the stands heard a loud crash. The hero's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist and his comrade raised their eyebrows in surprise. The knight opened his mouth in fear and looked down. The villain was sitting on the ground in front of his opponent. The boy turned pale with horror. A deep crack appeared between the opponents from the sword strike. Astonished, Reese looked at the arena and asked what just happened. Dan frowned tensely. The sun's rays illuminated the Magic Academy. The entrance exam was about to begin. Holding a piece of paper in her hands, the woman said that she would call 10 people according to the list. Julia approached Ellis and called out to her. The girl raised her hand and asked to tell her how exactly the exam would be held. Turning around, the girl doubted her readiness for the exam and said that the teacher would test 2 magical abilities, the ability to fly and offensive magic. The magician rose into the air when his ally used a spell. The sorceress raised her eyebrows and understood what was waiting for her. Ellis tensely put her hand to her chest. The protagonist and his friend watched the events in the arena with surprise. Dan's eyes widened and he thought. Alfonso stood in front of a huge crack in the ground. He had a calm expression on his face. His opponent's mouth opened in fear. The boy approached him and asked if he was okay. The young man grabbed the sword and ordered him not to approach him. The boy frowned sadly and asked what was going on. Suddenly, his boot got stuck in a crack. The swordsman fell to the ground. The villain looked at him in confusion. The child grabbed his head and screamed. He pointed to his forehead and asked if he needed medical attention because he was bleeding. The knight's eyes widened in shock, and Alfonso said that he shouldn't stay in the sun for too long. Reese, sitting on the stands, asked if the duel would end there. The protagonist looked down and thought that this man certainly had skills, but he didn't know how to use them. The candidate began to cry again. The boy frowned and wondered what would happen if he learned to wield a sword properly. The heroes looked up when the host announced that the next stage of the exam would begin in 10 minutes and asked all the candidates to gather in the square. Rising to his feet, the young man said that he had to go and hoped that his comrade would take care of his sister. The sun was shining brightly over the Magic Academy. The exam participants rose into the air with the help of magic. Some of them looked very scared. The girl with the staff fell to the ground. The woman frowned and said that these guys were no good at all. Ellis watched her from the side. The teacher asked to gather the next 10 candidates. The girl frowned tensely. The protagonist, sitting behind her, realized that her turn had not yet come. The sorceress looked back and asked what he was doing here. Dan was surprised that his brother did not tell her that he would send him here. The girl blushed with embarrassment and said that he should not have done that. She flinched when the boy asked her not to focus too much on the aids, to relax her body and feel the flow of magic. Ellis turned around and asked what they were talking about. The guy suggested that this information from the magic book would help her. The student smiled and wished his friend good luck. The girl turned away, not understanding what he was talking about. The academy student asked her to get ready. The sorceress stood in a row with the other candidates. She looked down when the protagonist decided to encourage her. The teacher approached the 4th group and announced the start of the exam. The woman looked up and explained that they had to demonstrate their ability to fly and hit the target with attack magic. The guys were holding staffs in their hands. The examiner asked them to start when ready. Ellis determinedly knitted her eyebrows. Her cheeks turned red. In the memory, the protagonist smiled and gave her advice. The girl smiled. Light particles appeared around her. A blue aura enveloped her body. Smoke rose around her. Her feet came off the floor. The girl flew into the air while the other candidates were still standing on the platform. The sorceress smiled and realized that she had succeeded. She spread her arms and thought that it was quite simple. Ellis saw the targets in front of her and decided to move on to the next stage. A fireball appeared in her hand. The girl frowned and began to control the flow of magic. Fiery energy concentrated in her hand. The girl tensely clenched her teeth. The fiery arrow flew forward. The iron target sparkled with bright sparks. The fiery projectile hit the target right on target. The sorceress smiled widely and shouted that she had managed to hit the target. Suddenly, snowflakes appeared to the side of her. Julia summoned a snow whirlwind in front of her. The girl squinted and used the Ice Queen's crystals. She raised her hands and sent ice spears forward. Ice crystals appeared around the target. Ellis saw a blizzard in front of her and was extremely surprised. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The mage looked back when the teacher asked her to stop, explaining that there was no barrier here. Julia turned to her and asked if she had managed to pass the exam. The woman confirmed it. The protagonist watched them from the stands. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that this man used the exact amount of magic power without a single mistake. The girl smiled happily. Dan was surprised that there were people with such incredible skills here. Alfonso came up to him from behind. The boy heard his voice and turned around. The guy leaned on the umbrella and said that this was his sister. The student's mouth opened in surprise. A red flag was waving above the arena. The man knocked Reese down. His whole body was shaking. The arena. Reese was lying on the ground. He was shaking and groaning. The opponent was hanging over him. Malk frowned and asked the guy's name. He turned around and said that he better go home. He said that with such skills the guy will not be able to pass. Reese suddenly stood up. Malk turned around. The guy asked him to stop. He pointed his sword at him and said that he can still fight. Malk looked at the guy silently. He stupidly opened his mouth and said, "And true." Reese had already attacked. The opponent said that knights never give up so easily. The man dodged the blow. Reese attacked again. Malk frowned and said that this was excellent speed. The guy was breathing heavily. Malk hit him in the face and said that he had too many unnecessary movements. Reese fell to the ground. His face was distorted with pain. Malk raised his sword to strike. The blade rushed down. Reese made a dash. The man flinched. Reese made a counterattack. The man bent down and broke the distance. He looked at the guy and said that he, instead of defending himself, was attacking. He smiled and said that in a real fight the guy could easily be killed. Reese looked hard at his opponent and ran with a scream to attack. Malk blocked the sword attack. The guy clenched his teeth. Malk frowned. A series of blows began. The man fought back, frowning intently looking at the boy. Out of anger, he dealt him a strong blow. Reese pressed the sword to himself in pain and groaned. Malk looked at the guy and asked where was that self-confident boy who was at the very beginning. He twisted his mouth and asked him to calm down and trust his skills. Reese looked at the enemy. He narrowed his eyes, thinking over the words. He screamed and attacked again. Malk managed to block the side blow. He looked at the blade of the sword and said that this attack. Reese was able to push through and knock the brute off his feet. The man staggered and flinched. Reese dealt a sharp horizontal blow. Blood splashed. Reese froze with the sword in his outstretched hand. He looked forward in surprise. Malk looked at him in amazement. He lowered his eyes. The guy asked if he was okay. Malk hit Reese with his forehead. The guy fell to the ground. He looked at the pointed blade. The big guy looked at him sullenly. He said that apparently he was not going to give up. Reese looked tensely at the tip of the sword. His eyes closed. Malk silently looked at the guy who said he was giving up. Reese flinched. Malk asked what was wrong with his face. The big guy put the sword back in its sheath and asked if he really thought he could defeat a professional knight. Reese said that he did not. The man glanced at him. He walked forward and asked not to worry, because if you are talented, you will always be welcome. Reese looked questioningly at the man's back. Ellis ran up to him. The guy looked at his sister and asked if her exam was already over. He asked how it went. The girl replied that she passed everything. This is what you would expect from his little sister. Dan happily looked at his friends. The brother told his sister that everything was fine and he was fine. Julia and Alfonso approached the fighters. The guys hugged Reese and led him out of the arena. They asked if these people really helped him. Reese assumed that they were good guys. Julia looked ahead and chuckled. She was silent. They looked at the arena from the side. Alfonso asked if it was true. Home. The heroes looked ahead in surprise. The white-haired one stood in front of them. They stood by the stairs. The hero noticed that they were also taking the exam. They looked at the couple in surprise. The girl said that they were pleased to meet them. The brother and sister smiled and introduced themselves. Jirio looked ahead. The couple said that from today they would all live here. The couple looked at the heroes and introduced themselves again. Everyone looked at each other and said that they were pleased to meet them. Reese nodded shyly. Alfonso looked at him. Reese remembered with fear what power he had. Julia looked away. Ellis remembered how the girl could cast spells. Reese and Ellis looked at the tribe members with embarrassment and said that they were also glad to meet them. Mrs. Ursula and another mage entered the room. The man said that his nephews were in the capital for the first time. Ellis looked at the sorcerer in shock. He said that he decided to settle them in a place he trusted. The woman said that the man did not have to worry about anything. Besides, it coincided that other students settled there. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. William Fendria stood in front of her. Reese looked at his sister and asked if she knew him. The girl said that as a mage, it was a shame not to know this person. The man smiled, and the sister said that he came from the Janabi tribe, in which excellent magical abilities are passed down from generation to generation. She said that William Fendria is a general who is close to the emperor and has incredible abilities. Alfonso looked at the boy and asked if they were talking about their uncle now. Ellis extended her hand forward and asked to name him, as he had just called the general. Alfonso smiled and repeated the word uncle. Reese and Ellis froze in shock and got excited. Granville Village, some motel. Someone put a coin on the table and said that they needed rooms. The owner looked at the girl in shock. The stranger in the hood looked at him. He said that he did not have change for the platinum coin. The girl took off her hood. Riza looked at the owner and asked what kind of nonsense was this. Let him just give them stupid rooms. The boy approached the girl and called her for a minute. Night Village. The Trinity walked down the street. The lady said that she wanted to rent a room and take a bath because she had not managed to wash even once during all this time. Mac looked at her and reminded her that their diplomat master had a place to visit first. The boy looked at them in shock and said that there was no need to address them that way. Lancelot smiled sheepishly and said that they could just call him by his first name. Mac looked at him and asked how he could disrespect the man who agreed to accompany them. The boy said that in any case, the money they had could not be used in this village. Riza looked forward angrily and said that platinum coins were too valuable. She frowned and asked what they should do then. The three were being followed. A man was peeking around the corner. A house, artifacts and weapons, trophies and ingredients. The merchant Johanna looked at the three happily. He said that they usually made deals at the end of the month. What could have brought them here today? Mac showed the drawing and asked if by any chance they had seen this child. The man looked thoughtfully at the portrait. He held Dan's drawing in his hands. He said that he saw this face for the first time. He returned the drawing and said that if it was necessary, he would ask his people to look for it. Mac said that it was not worth doing. Lancelot put the coins on the table. He said that they needed money now. The merchant looked at the platinum coins in fascination. The boy asked if he could change some coins. Johanna sniffed. He looked at the boy and said that at the moment they did not have the opportunity to change 5 platinum coins. The boy asked if it was possible to have at least one. Johanna looked at him and said that even with this he could not help him. Lancelot shuddered. The man smiled slyly and said that he had an idea. He pointed to the door. He showed the goods and asked to look around. He pointed to various jewelry and weapons that had been brought from all over the country. The heroes stood next to each other. The merchant said that if anyone liked something, then let them say. He thinks he can help them with money if they buy a couple of things. Raisha happily looked ahead and asked what about the cane. Johanna turned and said that he would show them a better example, but the diplomat said that it was not worth it. Raisha looked at the gentleman in confusion and said that they needed money. The boy leaned towards her and said that they should leave here. Night. The trio went outside. The sorceress asked what was the matter. The boy said that they did not need the cane, so what was the point of taking it? The girl looked at him and answered to get money that they could use. The diplomat nervously looked at his companions and said that he was sure that the merchant had the ability to change platinum coins, and he was deliberately trying to sell them his goods. Mac angrily walked back, intending to kill that idiot. But the gentleman said that the county of Drubal are the only people their village cooperates with. The man turned around. The boy said that he would report this incident to Lady Hestia. The three went forward. The warrior said that in this world no one can be trusted. The girl asked when she would be able to take a bath. The guy accidentally pushed Riza and went forward. Mac asked what was going on. The guy ran forward, holding a bag in his hands. He poured 5 platinum coins into his hand. He smiled happily. A smile spread across his face. He mentally told his mother that now he can become a good son, because now he is rich. He was asked if stealing makes him a good son. The thief turned around. The witch and the warrior surrounded him. The guy took out a knife and said not to approach him, otherwise he will kill them. Mac was behind him. While the guy was trying to tell who he was known for in these parts, the warrior said that they did not have time to talk. He pressed the guy to the road and asked how he dared to steal someone else's money. Was he tired of living? Mac stood up proudly. He said that in this village you constantly run into trouble. A piece of paper fell out of his bag. The thief looked at the unfolded drawing. Dak was smiling from the drawing. The guy said that this was a boy. The diplomat showed the drawing and asked if the guy saw a hero. The guy looked at the drawing and said that this was the boy from whom he took the platinum coin. Riza and Lancelot were surprised. The girl smiled nervously and asked again. The day had come. The entrance exam for the civil service. The students were sitting at their desks. Dan was taking notes. He was focused on the sheet of paper. The next day had come. The students had gathered near the announcement. Dan stood in the middle of the crowd. He was silently looking ahead. On the wall hung the results of joining the civil service. The hero's name was shown on the wall. The guy smiled contentedly. Night had come. The hero was congratulated on successfully passing the exam. Friends happily looked at the hero and congratulated him. Dak, all in confetti, smiled. Friends said that they all achieved everything they wanted and now it was time to celebrate. Mrs. Ursula smiled. She thought that the guys would want to have a party, so she prepared everything. She asked to quickly pass and she was told that she was the best. Julia looked displeasedly at her brother who was overeating and told him to observe manners. Ursula put her hand on her chest and said that everything was fine and the guys could eat to their heart's content. Everyone wished each other bon appetit. Alice looked ahead. She assumed that Alfonso had already gotten used to the environment. Her brother said that it was good. Reese looked at the hero and asked if he would have to move to the dorm. Dan said yes and noted that the housing would be cheaper this way. Alice mannerly brought a piece of meat to her mouth. She said that this was the right decision. If the hero stayed here, he would be bothered by her annoying brother. Julia smiled and said that they had just become friends, and the hero was already moving out. She said that it was a great pity. The hero smiled and asked not to be upset, because his school was very close, so he would sometimes drop in to see them. Reese looked at the white-haired girl. He did not think that they had time to become close. Julia noted that she and the hero were the same age. She looked at Dan and said that this was exactly why they decided to become friends, right? Ellis angrily looked at the hero and asked why he had not become friends with her so quickly. Didn't he know that they were the same age too? Dan looked at her embarrassedly and said that he would be glad if they became friends too. The girl looked at him angrily and asked why he was talking to her so formally. Reese told his sister that raising your voice at the table is not appropriate. Dan smiled. The brother and sister began to bicker. Drops of excitement flowed down his face. He noted that this place was not right for him. Night was outside the window. The hero thought that he wanted to quickly move into the dorm. The guy looked ahead and said that there were no more places. Dan looked at him in shock and repeated the question. He hung over the counter. The guy said that the hero could try to enroll in the next semester. The guy asked, "Aren't all students accommodated in the dorm?" The employee looked up and said that everything was correct, but this time for some reason there were no free rooms left. Dan looked down resignedly. The guy asked him to leave his contacts and if a place appeared, they would definitely let you know. Dan was silent. A new day had come. Clouds floated across the sky. The man walked forward. Two unknown people in masks looked at the city from the slope. The bull turned to the lion and asked if it wasn't too dangerous. The lion chuckled and said maybe it was. The bull suddenly looked ahead. The lion asked what problems could arise if the bull tried to take over everything. The stranger gave him a cold look. The lion looked at him. The bull said that taking over everything was too greedy. The interlocutor looked at the city and said that they should just watch and not cross the line. The long-haired man looked at the bull and asked if he wasn't the one who wanted the empire to collapse the most. The man looked at him and said that the empire was the most powerful thing on the entire planet. The lion closed his eyes. He walked away and said that he didn't want to make an enemy of him. He gave him an angry look and said that this is what would happen if he tried to interfere with his plans. The bull looked at him silently. The blonde man left the slope with a huge leap. The stranger looked ahead tiredly. He looked at the city and said that he would not disturb it, but also wait for permission to act. Sky, temple, a voice said that they were starting the introductory lesson. Audience, the teacher asked the students to take their seats. Dan sat down in his seat. He looked ahead gloomily. In the end, he was unable to move into the dorm. Besides, he abandoned the idea of finding a new place to live. Ursula smiled tenderly and said that the hero could stay with them until a place in the dorm became available. Reese looked happily at the hero and asked, wouldn't it be great to live with them? If Dan decided to leave the apartment that they decided to provide him for an indefinite period, it would look strange. The hero looked ahead angrily and mentally asked himself, how can he live in the Chancellor's house, remaining unnoticed? He turned around. They greeted him. A mustachioed man approached the hero and asked if he could sit next to him. Dan shuddered and said of course. The big guy thanked him. He smiled. The guy noted that the man looked quite mature. He decided that he had decided to join the service only now. The man looked at the hero and asked if he could find out his age. Dan smiled. He said that he was 16 years old and the man could address him informally. The big guy looked at him and said that he was glad that he managed to meet someone close in age. He smiled and said that although he was old enough to be the hero's brother, he could also talk to him informally. Dan mentally said that he was old enough to be his uncle. The peer decided to introduce himself. Dan looked at the audience. The peer introduced himself as Flam Dainter. The hero introduced himself in return. Flam looked at the hero and said that fate itself brought them together. He asked how about having lunch together. The temple. The peer said that he was treating, but Dan said that was unnecessary. The guy said that now they agreed to have lunch together after class. Evening came. The students were leaving class. The girl walked ahead. She looked at the temple, the magic pendant. It began to release energy. The girl looked at it. The examiners stood aside. The girl silently adjusted her glasses. The girl was breathing heavily. Aria von Holstein looked at the jury. They said that the girl had passed. The building. The servants were dressing the princess. She said that these clothes were uncomfortable and it was not her style. She looked sadly ahead and asked if she had to wear this. The woman said that a ball in honor of the princess's birthday would be held very soon. She smiled and said that the main character of this event should look very beautiful. There was a knock on the door. Behind the door, General William asked if he could come in. The servants turned around and said that they were currently trying on clothes, but the princess allowed him to come in. William went inside. The servant asked how a man could enter the princess's room. The general smiled and greeted Her Highness. He said that he was a little late, but congratulated her on entering the Magic Academy. Aurelia bowed and said that it was all thanks to them, because if it weren't for the general, she would have had to prepare for the engagement. The man came closer and said that he simply did what Her Highness wished. Didn't she pass the exam on her own? Aurelia said that the general had taught her magic since she was a child. He smiled. They asked him what business he had come for. He replied that the matter was that His Majesty was very worried about her. The general looked at the princess and said that it would be better if she attended the academy under a different name. Aurelia looked at him and asked if the other kids would feel uncomfortable knowing that she was a princess. The man raised his hand and said that because of her status, her life at the academy might be complicated. He smiled and said that there was one more nuance. Aurelia looked questioningly at the teacher. She was called now. The princess turned around. Julia smiled and said that from today she would be accompanying her. She put her hand on her chest and introduced herself. The princess looked thoughtfully at the girl. She smiled at her. Julia looked at the princess in surprise. She asked to call her by a fictitious name. She extended her hand and hoped that they would become friends. Aurelia bowed her head and called her escort by name. Julia smiled back. Sky, the girl said yes, Your Highness, but Aurelia immediately corrected her. Academy. The lecturer was conducting a class. Dan looked ahead attentively. The semester will last from August to October. The lecturer looked at the audience. Dan mentally said that in other words, for 4 months the students must attend classes and pass an exam. After practicing in December as an intern, the students will finally be accepted into service. The lecturer collected the papers and said see you next time. Flam looked at the hero and asked what subjects he had chosen besides the 5 required ones. The hero smiled and said that he had chosen the language of the Republic and adventure research. The peer smiled and said that he had also thought about signing up for this class. He pointed to the side and suggested that they talk on the way. The hero asked again. The bald man looked at him and asked if he hadn't been preparing for the next lesson. Dan answered with a questioning look. The warrior shouted at the students and ordered them to line up in 7 columns. The frightened students widened their eyes. Everyone ran. The warrior hurried everyone, asking if they had really come here to have fun. Everyone lined up. The warrior looked at everyone and said that from now on, when they came to his class, the students would have to line up like today. He asked if everyone understood and received a positive answer. Dan looked tensely at the teacher, who shouted that they would improve their physical strength here. Dan frowned. He understood that if he made the slightest mistake, he would fail. He looked at the wooden sword, realizing that this lesson could end very badly for someone, so he must control his strength. The guy examined the sword, mentally asking, how much control do you need to have? Flam screamed and hit the wooden pole. The teacher came up to him and said that he was not bad, asked if Flam was a mercenary. He said that his face looked like he had spent about 20 years on the battlefield. Dan looked at his peer in surprise. He laughed and said that he had never been a mercenary, but he thanked him for the compliment. The hero raised the sword over his head. He thought that he should try his best. He lightly hit the pole, and it sank half into the ground. Dan immediately turned to the others. Everyone was talking and admiring Flam. Dan sighed with relief. Sky, the hero thought that even if he gets the lowest score in swordsmanship, he should be careful during classes. Temple, statue of the goddess. The man in the lion mask looked at her. He did not move. He was called as Master Fernando. The disciples all gathered together as he had ordered. Fernando looked at the people. He raised his hand. He took off his mask. He said that the paladin Malab had done well. The old man looked at everyone and said the same. He gave everyone a serious look and called the people his noble warriors. After a while, the hero and his new friend were walking down the street. The big man asked if all students were not provided with a dormitory. Dan said that he thought so too. Flam looked at him and asked why the hero was not provided with housing. Dan said that he did not know what to answer. The mustachioed man smiled and said that this would not do. He asked if the hero wanted him to find out what was going on instead of him. The hero smiled and said that they promised to call him as soon as a room became available. He looked at the rooftops and said what a pity, because it would be nice if they lived together in the same dormitory. Dan just laughed nervously. He looked away. In the gateway he saw two people. They were breaking into someone else's house. Dan frowned. Flam looked at him and asked what was going on. The hero said nothing. The couple went forward. The mustachioed man offered to live with him in his room until a new one became available, to which the guy immediately shouted that everything was fine and nothing needed to be done. Temple, roof. Someone was climbing onto it. The thieves sat on the roof. They took out tools and began to pick the window lock. The staff in the bandits' hands lit up. A green light touched the green frame. With the power of the staff, the window left the frame and hung in the air. The thief nodded approvingly to each other. They entered a large empty corridor. They looked ahead and went on. They silently gave each other signals. A magical barrier awaited them ahead. The guy said that it would take some time to overcome it. Red symbols hovered in the air. The partner asked his friend to finish quickly. Doors. They creaked open. The thieves went into the office. In front of them stood a stand with a golden statue of a goddess. Magic stars were flying around it. The guy looked at the statue with a frown and asked if it was really that valuable. His friend answered naturally. He asked if he could imagine how much it would fetch. The guy smiled and said that despite the fact that the temple's authority had suffered because it had failed to cope with the devil's invasion 120 years ago, the temple remained a temple and the artifacts stored in it would always be valuable. Someone appeared behind the thieves. The guy said that he still did not understand why it was necessary to cast magic on such a simple thing. His partner asked how long it would take to remove the barrier. The disguised hero approached them and asked if they were really trying to steal something. The bandits turned around in fear. The hero suddenly found himself in front of the statuette. He said that this thing looked expensive. The guys looked at each other nervously. The statuette was covered in energy. The hero looked at it in surprise and said that the magic came from the statuette. He reached out his hand to it. The protective barrier worked immediately. Dan calmly took the statuette in his hands and said that he saw something like this for the first time. The bandit attacked the hero, asking what was going on. Dan immediately turned around, and with a slight movement of his hand, he threw the guy back. He broke through the wall with his body. His partner screamed in shock. He ran away from the office. Dan appeared behind him and said that since the guy wanted to commit a crime, he must be punished. A scream was heard under the ceiling. Fernando turned around suspiciously. His subordinates approached him and said that, as ordered, they destroyed every single one of the 300 pagans who were plotting against him in the shadows. The master turned around and demanded to find out where the Big Mommy's headquarters were. The servant replied that they managed to determine the location of the main bases in the northeastern part of the country. The guy bowed his head and said that he was talking about a small village called Granville. They were waiting for confirmation about the rest of the branches in the near future. Fernando smiled contentedly and said that they would finally be able to get to the Imperial Rats. There was an explosion behind him while the gentleman was saying that they should do it as soon as possible. He looked back. Stones were falling down with a roar. A silhouette appeared in the dust. The hero stood on the thief. He said that now he understands that it would have been better for him to give up at the very beginning. He said that the guy made so much noise for nothing. Dan looked forward. Fernando's retinue looked at him. The hero showed the statuette and said that he did not try to steal it. Fernando flinched. The guy looked at the statue of the golden goddess in surprise as the old man shouted. He pointed his finger at the hero and ordered to seize him immediately. Dan flinched and asked him to stand still. He dodged the sword strike. The sorcerers began to cast a fireball. Dan ran forward. An explosion was heard behind him. He smiled and nervously said that it would not be possible to just talk now. The stranger teleported in front of the retinue. The masks looked at the ceiling and everyone began to ask where he went. The room was empty. People were asking how the hero could disappear so suddenly. The window. The old man demanded to find the hero immediately. The tower in the distance. Dan began to appear. He looked down and said that he just wanted to do a good deed. He turned around. Fernando with a staff was standing behind him. He waved it and asked if the hero really thought that he would be able to escape from here. Purple magic rushed at the hero. The master said to pay with his life for what you did. Dan smiled nervously and said that this time curiosity played a cruel joke on him. An explosion was heard on the tower. The sorcerer's staff began to glow. He turned to God and asked to punish all the wicked creatures who insulted him. Dan began to dodge the explosions. The magician used divine punishment. Dan turned around and screamed that the old man had misunderstood everything. Electricity hit him in the face. An explosion was heard on the roof. The wind blew the smoke off the roof. Fernando calmly looked forward. The cone of the tower was destroyed. The old man looked down nervously, cursing at the boy. His eyes widened. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The servants went up to the roof and began to worry. The master turned around abruptly and asked, "Can't they see that the brat escaped?" The retinue looked at the master. One of them said that he had been using magic for too long. They asked him to conserve his holy mana. Fernando clenched his teeth angrily. The window slammed shut. Dan walked around the room and said that he didn't want to enter this temple for this. He took off his mask. He took out a statue of a goddess. The next day at the Civil Servant Training Center, Dan sat tiredly at his desk. He looked ahead, wondering what kind of statue it was. He remembered how he tried to hide it in space, but he couldn't push it there. He put it on the shelf. First of all, he painted it so that it looked like an ordinary decorative item. The guy decided that when the situation calmed down, he would return it to its place. Flam approached the hero and asked if he had heard the news. The peer looked at the hero and said that he was talking about the ball in honor of the princess's celebration will be held at the Magic Academy. Dan looked listlessly at his friend. He asked if the hero had a suitable costume. The guy nervously raised his hand and said that he did not even plan to go. The big guy asked if the hero had not seen the announcement. Flam looked at him and said that all students of the night school, the Magic Academy, and they must attend the ball without fail. Dan smiled nervously and asked again. Magic Academy. Nilphia walked through the corridor. She looked ahead thoughtfully. She looked from under her brows, remembering how she was approached with a request. Mother sat opposite the girl. She said that next year her informant, a student at the school, will finish his studies, so she would like the girl to replace him. Nilphia looked at the woman in surprise and said that the work of an informant is not suitable for her. Her mother noted that she had just turned 16. She smiled and told her to just agree. The girl lowered her eyes. Her mother said that with her skills it would not be difficult to enter the academy, and with a fake ID there would be no problems. Now Nilphia sat down at the table. She looked in the direction of the sound. She was asked if they could sit next to each other. Julia and Aurelia were looking at her. Julia looked at the white-haired girl and said that she did not see her when she entered. Nilphia said that she was a little late for the exam. Ellis approached the girls and said that Julia was early today. The princess looked at the escort and asked who it was. She answered that they lived with this girl in the same boarding house. She introduced her. Aurelia frowned at the blonde, who repeated her friend's name. Ellis stood opposite her. The princess introduced herself with a fake name. Nilphia looked at them from behind the table. She frowned. Julia was talking to Ellis. She looked like a person from the Janabi tribe. The girl thought that this tribe had incredible magical abilities. What was the point of her studying at the academy? Julia was smiling. Nilphia frowned and remembered that according to Big Mama's sources, Princess Aurelia had now entered a magic school. The princess stood in front of the girls. Nilphia thought that she should have been assigned an escort, who was General William's niece. The white-haired girl silently looked at them. Aurelia laughed. The girl assumed that she was the princess. The girl approached her. She looked down at the white-haired girl and said that since it was her first day at the academy, she must be uncomfortable. She put her hand on her chest and asked if the stranger would like to eat with them at the parfait after class. Nilphia shuddered. She looked down in embarrassment. Night had fallen. Fernando stood by the statue and asked how this could happen. The masked men did not move. The old man said that it happened before an important event. He asked what the people were doing while that boy ran away with their treasure. The man approached the cardinal and asked him to calm down, but the old man only became indignant. Fernando looked angrily at Malib and asked if he understood what the golden statue meant to them. The gentleman shuddered. Malib said that this thing was already in the past. Malib looked at the man. He said that they were following him to create a bright future. His eyes sparkled. He asked if it was worth dwelling on the past instead of focusing on the present. Fernando looked at him silently. He turned and said that he was right. He asked if they had decided where to start. Malib bowed his head and said that they would start with the Magic Academy, which was located in the capital. The ball dedicated to the celebration of Princess Aurelia's birthday began. Students were walking between the shops. Nilphia entered the flow. She walked through the crowd in a beautiful dress. Her eyes looked coldly ahead. She remembered how she had dinner after classes and noted that a week had passed since she was sent to the magic school as an informant. Having come here, she managed to learn a lot. Julia and Ellis were chatting cheerfully. As the girl assumed, Julia was the general's niece, so the probability that Aria was the princess was extremely high. Nilphia angrily lowered her gaze. She understood that she would be able to see this for herself at the ball. Ellis caught up with the girl from behind and said that she was early. Nilphia turned around. The girl reminded that she said that she was not interested in such things. But judging by her outfit, everything was quite the opposite. The informant said that she was just at the ball for the first time. Ellis turned around. She was asked if this was really her friend. Reese and Alfonso were standing opposite. The guy smiled and the boys introduced themselves. Ellis stood next to them and introduced Alfonso as Julia's twin brother. Nilphia also introduced herself and noted that the guy was also from the Janabi tribe. The sister looked around and asked Reese where Dan had disappeared to. Her brother said that he had gone to the toilet. A running hero appeared in the crowd. Ellis looked at him and asked why his clothes looked so expensive. The guy said that Ursula had lent them to him. Dan stood next to her and said that his aunt said that this is what is usually worn to a ball. Dan looked away in surprise. Milphia stood to the side. She smiled slightly at the hero. The guy looked at her questioningly. The princess was being decorated in front of a mirror. The maid said that the princess was very beautiful. Aurelia looked in the mirror with embarrassment. The girl asked if she liked it. The princess turned around. She was congratulated on her birthday. The general and his niece were standing nearby. Aurelia looked at them and asked to wait a little longer until they finished. William asked not to pay attention to them. They just dropped in to say hello. An expensive candle chandelier. The general said that today he was heading the security of Her Highness. Julia began to examine the girl. She said that she was very beautiful, that she was even envious. William put his hand on his belt. Aurelia asked not to embarrass her. The niece smiled and said that she was telling the truth. The general bowed his head and sighed. He turned around and asked his niece to take care of the princess. Aurelia looked at the white-haired girl and offered to do her a beautiful makeup. She asked not to worry because the aunt's skills are simply incredible. The chandelier. Julia asked if she really could do it. The princess said of course and asked to sit down at the chair quickly. The fountain. The smartly dressed gentleman calmly walked around the yard. The heroes gathered on one of the balconies. Everyone was looking down. Reese said that the ball had not yet begun, but so many people had already gathered there. His sister said that it was Her Highness's birthday. Reese turned around. Alfonso said that the most important thing is a large amount of food. The boy noted that he was in his repertoire. Dan looked away boredly. Milphia stood stately to the side. She silently looked into the yard. The hero thought that he had seen her somewhere before. Flam appeared behind the hero and said that he had arrived too early. Dan and Reese turned around. The hero sheepishly greeted them and said that Flam was also studying to be a civil servant. Everyone turned to the old man. Reese greeted them and said that he lived with Dan in the same boarding house. He introduced himself and the big guy did the same. Alfonso and the others also introduced themselves. Flam looked at the blonde man and said that he was pleased to meet him. He said that he was pleased to have so many friends. Ellis looked at the mustachioed man and asked how old he was. He replied that he was not much older than Dan. The girl and the boy widened their eyes. Their peer laughed and said that they could throw away all formalities. Someone approached the crowd and said that they were all here. Julia lowered her hands and smiled, showing her makeup. Ellis stepped forward and asked if her sister was really wearing makeup. She was told that makeup did not suit her at all. Dan approached the girl from behind and said that Julia was very beautiful. The hero smiled and said that it suited her very well. Julia smiled shyly and asked if it was true. The princess approached Julia and addressed her. Everyone looked at Her Highness in surprise. She asked if Julia would like to introduce her to her friends. Aurelia fixed her hair and greeted everyone and introduced herself as Aria. She looked at everyone and said that it was nice to meet her. Everyone silently looked at the princess. Dan opened his mouth in surprise. The castle. William walked through the empty courtyard. He looked gloomily to the side. Directly in front of him stood a small warehouse. The door opened. The general blocked the light. Someone was sitting in the darkness of the warehouse. He was eating something menacingly. The general looked at him and said that since he had come, he had to greet Aurelia. William looked ahead sullenly and asked what he was doing here. Vladdy took a bite of chicken. The man jumped off the boxes and mumbled something. The blonde nervously told him to finish eating first and then talk. He pursed his lips. The man continued to speak unintelligibly. He stood next to the general. The latter asked why he was eating in the pantry, why he didn't go to the banquet hall. Vladdy said that he was tired when there were a lot of people around him. William still didn't understand how one could eat in such a place. The man threw him a piece of paper. The general looked at it and asked what it was. Vladdy reminded him that the blonde had also heard that his nephew had run away from home. He smiled and said that it was a portrait that he had drawn. He said that the general should also know what he looked like. The man walked to the exit and said that he would go say hello to Aurelia. The blonde frowned at the piece of paper, repeating to himself that it was a portrait of his nephew. There was a strange man on the sheet of paper. The general asked if the man had really drawn it with his foot. Julia and Aurelia stood opposite each other. Dan opened his mouth again in surprise. He remembered how he had saved the princess. He looked at the princess again. He looked at her uniform and noticed that she was emitting light magic. Dan looked down. He realized that it was magic that created an illusion and apparently a magic circle was embroidered on her lining. Reese looked at his friend and asked what he was thinking about. Dan said that he was thinking about nothing. He covered his mouth in fear, thinking about his voice. Aurelia looked at him. The hero knew that she had not heard his voice. Julia looked at the princess. She recognized Dan and the hero. The guy looked at her and asked how she knew him. She said that Julia and Ellis had told him a lot about him. She smiled and offered to be friends. Dan smiled nervously and said okay. Temple. Fernando gathered his entourage in front of the stage. He put on a mask and asked if everyone was ready for the great event. They said yes. Leo looked at Malib and asked who their target was. He bowed his head and said the third princess. He said they had to kidnap her. Fernando turned around and asked what the benefits of achieving the goal were. The man with the bangs looked at him and said that they would have the opportunity to cut the emperor's throat and rule everyone in the palace. The old man nodded and said the truth. He said that this was a chance that would never come again. Leo turned his back to the crowd and told everyone to go. He said that it was time for God to descend upon all the wicked and unbelieving creatures. The ball. People gathered in a large hall with tables. The heroes crowded together in a separate crowd. Dan stood sullenly to the side. A drop of excitement was running down his face. He turned around abruptly and walked away through the corridors. The guy looked ahead. He couldn't believe that they met Aurelia here. He remembered their meeting and noted that he used a mask, so she shouldn't recognize him. He understood that he shouldn't hang around with her, and now it's better to go home as soon as possible. The hero climbed onto the roof. He walked, looking at the yard. A portal opened behind him. Dan put on the mask. He closed his eyes. He put on this mask every time he became Lofen. It had a magic spell. The hero sat on the edge of the roof. He thought that his mask helps to complicate the search for him for a while. Dan looked back and mumbled questioningly. The man tried to chop off his head. Dan rolled over and asked, "What kind of business is this?" He clenched his teeth. The man said that he was fast. Vladdy raised his sword and said that he did the right thing by coming here. Uncle smiled menacingly and suggested that the hero try to dodge this blow. The hero jumped back. The man lowered the blade and said, "Just look at him." The guy raised his hands and asked to wait. He asked what he had done wrong to him. Vladdy smiled and said that the guy just looked very suspicious, so he decided to deal with him before he hurt anyone. Dan bowed his head. He was asked, "Is he Pisces or Libra?" Vladdy put his hands on his belt and asked who the hero is. The nephew looked at the man in confusion. He told him to answer his question better. Vladdy again drew his sword and said that he did not like to repeat himself twice. The sunset burned out. The tower, Scorpio and Taurus were standing in the shadows. Taurus looked ahead and said that he had some kind of ominous premonition. The girl turned around and asked why. The man froze and said that he did not even know himself. He frowned and said, however. He looked at the palace and said that he felt that something would happen in that academy. Scorpio looked ahead and said that Taurus had a good sense of humor. He asked what that meant. The girl turned around and said that she loved misfortune. Taurus looked at her sullenly. She said that it would be ideal if there was a misfortune full of hopelessness and despair. The Zodiac asked what she was talking about. Scorpio looked at the city and asked not to worry too much. She smiled and said that today they were here as spectators. Taurus frowned. His foot slipped on the tiles. Vladdy ran to the attack. He smiled and said that the guy better answer his question. Dan raised his hands and asked to stop. The uncle waved. The nephew trembled. He realized that his uncle was really going to kill him. The man smiled menacingly, and the hero thought about his question. His eyes widened. The guy stepped back and asked if he could ask something. He asked if Leo and Aquarius had anything to do with his question. The man noted that the guy knew everything. The nephew backed away. He said that his uncle was confusing him with someone else. The man asked what the guy was talking about. The boy was sweating. He said that he had heard that there were organizations that used the 12 signs of the zodiac in their names, but he was not a part of them. Vladdy smiled and asked if the guy really thought he would believe him. Dan raised his hands and said that he really was just a petty thief and nothing more. The man asked again. He blocked the sun, and the hero said that looking at his uniform, he was not the kind of person he should be dealing with. He was sure that his uncle was a knight of very high rank. The hero smiled nervously. Vladdy asked, "So what?" He said that he would listen to him now. The guy dropped his hands and assumed that Vladdy apparently came to the ball to ensure security here. He did not think that he should waste his time on some pickpocket. Vladdy looked at the hero with a frown. He said that his duty was to catch people who were much more dangerous than him. The man asked again. Dan smiled, and behind him there was an explosion. He said that he was talking about people who wanted to ruin the ball. The buildings nearby were smoking. Vladdy pointed at the explosions and asked if he was talking about those people. The hero nervously said yes. Dan climbed higher. He said that his uncle had some business, so he would go. Vladdy looked at the hero and called out to him. He frowned and asked where the hero was going. The nephew looked at his uncle questioningly. There were many people in the hall. Flam and Alfonso were stuffing themselves. Ellis and Julia were looking at the chocolate fountain. An empty corridor. Aurelia was sitting in a new outfit. The maid looked at her and said that His Highness needed to go out and greet the guests. Aurelia frowned. She was asked not to worry, because none of the students would recognize them since the dress had special magic. The maid shuddered. The princess said that she felt uncomfortable because of the corset. The girl stood up and said that she wanted to get some fresh air. She asked if she could go out onto the terrace for a while. The ceiling. The woman said that very soon guests would start coming up to greet them. Aurelia said that on such a special day she couldn't act like a child. The princess looked at the city. She leaned on the terrace, shining with beauty. She remembered the city at night, the unknown hero who saved her. He bit his lips. Aurelia looked at him with her mouth open. Now the wind was ruffling her hair. They were watching her from above. The girl asked what Mr. Lofen was doing now. 3 of the cardinal's retinue climbed onto the roof. They looked at her menacingly. Vladdy chased his nephew across the rooftops. Dan glanced back angrily. He ran forward, noting how difficult it was to escape from his uncle. Vladdy looked at the hero intently. He was sure that his uncle would kill him without hesitation. He had to choose the right moment. Dan jumped onto the roof and asked if he could ask the knight something. Dan looked at him and asked why the banquet hall was silent if there had been an explosion nearby. The man replied that there was probably a protective barrier around the academy, which muffled the sound of the explosion. The guy looked away. Vladdy said that that was why the people inside had not heard anything. The couple ran to the edge of the roof. The hero thought that the local guards would probably run to the site of the explosion. They would need to find out the situation in order to be able to continue the ball. The hero continued to run. The city was smoking. People were asking what was that. Vladdy turned around and asked if there was another explosion. He found himself on a small roof. Dan was flying. He looked ahead seriously and asked if the attackers knew about the barrier and decided to use this time to terrorize. He looked at the houses ahead and said that if this situation was someone's carefully thought out plan, then the explosion could be a trap and their real target is at the ball. Dan flew forward and asked why the ball. The guy shuddered and asked, "Really?" Aurelia turned around. She was called. The people in black robes were looking at her. They looked up in masks and asked if the princess could come with them. Aurelia looked at them with concern. Dan continued flying over the city. He looked ahead tiredly and thought that if all these explosions were a diversion, then their target could be Princess Aurelia. He pressed his lips, realizing that this was just his guess because there could be many variations in the current situation. Mountains appeared ahead. The hero thought that this was a great chance to escape because he did not care about the crown princess. Explosions were heard throughout the city. Dan asked what if the criminal's goal was not her, but to carry out a terrorist act. The hero's friends were having a good time. He understood that if he escaped alone, what would happen to his friends? People looked at the thundering explosions. Dan thought that the explosions would distract the guards. Then the criminals would obviously act very quickly. Dan understood that there was no time at all. He wondered if he would be able to save his friends. The hero flew forward silently. He opened a portal and took out a magic gadget from it. The guy looked at it. He was sorry to use it. The eye on the triangle began to open. The hero said that he had no other choice. The pupil glowed brightly. The city became visible through it. A projection of how the princess was kidnapped appeared among the roofs. People in masks walked through the corridors. The guy said that as he knew, the explosions were distracting maneuvers. He noted how many enemies there were. Dan kept his eyes closed. The princess was led across the courtyard. Aurelia looked around anxiously. The girl looked ahead and asked what was going on. Did the kidnappers realize that they were in trouble? She turned back and asked how much money they wanted. She said that they would get as much as they wanted. The kidnapper looked ahead and said that it would be better to knock the girl unconscious. Aurelia looked at them in confusion. They said that magic did not work. The man approached her and asked if she could please shut up. The villain looked menacingly from under his mask and said that it would be better not to upset him and if she did not want to find out what would happen to her then. Aurelia clenched her hands and screamed, asking how dare they threaten her. The man swung his fist and said that the princess got it. The girl clenched her fists and screamed. She closed her eyes tightly, carefully opened one eye. All the kidnappers were lying on the ground. They did not move. The princess only hummed questioningly. She turned around. The hero said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Dan, in the form of Lofen, looked at her and called the princess by name. Other enemies arrived and asked who it was. The hero covered the princess with a cloak. He told the girl to stand here while he quickly dealt with everyone. The cardinal's retinue jumped to attack. Their eyes bulged. Dan gave them a basketball with his foot. He found himself behind the second villain, who screamed the third eagle. The hero asked, "Are they really eagle brothers?" The enemy jumped to attack, drawing his sword. Dan dodged the blow. The man asked, how dare he attack them? Dan closed his eyes while he was attacked from behind. The guy jumped, dodging a horizontal blow. He slapped the kidnapper on the back of the head. The others looked at the hero. An order sounded to seize him immediately. The boy looked at them boredly and said that they were too annoying. He dodged the sword strike. He smiled and said that he could use magic and deal with them all in an instant. He elbowed the enemy in the chest. The sword spun in the air. Dan calmly caught it. Og smiled and said that he did not want to make a fuss. The kidnapper's eyes bulged in shock. Dan slipped between each one and made cuts. Blood gushed from the necks of the enemies. Aurelia looked at the falling bodies. She pressed her hand to her chest. Dan came up to her and said that they cannot stay here because the others will arrive soon. Aurelia looked at him in shock. The boy extended his hand to her and asked if she had time for a date with him. The girl recoiled. The bodies of the retinue were left lying in the courtyard. The stranger approached them. Leo looked at this spectacle. He turned. He was called. The wounded warrior sat by the tree and said that it was all that boy. Fernando approached him. He said that it was that boy who stole the statuette from them. The old man frowned under his mask. He said that God himself had sent them this chance. He clenched his fists and said that this time they were obliged to fulfill God's will. The city was ablaze. There were debris everywhere. Someone stepped through them. Vladdy smiled. He looked ahead. He approached the crater and said that, fortunately, there were no casualties. The man looked away and dodged the arrow. His leg was covered in purple current. The pit began to tighten. A member of the cardinal's retinue began to attack from behind. The knight dodged the slashing blow. The villain shuddered in surprise. Vladdy threw him into the wall with one blow. The guy fell to the ground and groaned. Vladdy looked at him warily and asked who they were. Two more appeared behind him. The rest of the squad peeked out from behind the debris. They said they were expecting him to come. Everyone looked at the knight and shouted, "Die!" Vladdy dodged a hail of arrows. A stone block was flying at him from above. The man smashed it with one blow. Magic began to hold the debris in the air. Golden points on chains jumped out of them. They caught the knight's hand in a trap. Vladdy was tied up. The killers jumped to attack. They angrily looked through their masks and shouted, "Die!" Vladdy only smiled. He clenched his fists and broke all the chains, throwing the enemies to the sides. One enemy attacked from behind. The knight angrily looked at him and cursed. The blue block knocked down the killer. Vladdy turned towards the sorcerer. William angrily looked at the enemies, releasing mana from his hand. The blonde approached the knight and asked what he was doing there, but the man wanted to ask the same question. Vladdy shuddered. William looked at him with concern. The man asked, "What about the princess?" The general shuddered. He turned around and asked if the knight had felt it. He said that it was magic in the academy area. The assassins were moving forward. They approached the man. A large detachment of the cardinal's fighters looked at the men. Vladdy smiled and said that it was a trap. Masked men were walking all over the city. They were wandering around the palace courtyard, walking around the square. Dan and Aurelia were hiding in one of the houses. The hero pressed himself against the wall. He did not know what was happening, but he was sure that those people were trying to kidnap the girl. Aurelia looked at the hero indignantly and asked why. The window broke with a ringing sound. A crowd gathered in front of the house. She screamed that they were there and they needed to be captured. Dan looked ahead gloomily. He said that he cast an invisibility spell. He looked to the side. A bracelet was shining on the girl's hand. The hero realized that it protected the princess from certain types of magic. The boy approached her and said that they were discovered because of her bracelet. Dan began to cast a spell on the bracelet and apologized for the intrusion. He drew a purple line in the air, and the bracelet trembled. The killers climbed into the room. They shouted not to let the heroes escape under any circumstances. Dan hugged the embarrassed princess and asked him to forgive him. He stood on the windowsill and flew with the princess in his arms. People in masks crowded at the window and began to swear. Dan hung in the air, laughed and said, "Catch me if you can." A cardinal appeared in the air behind him. Leo began to cast a spell. He said that the hero would not escape from him this time. He pointed his staff at the couple and used heavenly punishment. A blue beam hit the heroes. The boy and girl looked at the approaching attack in fear. There was an explosion in the air. Fernando hung silently in the air. He shuddered. Dan managed to cast a magic barrier. The old man screamed, asking how this was possible. Dan looked menacingly at the gentleman and said that he had no choice but to fight him. Fernando released magic arrows and told the boy to shut up. Dan looked at the princess and used an air shield. Many explosions thundered around the couple. Aurelia looked at the light spectacle around her in fear. She looked at the hero. He said that he had not thought about it at all. His hand glowed yellow. The boy said not to worry about anything and just sleep. Aurelia was covered in mana and began to fall asleep. Her eyes closed. The hero looked at the girl and said that her bracelet absorbed a huge amount of mana and even putting the princess to sleep was very difficult. The archers opened fire on the couple. Dan created a barrier. He said that arrows were powerless against it. The shaggy one attacked the guy from behind and asked, "How about this?" The blow bounced off the magic circle. Dan smiled and said the same. The villain winced and swore. He swung his sword. Fernando gave the order to keep attacking. Another villain attacked the hero from the side. Vibrio swung his sword and screamed. Dan did a somersault and the guy flew into the void. The guy looked at the enemy upside down. Vibrio attacked him with magic. Dan created a protective circle. He pointed his hand and released yellow lightning from it. Vibrio's mask began to crumble. The blow hit him in the chest. The burning body flew down. Valab looked at him and screamed. Dan smiled and said that the enemy was in no position to worry about others now. Malab winced. The hero kicked him and sent him flying. The archers fired a few more arrows. Dan was covered in blue light. The arrows bounced off the created barrier. The boy angrily said that he was already fed up. He swung his hand, collecting streams of energy in it, and threw their arrows at the enemies. This time the arrows pierced the bodies of the enemies and they screamed. The killers began to fall, covered in electricity. Dan looked to the side. Fernando screamed that he would not leave the hero alone. The sorcerer released a large amount of mana and screamed divine punishment. The boy looked at the sleeping princess. The hero was illuminated by light. He sneered. A magic ring swirled in his hand. He released yellow lightning and said to try to experience punishment on himself. Fernando shuddered, asking, how did he manage to do this? He looked forward in surprise. Fiery tongues were directed at the hero. Dan smiled slyly. He said now try to dodge his blow. An attack of the Wind Maiden was directed at the sorcerer. Fernando began to dodge the magic fragments. He gritted his teeth and screamed. Leo hit with his staff and screamed Iron Mace of God. Dan put his hand forward and said that it was not bad. His eyes lit up. He said let's see how he can dodge this. A red sphere began to form in the hero's hand. The red light began to illuminate everything around. Vibrio was able to rise. He looked tiredly at his master and called him. His pendant glowed blue. The guy said that this is the most ancient magic. Fernando created rings of fire, and Vibrio said 7 tips will change the future, excluding everything in their path. Fiery tongues reached for the sphere above the hero's hand. The guy screamed that they will all lead to one correct outcome. Dan smiled menacingly and said G bold. A curved beam flew at Leo. The sorcerer looked in shock at the approaching attack. An explosion sounded in the air. The general looked at the magic ash flying in the air. Vladdy approached him. The bodies of the dead lay around. William looked anxiously at the sky and said that this was magic. Vladdy frowned in the same direction as the blonde. Sparks were flying near the mansion. Fernando was lying on the ground. He closed his eyes and groaned in pain. The sorcerer was able to get up. He looked at the body lying next to him. Leo's mouth opened in surprise. Mario was lying wounded. The old man crawled to him and asked how this happened. The fighter looked at the master. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He asked to take care of everything. Fernando looked at him and cursed. Tears appeared in the corners of Leo's eyes. He stood up and began to cough up blood. Dan landed with the princess in his arms. The sorcerer continued to curse. He ordered to immediately use healing magic on him. Dan frowned. The fighters shouted that they had little time. The cardinal ordered to use magic first on the wounded. The boy looked at the sleeping princess. The girl slowly opened one eye. She sat up and looked around. The courtyard around was empty. The general and the knight ran up to Her Highness. The girl looked at them. William began to ask if the princess was injured. The palace, Aurelia asked, where is Mr. Lofen? Joyful citizens. Nilphia walked through the street crowd. She calmly looked ahead. The girl turned back and frowned. She walked a little further and turned into an alley. The student walked past dirty boxes and crates. Someone appeared behind her. Nilphia looked at him. The girl was surrounded by warriors in masks. Someone took a step out of the darkness and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Nilphia was called by name. Big Mama's deputy looked at the girl with satisfaction and asked if her position had changed. Nilphia looked down and asked what brought her to the palace. The deputy smiled and asked if she was really asking that because she didn't know. A note appeared near the student. The girl took it and looked at it questioningly. In the photo, she was next to Fernando. The girl asked what was going on. She frowned at the deputy, who said that after entering the Magic Academy, she became close to the princess and then passed on all the information about her to one of the 12 members of the Zodiac, Leo. Nilphia started to move away. She said that she did not do it, but the girl asked, would she really deny it, holding the evidence in her hands. The deputy smiled slyly and said that there was no point in making excuses. She said that they caught the traitor red-handed. The warriors began to take out their weapons. The deputy said goodbye to her. Nilphia looked at them angrily and said wait a minute. Her face was covered in sweat from fear. She said that they were making a mistake. Blood splashed. Red drops began to drip onto the stone. Nilphia shuddered, still standing on her feet. She looked forward in horror. The deputy was pierced with a sword from behind. The girl looked back and coughed. A photo appeared in front of her. It changed, and she appeared on it. The deputy looked back angrily. Big Mama appeared in the alley. She asked, did the girl really think that she could deceive her with such pathetic magic? The woman put her hands behind her back and smiled. The girl clutched her wound. Big Mama asked if she knew what usually happens to traitors. The deputy began to say that there was some kind of misunderstanding. Big Mama just smiled and said goodbye. The girl screamed in fear. The alley filled with blood. Nilphia looked at the cruel scene in fear. She closed her lips. Big Mama asked what to do. After all, the deputy's position had just become vacant. Big Mama approached the girl and smiled. She looked at her slyly and said that from today this position was going to her. Nilphia looked at Big Mama in surprise and asked again. The woman turned around and offered to have dinner together. Big Mama stopped. The student looked at her with alarm and asked why, knowing everything, she did not tell her anything in advance. The woman went forward and said who knows. She turned around and said that she wanted to make a surprise. Nilphia watched her go silently. The night sky, the girl repeated the question. The imperial palace. Aurelia was sleeping. The prince watched her from the side. He did not move. He was told that the time had come. The door opened. The emperor and his retinue were sitting at the table. The confidants looked at the prince with distrust. The general looked calmly. The emperor waved his hand and said that the guy was late. Prince Jant straightened up. He looked forward seriously and asked him to excuse him. He said that he would be more prudent. The general looked at him and asked if they could start the meeting. Jant looked at him. William said that as far as they knew, the 12 signs of the zodiac were trying to seize the palace, using the princess for this. William looked forward seriously and said that they had created an operation called the Ant Cave. William showed a photo of Leo and said that he was the only one with information. William created a projection and said that he was at the crime scene. He showed projections of Taurus and Scorpio. The man looked at him and asked what they were doing there. The general looked at him and said that it was determined that they were just watching from the sidelines and did not act. The head of the Adventure Association looked ahead with displeasure and said that Leo was the only one who took the bait. The general showed a projection of that evening and said that Leo divided the people into 3 groups and tried to infiltrate the academy. Jeans raised his hand while William was saying that it was due to the explosion that occurred 2 kilometers away from the magic school. Jeans pointed to a blurry figure above the roof and asked why he looked like that. The projection flickered. The general said that from the looks of it, the man was using magic that allows one to disguise himself. Jeans looked at everyone and asked if they didn't know who that man was. The general said that he didn't say that. He frowned and said that according to Her Highness Aurelia, that man was called Lofen. Jeans looked at him in surprise and asked again. Arcanta frowned. The prince asked, "Isn't this the thief who made so much noise recently?" The prince looked at the general and asked, "Is Lofen a member of the Zodiac?" The prince glared at him and asked, "Doesn't he know that?" William pursed his lips. The young man began to ask indignantly, "Does the general really think that the princess's life is worthless?" Bentel looked at the prince and told him enough. The boy glared at him. He stood up. The emperor glared at him. The young man shouted that Aurelia was his daughter. Jans turned around and said that his father was too cold. Arcanta stood up and said, "Your Highness." The man shuddered. The emperor said that his son was right. Bentel folded his hands together. The emperor's right hand asked, "Isn't he interested in knowing how his Highness feels about this operation?" His Majesty closed his eyes. Everyone looked at him. He said that personal feelings should be alien to the emperor. Jans paced the room. He looked angrily into space. Bentel said that the emperor should not show his emotions. The castle. The sorcerers were restoring Fernando. Their hands glowed blue. The old man's body was covered in blue lights. He groaned. Malib leaned towards him and asked if the gentleman had really woken up. The cardinal made a face in pain and asked if it was Malib. He responded. The old man looked at him and said that the guy was acting differently. Malib straightened up and asked the gentleman to save his strength. Fernando looked at the ceiling. He looked at Malib and asked if Mario was dead. The man bowed his head and slowed down. The cardinal turned his head towards him and asked what was wrong with Vibrio. Malib said that Vibrio was not badly hurt and could be treated. The gentleman coughed and said that the little bastard had ruined the lives of 2 of his men. Vibrio sat up in bed. The sorcerer said that he had sinned against him. The man clenched his fist gloomily, and Fernando said that it was also stupid. Vibrio clenched the pendant in his hand. A granary in the southern part of the empire. A village. A couple were walking along a cozy street. Saint Percival. The priest stood in an empty hall. He was praying. The Holy Father shuddered. He turned and said, "Welcome." The Holy Virgin Hillis looked at him. She smiled and thanked him for receiving her at such a late hour. The man smiled and asked how he could not receive the Holy Virgin who had returned from a pilgrimage. The vaults of the dome. The Holy Father offers the Virgin a cup of tea. The couple sat down at a table on the terrace. The man raised his cup. He suggested that the current pilgrimage was not easy. The Virgin said that there are no easy things in the world. She took the cup. She thought that this time would be very interesting. The Holy Father smiled and asked what had happened. The girl raised her finger and said that it was. She suddenly shuddered. The father looked at her worriedly. He frowned and asked what. The girl began to cry. The man asked what was wrong with her. The father looked at the girl. She said that something had happened to her sister. Hillis dropped her hands. The man asked if she was talking about the paladin Vibrio. The girl wiped her tears. The light fell on the man's face and he said, "Oh my God." He presented the pendant and said that if it was about her sister, hadn't she given her the miracle she had worked on for a whole year? The man opened his mouth. The girl said that her sister had just used it. Hillis stood up and said that she needed to leave immediately. The father got up from the table and asked to be allowed to see her off. Hillis went ahead. She said no need, everything was fine. The Holy Virgin turned around. She said that she had met good people on the pilgrimage. The father looked at his interlocutor questioningly. The night temple. People said that the Holy Virgin was a little late. Someone offered to come in, but they replied that they would have problems if they invaded this place without an invitation. The trio walked forward. Riza said that there was nothing to do. All 3 looked around and said that they would have to wait. A month and a half before the ball in honor of Aurelia's birthday, the Zarim Desert. The trio walked through the sands. There was only sand around. Risa asked when the city would appear. Lancelot looked at the girl. He asked for forgiveness and said that he should have been more careful. She took off her hood and said that it was not his fault. Risa looked ahead and said that this would not have happened if someone had not gone too far. She looked at the vice captain with displeasure and asked if she was telling the truth. Mac took off his hood and said that there was no excuse for him and he would take responsibility for what happened. The girl said that it was better to find the city quickly. The diplomat looked ahead tiredly. He remembered how not so long ago they were walking around Grinvel, and now they were wandering in the Zarim desert. He remembered the thief with a knife and noted that 10 days had passed since they went after Dan. Fortunately, they managed to find out that he went to the capital. The boy remembered the village, noted that 2 days ago they hired a guide to get to the city without using transport to remain unnoticed. A platinum coin. The men looked at it in shock. The sorceress asked if this was enough. They had problems because of having a lot of money. He remembered the assassins. When they reached the middle of the desert, their guide suddenly turned into bandits. Mac beat them all, perhaps a little too much. Risa turned and said that he should have left at least one person. Mac laughed. The sorceress reminded him that he, without thinking at all, raised all three to the ground. The boy looked at the girl and asked if it would be easier for them to find the city if she flew. Lancelot shuddered. Risa said that this was a good idea, but there were two problems. The girl stood in front of him and said that she had never used such magic before, and secondly, the girl looked at the guy seriously and said that she was afraid of heights. Lancelot smiled confusedly and said that's how it is. He looked at the scorching sky and suggested using water magic. The girl asked again. The three walked forward. The diplomat said that with its help they would be able to find water sources and accordingly, they would find the nearest settlement. He advised to try right now. Night fell. Caravan. People found the cut-down guides. The men looked at them warily. The guides stared blankly into space. The caravan driver asked if this was the work of a murderer. They noticed that there were no signs of poisoning. The partner looked at the bodies and said that the people had suffered cardiac arrest. The mercenary noted that a professional had acted. Their leader looked ahead gloomily. He lowered his one eye to the bodies. The settlement. Lancelot said that they needed 2 rooms. The owner looked at the 3 and said that the other guests had booked the entire inn. The boy looked at the old man in surprise and asked if there were other inns in this city, but he replied that theirs was the only one in the city. The boy asked what about the stables. The owner looked at him guiltily and said that they were full of camels. The man came out from the 2nd floor and asked what was going on. He grinned. The old man said that people had come looking for a place to stay for the night. The man looked at the 3 and said that a very important person was staying at this inn today. Lancelot asked if they were using all the rooms. He asked to understand their situation. The man turned around and advised them to look for another place. The warrior looked at the boy, who asked if it was really that hard for them to find just one room. Lancelot shuddered in fear. The vice captain's cloak flew up in the air. The warrior looked closely at his brother in arms. He straightened up and asked who they were. Mac asked the same question. The man frowned and asked what kind of habit it was to answer a question with a question. Mac smiled and asked if he really wanted him to answer a question. The warrior narrowed his eyes and said that the captain was funny. Someone appeared from behind the trio. 2 warriors in red cloaks looked at them sternly. The trio was surrounded. The bearded man said that they should choose their expressions better. The man clenched his teeth in anger and said no tricks, otherwise their meeting could end very sadly. Mac and Raisha frowned at him. The warrior nodded. They told him that they were glad to hear it. Mac began to warm up his fist. He said that sometimes fists are much more verbose than speeches. The bearded man began to take out his sword. He intercepted it and said that the 3 were tired of living. Mac smiled with anticipation and offered to see if they could kill him. He threw up his cloak and shouted for them to attack him. The maiden appeared on the balcony and ordered everyone to stop immediately. The bearded man and Mac looked up. Hillies was coming down the stairs. Risa and Lancelot looked at her in surprise. The bearded man began to apologize for disturbing her. He said that there was a small misunderstanding. Hillies looked at the 3 and said that she should apologize. She smiled and introduced herself. Risa looked at her gloomily. The windows of the church. People said that they took the ruby crystal. The mercenary stood in front of the leader, who asked, "Does this make sense?" The old man in the robe shouted, asking, "Does the mercenary understand how important this crystal is?" The Dark Knight looked at him and said that he would be able to return it back. The gentleman asked if he was sure about it. The man bowed his head and said that according to the last report, the criminals had no specific goal and simply took the ruby crystal along with other jewels. The old man straightened up and asked if they had managed to find out who they were. The light fell on his scarred face. The man opened his mouth and said yes. He introduced the 3 heroes and said that each of them had red eyes. The living room. The maiden said that it was because of them that the heroes had nowhere to go. The maiden approached the trio and asked for forgiveness. She should have guessed that there was a possibility that such a problem would arise. Hillies turned angrily. The boy asked for at least 1 room. The warriors flinched. Hilly said that they were clergy. She waved her hand and asked, "Doesn't God's teaching say that they should show mercy?" The trio flinched. Hilly's ordered the warriors to bow down and curse loudly. Her retinue immediately bowed. The diplomat looked at them and told the holy maiden that this was already a bit excessive. The boy opened his mouth. The maiden said that having committed an offense, they had to be punished. Hilly's looked at the heroes and said that as an apology, they would pay for their stay. The girl's cheeks turned red. She said that they would choose a room and rest in it properly. The Trinity looked at Hilly's in amazement. A gloomy corridor. The mercenary was sitting at the table. He studied the tablet. There were many symbols on the attached sheet. The warrior thought that the criminals were a small group, 2 men and 1 woman. A distinctive feature is red eyes. The Trinity buys guides. The mercenary remembered that they were looking for a guide and paid for the service with a platinum coin. He remembered the corpses and noted that eventually the people accompanying this group were found dead. It was obvious to the man that the criminals had intentionally shown their platinum coins to provoke an attack, and besides, they had taken all the jewelry, including the ruby crystal. The man frowned. He looked at the wall and asked if these people really intended to destroy their organization. Day had come. Lancelot stretched sweetly and said that he had slept well. He looked ahead questioningly. The neighbors' beds were already made. The boy went down to the first floor. He looked into the hall in surprise. They wished him a good morning. Everyone was sitting at the table and having breakfast. The diplomat approached his people and asked what was going on here. Max said that they had talked to these people and they turned out to be cool guys. The paladin looked at the boy and apologized for yesterday. Lancelot was embarrassed. The man said that they should have said right away that they were from the village of Ravens, and then he would have given them a room without hesitation. He laughed and said that in any case everything ended well. Lancelot looked at the sorceress and asked if she really told where she was from. The girl said that it was a good decision. Everyone drank and ate. Ryza said that their vice captain was now enthusiastically telling how they were deceived and that they got lost in the desert. Ryza chewed, but said that yesterday they talked with the holy maiden. The boy looked at the sorceress in shock and asked again. He said that 80 years had passed since she was elected to this place. Everyone turned around. The lady asked what kind of idiots were drinking beer since early morning. Hilly's looked at her retinue with displeasure. She passed by. She said that today they had a long journey ahead, so they should not get carried away. The maiden looked forward angrily. The paladin began to give orders. Lancelot guiltily raised his hands and began to apologize for their impudence, because they did not know that she was a holy maiden. Windows, the girl said that out of the corner of her ear she heard that the heroes were deceived by the guide, because of which they got lost in the desert. The diplomat looked at the maiden in surprise. She smiled sweetly and asked how they felt about going with them. The boy froze. He opened his mouth and asked what. The city appeared on the horizon. The mercenaries menacingly rode into it. The warriors pointed their sabers at the people and asked if they had seen people with red eyes here. The leader walked forward slowly. He frowned at the people. The doors opened. The innkeeper looked at the mercenaries. A knife was stuck next to his head. A crowd of mercenaries filled the entire hall. The man looked at them with fear. The mercenary said that they have little time, so he was advised to answer as soon as possible. The king of mercenaries walked forward and asked if he had seen 3 people with red eyes. The owner raised his hands and repeated the question. Windows, mercenaries screamed and demanded to answer. The man said that he had seen them. They put a saber to his throat. He said that they had just recently left this place with the Holy Virgin. The knight looked at the old man calmly and asked again. The caravan went through the sands. The riders rode camels. Inside the carriage, a blue light was burning. Ryza was conjuring coolness. Hilly said that it was very refreshing. She smiled and said that all this time she felt irritated because of the heat. She thanked the sorceress. Blue streams flew around the carriage. The girl asked, "Doesn't the holy maiden have divine magic?" Hilly's looked at the boy and said that saints can't use magic for personal purposes, especially now they are on the way to the capital. Lancelot smiled sheepishly. He said that it seemed that the maiden was a very busy person. He apologized for disturbing her. Hilly's looked at him and said that being on a long road alone was very boring. She closed her eyes and said that very soon they would arrive at the holy land of Zaram. The carriage swayed. Raisha turned around. Mac looked ahead warily. He immediately jumped out and angrily looked ahead, asking, "Who are they?" Silhouettes appeared behind the dune. A huge army of mercenaries was approaching the carriage. The leader of the mercenaries looked at them. The paladins were going to protect the lady. The man raised his hand and said that right now he didn't care about anyone. He pointed forward and said, "Except for the 3 people with red eyes." A group of people ran to attack. There were a lot of them. Albatos and his team looked forward in shock. He gritted his teeth. An enemy attacked him from behind. The man attacked him back. He frowned and told the soldiers to protect the lady, not to let even one hair fall from her head. The battle was going on. The warriors fought off the attack. The enemy was many times more than them. Suddenly, more warriors appeared on the horizon. Unknown people in robes held magic staffs. Suddenly the staffs caught fire. The magicians launched fireballs into the air. They flew straight at the warriors. The warriors looked forward in shock. There was an explosion. The mercenaries laughed and said, do they understand who they are dealing with? Suddenly the smoke cleared and they saw a magician in protective fields. Raizo raised her staff and asked if they didn't know that they needed to know something about the enemy. She looked ahead. The girl smiled and asked if they didn't do any research before attacking so brazenly. There was an explosion. The guy came forward and said that his body was stiff from the long ride. Max smiled and said that it was good that they crossed their path, at least he would stretch a little. The opponents looked at him in shock. One of them said not to be afraid, there were many more of them. They rushed forward. One of the warriors said that if they attacked in a crowd, they would defeat these creatures. Mac clutched his axe and suggested that they have fun. He slammed it into the ground. Raizo flew through the air and launched lightning bolts. Something exploded everywhere on the battlefield. The guys looked at the fight. They raised their eyebrows in shock and said that these guys were something special. Albatos stepped forward and said that they would see next time, but for now they should follow him. He looked at them and said that they should get rid of the mages. One of the mages swung. They cast fireballs. A protective field appeared over the battlefield. The main mage looked forward and clicked his tongue. He frowned and said, who would have thought that among the holy knights there were people with such skills? The man turned around and asked why the hell they weren't attacking. They would soon get tired of the countless shots. The mages looked forward. They were shouted to shoot. One of them was hit in the face by an arrow. The rest were also killed and only an old man remained. He turned around. The man frowned and asked what the hell was going on. Suddenly, warriors appeared in front of them. Albatos galloped at them and shouted that they were damn dark mages and should accept their punishment. The mage frowned and asked how dare he. He released a fireball and asked did he really think he could handle him. Albatos looked at him calmly. There was an explosion. The old man looked ahead and said that they had overestimated themselves. Suddenly, something flew at his face. He dodged the arrow. It pierced his student. The magician turned and said that they were scoundrels. Albatos walked towards him and asked if he really thought that those who betrayed God had a future. He frowned and said that their end would come right now. The magician frowned and asked how that was possible. The girl folded her hands in prayer. Hilly sat on the floor and prayed. Her eyes were closed. Albatos and his warriors rushed forward. He said that their faith was that God was always with them. The old man frowned and said to kill them all. The magicians released a fireball at the riders. The man blocked it. He gripped his sword tighter. Albatos frowned and said not to leave anyone alive. They clashed with the magicians in battle. The warriors were slashing with their swords. The old man frowned. He turned away and planned to run. The man frowned and said that he was a scoundrel. He looked away. The sun was baking the desert. Blood was dripping onto the sand. Albatos was looking at his wound in shock. He looked up and asked if it was him. The mercenary king looked at him calmly when he asked what he was doing here. He pulled the sword out of his body. Then the guy swung it. He frowned and said that he should die. The man gritted his teeth. The mercenary king swung his sword and said that he thought he had had enough. Suddenly, a fireball flew at him from the side. He slowed down. The brunette looked up. Mac looked at him and said that it looked like he was the boss here. He smiled and offered to play. The mercenary king looked at him calmly. He smiled. The brunette looked up and said that he finally found the man with red eyes. The guys were fighting the mercenaries. The carriage windows were glowing. The girl was praying. A divine glow was coming from her. A drop of excitement ran down Hilly's cheek. Albatos looked at his wound in shock. It was healing with God's help. Soon the wound was completely healed. Mac looked at him in shock. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man answered and said that he thought their mistress had divine power. He looked forward and said that he was sure that she had used the ability on him as well. The mercenary king looked at them tensely. The man smiled and told the guy to be careful with him. He was not one to be easily defeated. He asked if he really knew him. He frowned and said that he was the Dark Knight of Malaysia. The brunette looked at him when Albatos said that he was called the Mercenary King. Mac smiled and said, "Is he really a mercenary? That's interesting." He frowned. The enemy was already striking. The boys watched their battle in shock. The warrior smiled. The mercenary jumped back. He prepared for another attack. When his sword sank into the ground, a shock wave went off it. Mac blocked the attack. He smiled. The boy parried the blow. The mercenary king was already behind him. The brunette dodged the blow. He smiled. The mercenary looked at him in shock. The sun was shining brightly. The brunette looked at his broken sword. Mac swung. He hit his opponent in the face. He flew far away. The mercenary king fell right into the stone. He coughed up blood. Mac was attacking him. He frowned and told him to try to block this blow. The mercenary king looked at him in shock. He took a fist of sand and threw it into the boy's eyes. The brunette rushed at him with the broken sword. He swung it. A cut appeared on Mac's cheek. The brunette gritted his teeth. He frowned and told him to die. The guy stopped his hand. The brunette looked at him in shock. The warrior hit him with his forehead. He smiled. Mac put his hand to his forehead and asked how it was. A blow to the head brings him to his senses, right? The brunette looked at him and said that he had red eyes and incredible strength. Mac looked at him in confusion. The guy frowned and asked if he was from the village of Ravens. More warriors joined Mac. He smiled. Albados frowned and said that he thought it was time to end. He should give up if he didn't want to lose his life. The mercenary king looked at him. He turned around. His allies were killed. All of them, including the mages. He looked at the battle in the distance. Raisha attacked everyone from the air. The heroes looked at him. The mercenary king frowned. Albados looked at him in shock when he told him not to think that this was the end. The guy threw a smoke bomb. The warriors covered their noses and shouted to grab him. The man looked to the side. He saw someone's silhouette on the rock. Their opponent was blowing into a pipe. Everyone else looked at him. One of the soldiers raised his sword and shouted to retreat. The mercenaries ran towards him. Mal and Chick looked at them in shock and asked what was going on. Albados approached them and said that apparently their leader ordered a retreat. The captain looked at them and called them by name. He frowned and told them to follow them. If it became too dangerous, then they should turn back. The blonde frowned and accepted the task. They galloped forward. Albados looked at the team and asked if anyone was hurt. He was told that everyone seemed to be okay. He turned around when someone from behind said that everyone was okay, of course. Hillies frowned and breathed heavily. She was asked if she was okay. She frowned and said that they were bastards. Didn't she tell them to be careful? The warriors looked at her in shock when she said did they know how complicated the magic was that allowed them to protect themselves. The mages looked at her when she said that she could have died from exhaustion. The girl looked down. Someone apologized. The sun was setting. The girl said that they seemed to get along well. The sun set. Stars appeared over the desert. The mercenaries were walking forward. Everyone was walking in a neat line. Mel and Chick were watching them. The blonde looked ahead and asked who they were. He frowned and said why were they heading to the holy land of Zaram. The warriors were walking to the city. Zaram. The tree was shining over the city. The mercenary was walking along the road. He calmly looked ahead. His face remained calm. He came to the temple. He opened the doors. The cultists turned around. The magician smiled and said that he had come. The bald man flinched. The man cut his throat. Everyone looked at the fallen body in shock. The mercenary was surrounded and asked what he was doing. Everyone flinched. The mercenary said that the bald man fled the battlefield to save his own skin. The knight angrily looked at everyone and asked if the traitor deserved this. The leader was sweating. He looked at the mercenary and asked if he had found the ruby crystal. The warrior said it would take more time. The follower was indignant and asked if the bastard knew how important it was. The mercenary stepped forward and advised him to be careful when opening his mouth. He turned around menacingly and said that if the crystal was needed so urgently, he should go get it himself. The guy looked angrily at the knight, who said that he could not risk his life recklessly. The warrior walked around the hall. Everyone cursed at him. He was asked if he was asking for death. The mercenary pierced the body with a sword. He pointed at it and asked if they wanted to kill him, then let them knock him down. He opened the door and told them to be sure that he would be waiting for them fully armed. The door slammed shut. The cultists were indignant. The guy looked at the master and asked if he would really let him just leave. He said that there must be some way to deal with him. Sweat rolled down the guy's face. The cult leader said that the ceremony was about to begin. The old man turned around abruptly. The followers still did not calm down. The master stood by the stained glass. His shadow fell on the corpse. He said that greed is one of the human vices. A purple whirlwind rose in the temple. The cultists looked at it in amazement and asked what the master was doing. The streams pierced the corpse and began to pull out all the flesh from it, leaving a skeleton. The necromancer looked menacingly to the side and said that this was the habitat of great darkness. His eyes began to glow black. He said that the followers must join the darkness. People began to back away and say, "Oh my God." Streams of energy rushed towards them. The skin began to peel off the victims' faces. Purple light began to beat from the temple and screams were heard. Two warriors patrolled the territory. One looked forward and asked if his partner heard anything. Someone began to approach them from behind. One guard was stabbed from behind, while the other said he heard someone scream. The blade touched his neck. The priest cut the man's spine. Both warriors examined the corpses. They turned around and nodded. Albados and his squad arrived on command. The commander looked ahead gloomily. The building. The man passed by the dead man. He looked from the balcony at the street. Sorcerers were walking around the temple. The soldier approached the paladin and said that something much more serious was happening here than they had assumed. Albados silently looked ahead. The soldier advised to enlist support. He shuddered. Someone screamed. A fight broke out in the street. The commander leaned forward and asked what was happening. He opened his mouth in surprise. The priests were fighting the sorcerers. Paladin Mario looked at the enemies seriously. A skirmish began between the two groups. Mario chopped everyone with his sword. He screamed and turned back. Albados and his men ran to help. The paladin looked at the commander and asked what he was doing here. The sorcerer jumped up from behind, casting an energy ball. Albatos blocked the blow. Mario ran at the enemy. He cut him down with his sword. The guy looked at the commander and offered to deal with these idiots. The man nodded to him and said that it was a good idea. A massive battle began. An order was given to destroy everyone. Magic shots thundered. Purple light was coming from the temple. It grew stronger. All the warriors looked at the temple. A shadow fell on the bearded man's face. A necromancer in the form of a monster came out of the smoke. He looked at the people and growled. He spread his arms and legs and screamed. Purple light lit up in the temple. The bodies of people dried up. Smoke enveloped the corpses. The man was sitting at the altar among the corpses. He bared his fangs and turned around. An explosion was heard in the city. The monster fought the priests. The boys screamed and attacked. The monster threw everyone back with one blow. Albatos looked forward. Sweat was pouring down his face. He asked what kind of monster was this. The villain opened his mouth. There was light in it. He screamed, throwing the warriors back like a wave. Someone was able to take a step. Mario jumped at the monster, swinging his sword. The monster dodged. Worms began to crawl out of the cut on his hand. Mario looked at them in horror. Albatos cut off the monster's hand. He looked at the paladin and screamed back. Tentacles began to stick out of the monster's hand. The man looked at the soldiers and told everyone to retreat. The monster attacked with tentacles. The guys were pierced through. They screamed in pain, their eyes bulging. The tentacles rose high above the city. Stone fragments lay on the ground. The wounded and corpses lay mixed together. Albatos leaned on his sword. Blood was running down his face. He was breathing heavily. The monster walked among the ruins. He swung his tentacle. The priest looked at him silently. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Sparks flew over the city. The man closed his eyes. He opened his eyes. A magical shield was burning in front of him. He turned back. Hilly said that the man forgot that she asked him to be careful. The holy maiden used magic with a smile. Lancelot ran up to the warrior and apologized for making him wait. The boy smiled. The tentacle swung. The monster ran to attack. The man lunged. Mac struck. He ran straight into the fire. He stood in front of Albatos and said that it was upsetting. He glanced at him and asked if they were in the same boat again. The man was breathing heavily. He said the name of the vice captain. Riza approached them and offered to talk after they were done here. She took out her staff and began to cast a spell. She said that she wanted to quickly sort everything out and wash herself. A firestorm was directed at the monster. He screamed. A fiery tornado swirled him. The monster began to wave its tentacles around itself. Several of them rushed at the heroes. Mac made several swings. He jumped at the monster to attack. He smiled and screamed die. He hit with an axe. Mac laughed and said that the enemy was weak. The monster released many tentacles from its shoulder. The captain shuddered. He jumped back, dodging the attack, and fell on the rocks. The tentacles blocked the magic shields that appeared. Hillies pointed her hands forward and screamed for the man to hurry. The sorceress turned the staff blue. She created a cutting wind spell. Cuts went through the monster's body. He screamed and set his tentacles on fire. Mac chopped them off with an axe blow. He smiled and said, "Have a safe trip to hell." The tentacles fell to the ground. Riza waved her arms and created a wave of fire. The monster looked at the fire with fear. An explosion sounded over the city. Someone was watching the battle from the roof. The mercenary king watched the battle silently. He looked at the heroes calmly. The Holy Land was engulfed in flames. The monster was lying on the ground. It seemed to have died. Paladin Mario and his comrades stood over the corpse of the monster. Kaladin and Albatos looked ahead with tension. A group of 3 people stood not far from them. Lancelot, Mac, and Riza were happily discussing something, and Mario looked at them and wondered who they were. The Holy Maiden Hillies approached them from behind and said that thanks to them, they were able to reach the Holy Land of Zaram. Lancelot smiled and said that since they had paid for their stay at the inn, they had to pay him back somehow. Mario then came up to them and greeted the Holy Virgin Hillies. She looked at him in surprise. The boy silently looked away because the Holy Virgin asked him how he was here. Mario raised his head to look at her and said that he had received a report that something terrible was happening in this city. He looked at the corpses of the mages and said that the report was true. Holy Virgin Hillies pressed her hands to her chest and asked Mario how Fibrio was doing, to which Mario replied that there was no need to worry about him, because everything was fine. The Holy Virgin was happy because she was worried because he went to the capital alone. The girl turned around and addressed Lancelot, saying that they seemed to be on the same path since Lancelot and his companions, as she remembered, were looking for someone in the capital. Then the Holy Virgin Hillies put her hand to her chest and said that they probably knew that the capital was large, and therefore it would be difficult for the 3 of them to find someone. She approached him and said that if they did not mind, she would like to help them. Lancelot opened his mouth in surprise and asked her again. Max smiled and asked what else Lancelot was thinking. Riza closed her eyes and said that it made no difference to her since the most important thing for her now was to wash herself. Lancelot put his finger to his cheek and thought about something. Against the backdrop of the burning area, Lancelot joyfully exclaimed that he hoped for their help. The action moves to the manor. The door to the room slowly opened. The king of mercenaries came out. He calmly looked ahead. The guy turned to the man sitting at the table and said that his order had failed. The masked man looked at him with displeasure. He lowered his head and grinned angrily. Then he reached for the drawer. Anger was clearly visible on his face. In the drawer of his desk there was some letter with a bull's brand, and the man suggested preparing for the next experiment. The action moves to a snowy city. The protagonist walks down the street. Steam came from his breath because it was cold outside. Suddenly he stopped and looked at the building. Looking at the building, the young man thought that from today on a week-long internship begins. The dim light was reflected in the windows of the building, and the young man was thinking about how the destination is usually determined according to the class, but an outstanding student can choose the internship location himself, so the protagonist did so. Suddenly, someone turned to him and said that he was early. Flam's breath was steaming as he laughed at Dan being so nervous about the first day, and at the same time, the protagonist was mentally surprised that Flam was among the excellent students. They entered the building together and simultaneously discussed which department they were in. Both stood in place and said goodbye because they were in different departments. Dan was in the 3rd department and Flam in the 4th. The protagonist went further and saw a sign with the 3rd number. He opened the door and entered the room. Inside, he saw several people who were completely busy with work, so they did not even notice him. The young man walked deeper into the room. He felt very awkward. Suddenly, he made eye contact with a man and, immediately introducing himself, said that he had arrived for an internship. Dan turned around because he heard someone's voice behind him asking if he knew what time it was. The man in glasses and a suit, the director of the 3rd group, Felgrant, asked if an intern could be late on his first day. A drop of sweat was running down Dan's cheek and he replied that there were still 30 minutes before work began, but the director asked him discontentedly if he really thought of arguing with him. The young man's eyes opened wide in fear because Felgrant advised him not to do so. The protagonist, with his mouth open, wondered what kind of nonsense this was. The sun's rays illuminated the room through the windows. Dan, like the other workers, was sitting at the table and writing something. Felgrant looked at him attentively. Suddenly, he looked sullenly at the director with his peripheral vision. The director immediately lowered his eyes. Dan was shocked when the director asked if Dan had finished his work and decided to stare at him. The director opened his mouth in surprise because Dan said that he had done everything he had asked him to do. The intern immediately handed him the papers. The director began to read them. His gaze was stern and attentive as he read Dan's work. He looked at the awkwardly sitting youth and thought that he had done the day's work very quickly. Felgrant turned around and saw the other workers staring at them in surprise. The workers turned away in fear because the director began to yell at them to get back to work. Dan was scared and the director was looking at him with his back to him. The protagonist was very scared and excited as he ran to do the director's assignment to clean up. Looking at the back of Dan as he ran away, Felgrant said that the interns were interesting these days. Dan ran excitedly to do the director's assignment. The man suddenly made a displeased face and bared his teeth. After a while, evening came and it got dark outside. A man with a suitcase was walking along the dark street. It was Felgrant returning from work. He turned into an alley lit by the light from the windows. He entered a small establishment. Felgrant looked up because someone called out to him, saying that he was very punctual. Felgrant saw Arcanta sitting at the table. Arcanta smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. From the bar building, Dan's screams could be heard about how they could leave him, a newbie, with all the accounting duties. The colleagues were sitting at the table. The protagonist continued to complain, not to mention that all the receipts and documents were not organized at all, to which Flam replied that he must have suffered. The interlocutor raised his eyebrows and told Dan that the opportunity to leave after all this, without even working overtime, seemed special to him, to which the guy replied that it was pointless, and he had not heard any compliments from them. With his eyes and mouth wide open, Flam said that nevertheless, Dan should not be so upset on his first day. The protagonist, looking down, thought that he needed to cheer up. Someday the head of the department would appreciate his talent. The guy abruptly picked up a mug of beer and began to drink. He put it back with a slam. Confidently looking ahead, he decided to check who would ultimately win. Rays of light from the windows fell on the snowy street. Felgrant, sitting opposite the interlocutor, asked him that he had not asked the chancellor not to send interns, to which he replied that they were equally distributed between each department head, and how could he just miss him? Arcanta, with his mouth slightly open, added that maybe Dan's boss still couldn't forget what happened in the past. He continued that the incident happened 5 years ago, and raising his hand, added that it was time to let it go, to which Felgrant, clenching his fists, simply remained silent. The department head, looking down, said that the incident was fresh in his mind, as if it had happened only yesterday. Arcanta, looking straight at him, said nothing. Dan's boss handed over an envelope. As the Chancellor took papers out of the envelope, Felgrant said that it was information about Scorpio and offered his colleague to look at it. Arcanta looked at the paper, puzzled. He stared and said that this man seemed too weak to be part of Scorpio, although the department head suggested that he could be bait, and the Chancellor thought about his words. Arcanta, holding his chin, began to think. He looked up and said in fear that Felgrant could die, and was he still ready to do it? To which Felgrant, looking into his interlocutor's eyes, confidently replied that he came here knowing the risks. The light of the lamp fell on the head of the department, and he ended the conversation by saying that there was no need to worry, he would catch him no matter what. It was snowing, and mountains were visible in the distance. Sun glare illuminated the windows of the building. Reese knocked on the door of the room. With a smile on his face, he told Dan that breakfast was ready. Receiving no answer, the guy stood there in confusion. Deciding to open the door, Reese called out to the protagonist, but there was no one in the room. With his eyes wide open, the guy looked around the room and was puzzled. There was a bed, a chair, and a table, but no one was there. The main character's internship building towered nearby. Dan reluctantly looked at the table with papers. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he had even come to work an hour early to file an appeal, but was immediately outraged by the boss's behavior. Flagrant glared at Dan and said that he must have nothing better to do since he came to work so early, to which he looked away in irritation. The intern, with his mouth wide open, greeted the boss, to which the boss, leaning on his chair, greeted him back. Dan's frightened gaze fell on a huge stack of papers. Sitting at the table, the boss said that it was a list of everyone in their area. The protagonist continued to look at the lists with awkwardness when Felgrant asked if he could organize them by age. The department windows shook as Dan quickly said yes sir and instantly disappeared. A large building appeared. Inside were the boss, Dan, and other workers. Felgrant was filling out papers. Then he saw a large stack of papers in front of him. Dan brought these papers and said that he was finished. With a smirk on his face, he asked if there was anything else he had to do. The boss, with his mouth wide open, said that now they had to be organized by address, to which the intern got angry, and Felgrant said that if he didn't want to do it, he didn't have to, because he didn't have to. Grabbing the stack of papers in fear, Dan said that he would do it right away. In a rage, the protagonist did the task and thought to the boss that he was a crazy person in glasses. The clock said 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The intern threw the papers on the boss's desk. Gloating, he said that he was done and asked to see them, thinking, well, the stupid department head thinks he's going to lose. Dan, with his mouth wide open, was surprised by the boss's order to remove the deaths of this year from the list he had just compiled, to which Felgrant asked if he wanted to do that. The protagonist's eyes turned white with rage when the boss added that he didn't have to do it because he wasn't obliged to. In the illuminated department room, an intern asked if he could go to the toilet, to which the boss replied that it was up to him. A bird flew high in the sky. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared among the clouds. The enraged protagonist flew and shouted that the department head was inadequate. Flying into the sky, Dan continued that he would see who would win in the end. Evening had come. The protagonist was in the department and doing work. While the angry and tired intern was filling out paperwork, the boss looked at him through the window. Perplexed, Felgrant entered the department. A night alley was visible. Flagrant, approaching the bartender, said that he should give him the cheapest alcohol they had, to which the bartender replied that it would be the cheapest. The boss exclaimed, "Sunset," and the bartender was surprised. The bartender, sitting at the table, said that he should come to him. The door behind the bar counter opened. Felgrant saw Milphia sitting at a small table. Looking up, she said mysteriously that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boss confidently put the suitcase down. He looked at her and asked if she had prepared the information about Scorpio. Milphia watched mysteriously. It was snowing outside. The girl answered in the affirmative. Buildings towered, in the windows of which lights were burning. Dan, with his head down, walked along the alley. Gritting his teeth, he angrily asked himself why the damn department head thought that he would stand still, and added that he just needed to wait. The protagonist would take revenge on him someday. The protagonist noticed Felgrant leaving some room. Continuing to watch him leave the building, the protagonist wondered if it was really the boss. Dan looked after him in confusion. He raised his head to the sign above the entrance. The guy was surprised that it was a bar. In the daytime, the building where the protagonist did his internship appeared. Dan walked into the department with a frown. The intern looked at the 2 piles of papers with his mouth slightly open. As he started working, the protagonist turned around and saw his boss. While Felgrant was looking at the paper, Dan thought that the first thing the annoying department head did in the morning was boss him around. He smirked and wondered if the boss thought the intern would stay. Turning to his colleague, Dan asked if he wanted a cup of tea, which he agreed to, and the protagonist smiled approvingly. The intern went to the kitchen and started making tea. After placing 5 cups of hot tea on the table, he thought that he had finally done enough. Dan stretched out his hand to the side and an unusual aura formed around it. He took out a sheet of hergamorphine, which can cause stomach pain, and smirked, thinking that the boss would need to be patient for a little while and go to the toilet. The intern walked with a big smile on his face as he carried the tea and told his colleagues to take a break and drink some tea, to which they all thanked him and said that was the whole point. He brought the last cup to the boss, who was filling out a paper, and said that it was his tea. Dan closed his eyes and told Felgrant that he would return to work, and the latter looked at him in silence. The boss picked up the steaming cup. The intern looked at him, gloating, and wanted the boss to drink it faster. Felgrant brought the cup to his lips, and Dan wanted him to drink the tea even more. The department head tried the tea. Felgrant choked and started bleeding, and the protagonist, with his eyes wide open, looked at him in bewilderment. The department employees anxiously ran up to the boss, who had fallen on the table, and asked if he was okay. While Felgrant was lying on the table, shouts were heard in the department that they needed to contact the temple immediately. Dan looked at the boss with a frown. The building where the internship was taking place was empty. A tall building with many windows appeared. The department employees were standing in a spacious room and looking at the bed. While the boss was lying unconscious on the bed, they were told that fortunately his life was not in danger, but no one understood what exactly could have happened to him. One of Dan's colleagues, looking in his direction, asked if all the interns owned magic. Remembering how the intern was sitting on the floor next to the boss, the employees admired him and said that it would have been bad if Mr. Dan had not used his poison detoxification magic. The protagonist, his eyes widening, heard someone say that they looked at him in a new way and, lowering the corners of his lips, remained silent. Behind the staff, someone called Mr. Deng, and the protagonist looked back with concern. 3 men serving the emperor entered the room, one of whom told the intern that they needed his minute to chat. Deng's eyes widened and he turned in their direction in confusion. He was brought to the White Deer Knight's estate. A container with unknown contents was placed on the table and they said that they had found the poison horin in Mr. Felgrant's stomach. The protagonist sat across the table from the man, and the knight's assistant asked if he had fed it to his boss. Frowning, Deng picked up the container with the poison and began to examine it. Looking at the horin, he thought that he had not added it to the tea. The protagonist raised his head and stared at the man, who said that there were witnesses who claimed to have seen Mr. Felgrant cough up blood after drinking the tea he had prepared. Dan opened his mouth wide and screamed that he hadn't done it and why would he add poison. Shouts could be heard from the half-open door. The knight's assistant was telling the protagonist to stop bluffing and tell the truth. The man turned around, hearing someone behind the door asking if he had been told not to accept the culprit too quickly. The leader appeared in the room. The assistant greeted him in confusion. The senior man said that he apologized for his subordinate's mistake, and the assistant looked at him in confusion. With his mouth slightly open, he couldn't say anything to the leader, and the leader said that he could go and that he would take care of it himself. The sound of a door slamming behind the man was heard. The protagonist, hearing that he was thanked for saving Felgrant's life, looked up in confusion and looked at the man. The knight sat down at the table and said that he had been friends with Felgrant since they were young. Dan said that this was understandable, and the man continued that the intern still needed to be checked and, asking him to be patient, added that this was part of the process. Taking the paper in his hands, the leader read that another substance had been discovered, which they had found while cleaning Felgrant's stomach. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that after research it turned out that this substance was hergomorphine. Frowning, the knight said that the same substance was in the tea that the intern had brewed. The man asked if he could explain what had happened, and Dan, dumbfounded by the question, lowered his gaze. The protagonist remained silent, fearfully looking out from under his forehead. The shadows of the heroes sitting at the table were reflected on the wall, and Dan admitted that he had slipped the boss hergomorphine, to which the leader of the knights looked questioningly into his eyes. The intern looked down and said that he had been under a lot of stress over the past 4 days from his tedious and difficult tasks, and continued that although he realized that he had done something wrong, he had slipped hergomorphine into his superior's tea to give him diarrhea as an act of revenge. The superior listened to Dan with a frown and remained silent, perplexed. The man turned his gaze to the protagonist and asked how he had obtained this hergomorphine, to which he replied that he had brought it from his hometown, a small rural town. The protagonist folded his hands on his knees and continued that he needed herbs for his alchemy practice, and turned to his interlocutor and added that hergomorphine was not a prohibited substance. Putting his hand to his chin, the knight thought about the intern's answer and, realizing everything, said that this is why you were able to save Felgrant. Continuing to sit at the table lit by the lamp, Dan asked when he could leave, to which the head of the knights thought about it. Looking at the intern, the man said with regret that according to the rules, he would have to stay here for a while, to which the protagonist opened his mouth and asked him again, and the knight replied that it was true because the first-rank official almost died from poisoning. Dan's eyes widened, deep in thought. Frowning, he turned to his interlocutor and said that he had a request. Rolling up his sleeves, the protagonist said that the leader should give him a day and that he would catch the criminal, and the man, lowering his eyebrows, was confused. Opening his mouth wide, the knight asked how the intern was going to catch the criminal. Pointing his finger at the container of poison, Dan said that the horn found in Mr. Felgrant's stomach acts almost immediately, and added that there is a way to slow down the effect of the poison. The knight leader closed his eyes and looked at his interlocutor with distrust. Folding his arms, the man asked the intern what kind of method was used to slow down the poisoning. The protagonist, looking at the poison, began to think. Imagining the poison on a piece of cloth, Dan realized that if he covered the specially treated horn with a thin layer, it would reach the stomach much more slowly. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist explained to his interlocutor that if they searched everyone who could use this method, they would be able to find the culprit. Raising his hand to his face, the knight asked Dan if there was a way to find out the number of people who could do this. With a smirk, the protagonist asked the man not to worry and said that there was a way to find out. The leader of the knights put on his gloves and thought about the intern's words. The glare of the sun reflected off the tall building. Mr. Dan was standing near one of the rooms. People were walking past him. He sighed and continued to stare at one point. The intern was closely watching the entrance to the bar. Remembering the place where they met Milphia, the protagonist thought about how she gave him a map of the city and contacts in the Big Mama Information Agency to contact her again. Then he realized that this was the place where Felgrant had gone yesterday, imagining his boss leaving the bar. Still standing on the cold street in front of the bar, Dan turned around when he heard someone ask him why he was standing there. Looking behind him, the intern saw a man dressed like the leader of the Knights. This guy was the vice captain of the White Deer Knights. The protagonist thought with the corners of his lips that this guy was a little annoying, but he would just have to put up with it. Standing in the middle of the snow-covered street, Dan turned away from the vice captain and remained silent. They stood there, looking at the sign of the bar, and the protagonist told the other man to come with him. The sun was shining through the open window. Dan and the vice captain entered the bar. There were many people in the bar, and there were food and drinks on their tables. The protagonist and the knight were looking towards the bar table. The bartender heard someone ask for a glass, and he, wiping the glass, asked what they wanted. Dan, looking seriously at the man behind the counter, said that he wanted a mother's blessing, which surprised the man. The bartender asked about appetizers, to which the guys standing next to him answered that they would like moist pork belly and fried, and the man added that pork belly would be pretty smelly. The worker, hearing that the protagonist would take it elsewhere, lowered his head and remained silent. The guys standing near the table heard how the bartender, turning his gaze in their direction, said that they should follow him. The vice captain, looking at the protagonist, asked what they were talking about and turned to him, at which Dan interrupted him to just follow him. The door opened, and light was seeping through. The bartender, stretching out his hand towards the table with the magic ball, said that she would be here soon if they waited. Milphia came out of the door, and Dan stared at her. She, wide-eyed, was surprised at him. The protagonist heard his name being called. The guys and the girl sat down at the table, the light from the chandelier falling on them. Dan, clenching his fists, sat opposite Milphia in shock. He, looking at her, thought that he felt that this woman was Granwell's informant. The mysterious woman, looking at them, asked what information he wanted. The vice captain watched as Dan, his mouth wide open, said anything about anyone who worked with Horn in the imperial capital, and added that Felgrant's tracks for the entire month. The protagonist stared at her and finished saying that all the information that Felgrant bought from her, which surprised the woman. Milphia, folding her arms, simply remained silent. Dan raised his eyebrows and heard that it was unexpected, and the girl did not think that they could raise a successor, and the guy decided to clarify. The mysterious woman, sitting at the same table with the guys, answered that she would give all the information that the protagonist asked for, and that 2 gold coins would be enough for it. Dan, turning his gaze towards the frightened vice captain, asked if he heard and added that she said 2 gold coins, to which the knight answered why he was telling him. The protagonist, closing his eyes, happily said to put it on the account of the White Deer Knights, from which the man was shocked and asked what the hell they were doing. Milphia, narrowing her eyes, said that she apologized, but she does not keep accounts and loans, and received an answer from Dan if this was true, to which the knight stood up and thought. The protagonist, waving his hand, put 2 gold coins on the table. The vice captain, with his mouth wide open, was at a loss and asked how the guy had gotten that kind of money, and the guy, ignoring him, asked how long it would take. Milphia, lowering herself to the table, replied that she had everything in hand. The guy, pressing his nose, asked if he could ask her something in advance. The girl, standing in front of the guys, asked how he had learned the password from their business informant. Dan looked at her seriously and said nothing. Milphia heard the protagonist say 2 gold coins and was at a loss. He, holding out 2 fingers, said with a grin that he would tell her if she gave him 2 gold coins. The girl, looking at him, was hurt. In the room where the chandelier hung, it was heard that she would figure it out herself since she was an informant, and heard a positive answer. Milphia, turning to the door, realized that the guys had left. She sat back down at the table. The girl, her eyes widened, thoughtfully. She folded her arms and glanced at Big Mama, who told her that he looked familiar and asked if she knew him. Milphia got up from the table and turned to her interlocutor, saying that he was the one she knew from the Magic Academy, to which she received a question whether this was true and why he was there. Then the girl suggested that he was here to solve the Felgrant murder case. Big Mama, her mouth slightly open, asked that Felgrant was not the best elite spy in the Imperial capital, to which the girl agreed, and the head of the company realized that it was that boy. Milphia, her eyes wide, watched silently. Remembering Dan's frowning face, she thought that if he knew that Felgrant bought information from them, then it was very likely that he was Felgrant's successor. Big Mama, with her mouth slightly open, said that it was the successor. The girl, standing near the door, said in surprise that there was something that was bothering her, to which the woman asked what exactly, and received the answer that the guy got here using the usual method of secret meetings, and not the method agreed upon with royalty. Big Mama thought about it and, looking at Milphia's wide open mouth, heard her thinking that they needed to find out how he figured out the password. In bewilderment, with her eyes wide open, the girl thought she should not contact him. She, watching, asked if she could ask why. Big Mama, turning her gaze in her direction, said that it would be better if the girl simply did as she said. The girl was shocked and thought it was an order. She, frowning, did not answer. Milphia, kneeling, said that she obeyed her order. Dan and the vice captain were on a busy street. The protagonist was closely examining the papers. He, holding them in his hands, thought that he had doubted, and all of Flagrant's actions for the past month were described in detail. Flagrant stood in the protagonist's head with a suitcase in his hands, and he realized that then the director must have been someone who even informants feared. Dan, looking at the vice captain, sighed and asked if he had a map of the capital of the empire, to which the knight clarified that he had maps of the capital of the empire. He stretched out the hand in which he held the map and said that he did. The protagonist abruptly pulled the map out of the knight's hand, which shocked him, and shouted that it was the leader's card. Dan looked straight at the map and thought that the vice captain would be punished if he lost or damaged it, but he did not answer. The protagonist, putting the map on the stone, began to draw on it, which drove the knight crazy. The man, with his eyes and mouth wide open, looked at Dan's back and shouted that he was a bastard, to which the protagonist asked him to be quiet. The vice captain had sweat running down his face and heard that they had to find the culprit, from which he choked. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, looked at the paper. He, holding the map in his hands, thought that there were a total of 36 people working with Horin in the imperial capital. The protagonist sighed and said to himself that Horin was a strong and poisonous enough herb that it needed a special magic chain. Imagining this herb in his mind, he thought that even holding it could not last long due to its poisonous strength, and thus there was a limit to how long one could carry it with him. Looking at the map, he mused that considering the people who were going the same way as the minister, he added that the circle of suspects had been narrowed down to 3 people. The protagonist imagined new criminals, whose names were Karpal, Dwen, and Byrne. The vice captain, slightly squinting, heard the question of whether to go. The knight looked at the protagonist who had turned away and hesitantly asked where. Dan, without looking at the man, confidently said that they had to catch the criminal. A large building appeared. There were cabinets with various flasks in the room. Sounds were heard from behind the door. Dan broke the door, deciding to come here. The vice captain opened his mouth in shock and asked why he did it. A man appeared inside, who was indignant. He frowned, indignant. Dan showed a token, saying that they were the Knights of the White Deer. The vice captain's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, he turned his head, asking with displeasure when the hero received the token. Karpal glanced at the guests with restraint, and it turned out that they had received a report on the production of drugs here. The man raised the corners of his eyebrows, denying this. The guests immediately turned around, deciding that they should check it out. The vice captain glanced at Dan and noted that he was threatening Karpal, knowing the seriousness of the drug crime, to which he received the answer that a first offense is a minimum of 10 years in prison and there is a possibility of a death sentence. Then the young man frowned, noticing that his partner was not looking for anything. Many cabinets appeared. Young people walked among them. Dan examined the vessels. Giant Nepenthes acid and ice troll blood appeared when it turned out that this would help seal the leaking toxins. Some kind of apparatus stood on the table, and the thought sounded that even with the help of magic, no one could hide the smell of these ingredients. Dan thought about it, believing that what he needed was not here. Suddenly, he turned around questioningly. Karpal looked away, whistling. At this, the young man came closer, asking him to step aside. The vice captain looked at him questioningly when he asked him to check here. The guy calmly followed the order. He started to open the box. The gray-haired guy looked closely at the contents. The young men were surprised by what they saw. It turned out that there were obscene magazines there. At this, Karpal shook with anger. The next moment, they were thrown out of the mansion. The vice captain painfully held his head. Dan turned around, noticing his slow step. The guy frowned, declaring that he would make his partner rot in prison if he stole his badge again. Suddenly, the young man looked away, noticing something. He looked at the building, believing that the second suspect's workshop was here. The hero knocked on the door. A wary man in a hood opened it for them, asking who it was. He did not come out even after the question about the owner of the workshop. Dan put his hand on the door, raising questions. He decisively opened it. The man in the cloak was taken aback, and Dan said a phrase he had already memorized about the drug case. The young man looked around the room calmly. The next moment, he noticed something. There was a pentagram on the door. To this, Dan extended his fist forward, ordering the door to open. The man only widened his eyes in shock, cursing. Suddenly, he nervously closed his eyes. The young man looked at the contents of the room in surprise. There were many barrels. The vice captain looked at one of them. There was some kind of purple liquid inside, and it was assumed that these were drugs. The man clenched his teeth, realizing that they had been caught. He threw up his hands, noticing that only 2 people had arrived. His partners had rushed at the guests after being ordered to kill them. The guy immediately picked up a dagger, realizing the presence of hidden identities. He covered Dan with his body, telling him to stay close to him. The vice captain turned around questioningly after the young man's phrase. It turned out that he was already wearing a gas mask. The gray-haired man looked at him in shock. Dan took out some kind of cylinder. He threw it towards the enemies. People looked at the thing that rolled out with interest. The man in the hood looked down in bewilderment. Suddenly, something burst out of the cylinder. It filled the entire building. The door was slightly open, and gases were flying around. The entire room was filled with them. The opponents were already lying on the floor unconscious. It turned out that they were fast asleep together with the man in the hood. It became known that the vice captain fell with them. Dan waved his hand at him, saying that everything would be over after he woke up. The Knights of the White Deer stood near the estate. They entered the office. People were lying on the floor. The captain frowned and asked what happened here. Assuming that it was poisonous gas, his colleague said that the investigation showed that an accident occurred during an alchemical experiment. The people were lying unconscious on the tiles. They looked like workshop workers. The knights who entered saw the vice captain on the floor. He was lying with his eyes closed and drooling. The man sat down next to him and asked him to come to his senses. The soldier with glasses leaned over and noticed a note on his comrade's chest. The guard turned his head and noticed a rose on his colleague's chest. Next to it was a note saying that this man died here fighting a drug dealer. Suddenly, the young man frowned and was indignant that someone was drawing on the map. Without opening his eyes, the guy said that he would be punished. The knights watched him carefully. The man standing behind the captain narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The workers of the workshop were lying nearby. The man asked if his friend really died. White clouds were floating above the palace. The protagonist went down the stairs. He found himself on the roof. Dan picked up the mask and remembered that the magic of perception violation had been improved. The boy opened a high window. There was a large desk and bookcases in the room. The guy looked down and noticed something. There was a strange plant on the table. Sunlight fell on the nepenthes, which looked like a jug. The student ran away when he heard someone's voice. The stranger asked how he managed to survive, because there was definitely poison there. 2 people entered the office. One of them said that a civil service intern was detained as a suspect. His comrade asked if they could really blame him for everything if everything went as it should. The man put his hand on his belt and said that in this case they would not have to run away. The blonde suggested that an unforeseen situation could happen anyway. The aristocrat smirked and said that they had nothing to worry about, adding that if anything went wrong, the owner would arrange for them to have new IDs. The bald youth raised his eyebrows and asked if that was true. At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind him. The villain looked back when he heard a noise. Dan kicked him in the face. The villain's body flew back and hit the opposite wall. The nobleman opened his mouth in shock. Suddenly, a rope tied his body. The man frowned in fear and asked what was going on. The boy stopped in front of him. He smiled and said that the Dark Reaper had come for him. The aristocrat looked up and asked if they were going to untie him. A golden badge sparkled on his chest. The boy pulled back the edge of his jacket to look at it. Suddenly his eyes widened. The badge showed a howling wolf. Bolton stood next to the window in his office. He had a stern look. The woman sitting behind him asked why he was so nervous. She crossed her arms and asked if something had gone wrong. Raising his hand, the Marquis asked if this was a joke and said that it all happened because they were trying to deal with the hunting dogs that were chasing her. Scorpio smiled and suggested that her companion was a little confused since he was the one who was caught in the end. The girl stood up from her chair and suggested that they say goodbye since they had nothing more to talk about. The nobleman looked after her and asked what she wanted and what he should do to kill those dogs. The woman looked back and said that he knew the answer to his own question very well. The nobleman's mouth dropped open in shock when he learned that it was about the blessing of the goddess. Bolton spread his arms and explained that he had been stolen. Scorpio narrowed her eyes slyly and said that it couldn't be helped if he still didn't understand anything. The Marquis raised his eyebrows in surprise when she said that she would collect her debt herself. The girl headed for the exit. The nobleman tried to stop her, but he failed. The sun was shining on the palace. The nobleman shouted that his colleague would be in danger if he was caught. The protagonist stood on the roof and watched the estate. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. Dan narrowed his eyes and thought about Bolton. Some time ago, the boy stood in front of the tied-up man, who told him that it was the Marquis who taught him alchemy and ordered him to poison Felgrant. The blonde opened his mouth wide and said that he was just doing what he was ordered and did not know anything. The guy looked at him thoughtfully. The nobleman asked to let him go. The intern picked up the gas mask. Putting it on his face, the protagonist asked if the villain didn't deserve punishment for the mistake he made. The man's eyes widened in fear. A knight guarded the entrance to the office. The young man looked out the window from which light was shining. Suddenly, light particles appeared in front of him. His mind clouded over and the guard rolled his eyes. His body collapsed on the floor. Someone dragged him into the office. Dan stood next to his head. The boy shook the dust off his hands. He frowned and thought that he needed to find proof that Bolton was behind this before sunset. The guy headed towards the office because he remembered that there was a safe there. The door opened. The intern decided to first find the safe to see what could be in it. A man in a robe was standing in the office. Standing next to the safe, Scorpio said that this was not a place where just anyone could enter. The thief opened his mouth in displeasure. The woman turned around and asked what brought him here. The heroes looked at each other. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The girl smirked. Dan thought it was strange because there was definitely no one in the room. The boy took a step forward and said that he did not know that someone was here. The Zodiac replied that she did not know that someone would come here either. She put her hand on the safe and explained that she was the first one here, so this was her territory. The guy smiled and doubted her words. Scorpio narrowed her eyes slyly and called him quite impudent. The woman took a step towards him and suggested that this would make her regret it later. The intern silently looked forward and thought that maybe he should just blow up the safe. The girl continued to smile. The thief threw his thoughts away because the probability of his defeat would increase if they started a fight without a good reason. The protagonist said that he would go somewhere else and asked who of them could earn more. The Zodiac turned away and asked if this was really a competition. Dan watched her movements carefully. Scorpio ran her hand over the safe and concluded that we both had a special purpose. She raised her eyebrows and explained that it would be much better and more efficient if they found things they did not need and exchanged them. The boy gave her a displeased look. There was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The woman said that they would need extreme caution. The guy looked at her and decided to give her 1 hour on the condition that each safe would belong to the one who occupied it. The girl smirked and suggested that they meet again at this place so that all the things were in sight. The intern tensely pursed his lips. Zodiac stared at him. Suddenly, the thief broke away. He ran forward along the corridor. Scorpio continued to stand in place. They did not discuss what they would do if they both wanted to take possession of the same thing. The protagonist assumed that in this case, a war would begin. Dan looked ahead determinedly and thought that first he just needed to find as many jewels as possible. The blue sky hung over the mansion. The vice captain lying on the bed opened his eyes. His comrade leaned over him and asked if he was awake. There were many knights in the room. The man asked if he felt better. The young man saw a rose and a note on his shirt. The captain looked away and said that these things were attached to him with magic. Waves of energy swirled around the note. It turned out that it contained magic that used the flower as a catalyst to block half of the effects of the sleeping gas. The guard's mouth fell open in surprise. His older comrade asked what had happened to him and the intern. Clouds floated over the city. The heroes walked down the corridor. The man wondered what the enemies were thinking when they decided to use a sleeping bomb. They looked at each other. The vice captain asked what they should do now, because if people found out that they had dealt with the suspect, they would not leave it like that. Looking around, the blonde suggested investigating it as a drug case and asked if they would be able to catch the one who used the sleeping bombs. The knight frowned and said that today they would find the real culprit, so they just had to wait. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The sun's rays illuminated the Marquis's mansion. Scorpio was standing in front of the safe. She heard the sound of the door opening and looked back. The protagonist entered the office. The woman said that he was a little late and asked if he had managed to find what he needed. Dan frowned and thought that now he had evidence against Bolton in his hands, but they still needed to be checked. The boy raised his hand and offered to return to the deal. The girl snapped her fingers. A dark portal opened next to her. The guy squinted and realized that it was a subspace. Several artifacts flew out of the portal. Zodiac extended her hand and asked which of them her guest wanted to get. The intern carefully examined the items that were floating in the air. Among them were monster horns, gems, and books. The thief thought that these things were quite rare and that they were extremely difficult to get, even if you really wanted them. Waves of energy hovered under the chandelier. Scorpio asked the guest to show his items. The main character stuck his hand into the portal. Many sheets of paper appeared around him. Scrolls flew around the room. the woman came to the conclusion that these were some kind of documents. The heroes, shrouded in magic, looked at each other. The girl asked if he had the scroll summoning the northern continent, the end of the Holy Clan, or the breath of the Holy Clan. Dan replied that he had everything except the end. Zodiac unrolled the scroll and said that it was quite good. The candles on the chandelier illuminated the room. Scorpio asked the guest to choose what he liked the most. The boy took his hand out of the portal. He climbed onto the windowsill and said that it was time for him to go since the deal was over. The woman smiled slyly and called him very busy. The guy turned around when she decided to continue the conversation. The girl raised her hand to her chin and said that she had never been robbed like that. Zodiac lowered her hand and said that they would see each other again. Her body dissolved into thin air. The intern looked disapprovingly towards the room. Night had fallen, the mansion was lit. The captain was sitting at his desk. He heard a strange sound and looked around. The door opened and the tied-up scoundrels fell to the floor. They looked up. The knight asked what was going on here. The thief approached him from behind and reminded him of his promise to find the real culprits. The protagonist took a piece of paper out of his pocket and said that he had found them. There were people standing at Danjiro Station. The train pulled up to the platform. Someone got off the train. Raiza, Lancelot, and Mac were at the station. The girl smiled happily. Snow began to fall over the city. The girl said that her younger brother was somewhere here. The captain looked at the tied-up criminals. That evening the real culprit, his accomplice, and evidence were handed over to him. Clouds were flying over the building. The Knights of the White Deer were supposed to take care of the rest. Dan looked down and wondered what principles this man had. The boy was sitting behind bars if he had to spend several days in a pretrial detention center. His friends from the boarding house approached the prison cell. Alfonso asked his friend to get out of there as soon as possible. After the meeting, the guy decided to refuse visits. Green trees grew near the mansion. Felgrant soon woke up. When they saw each other, the man smiled at his subordinate. The intern took the document with the grades in his hands and only then understood the meaning of that smile. There were many check marks on the sheet. He managed to get the highest score. The boss closed his eyes and beamed. The protagonist wondered if he had always been like this. The sun's rays sparkled in the windows of the training center. Many people gathered in the lecture hall. Dan sat down at the table. There were papers laid out in front of him. They contained photographs of places and people who had invited the magician to work for them. The boy picked up the documents and thought that after an internship in the guard department, training in the magician's tower would begin. There were other government officials in front of him. The guy thought that there was another reason why they were gathered in the training center, because first they needed to distribute them among the magician's towers. The Imperial Magician's Tower was surrounded by a protective barrier. It was a kind of state corporation where magicians worked. People controlled the light with magic wands. It was a place where various magical research was carried out under the control of the state. The wizard summoned a cloud of energy in his hands, and they also made sure that no one was conducting research that would pose a threat to the country. The sun was shining over the Imperial Palace, and officials were often sent to the Mage Tower to help and monitor it. Flam put his hands in his pockets and said that his friend had been having a hard time lately. The intern put his hand on the table and thanked him for visiting him in the isolation ward, and the man was glad that nothing bad had happened to him. The guys looked around when someone entered the classroom. The woman looked at the audience and said that 23 towers had applied to participate in the competition this season. The government officials looked at her carefully, and it turned out that the participants included the most famous mage towers, as well as those they had never heard of before. The teacher put a box on the table and said that the Union of Mage Towers had decided to hold a fair admission of students. The old lady smiled and explained that the selection criteria would be based on lots, not grades. Flam looked at his comrade and assumed that he should be upset since he had the highest grades. Smiling, the protagonist replied that everything was fine and expressed confidence that he would be lucky. His eyes sparkled, but in fact, luck had nothing to do with it. There were balls in the black box. Dan saw them with the help of clairvoyance magic. The boy took a ball out of the box and chose the red tower of the mages, which he wanted to go to. It was in the center of the system and was one of the 7 great towers, so there should be many unusual things there. The guy looked around when he heard that someone had also gotten to the red tower of the mages. Flam took out the ball and said that he had a good dream yesterday. The intern frowned and thought that his friend was very lucky. Snow-capped mountains were visible beyond the city. A group of people came forward. Raiza, Lancelot, and Mac were standing at the gate. The girl smiled and asked if her uncle really lived there. A giant palace towered in front of the boys. The man approached the fence and asked if his friends were really going to stand there. He pulled the handle. The boy raised his hand and heard a crash. The warrior accidentally removed part of the gate from its mount. The boys shuddered when they heard someone's footsteps. They looked into the courtyard of the estate. Suddenly, a fountain of light energy appeared behind them. The boy looked away and noticed a cluster of magic. The girl looked away tensely. A crowd of knights surrounded the heroes. One of them put his hands on his belt and asked who they were. The guard frowned menacingly and asked if they really didn't understand where they were if they were doing something like that. Lancelot raised his hands in fear and explained that they had come from the Raven village to see Vladdy. The commander approached the boys and asked why they had broken into the estate so unceremoniously. The boy apologized and said that it had happened by accident. The knight winced when someone asked him to stop. The nobleman waved his hand at the guards and asked them to lower their weapons. The guard looked back and asked what he was doing there. The nobleman explained that there had been a mistake on their part. He looked up and said that they had completely forgotten about it, despite the fact that they had received news of the guest's arrival 3 months ago. Max smiled, but his comrades were tense. They were invited inside. At night, lights were on in the windows of the houses. Residents of the city were walking along the streets. A man in a robe stood in an alley. Turning his head, the stranger said that they were there. There was no one behind him. Suddenly, someone jumped off the roof. The stranger looked at his comrade and said that he was right. His face was hidden under the hood. The man explained that even if his comrade tried to hide his presence, he would be immediately recognizable. The man put his hand in his inside pocket. His accomplice asked what had happened, since he had to come to the institute in person. The stranger took a tube from under his robe. The stranger took it in his hands and was glad that they were finally able to get it. The king of mercenaries frowned and said that they should put a tombstone for their comrade in the yard when the experiment was successful. The man in the robe looked after him and explained that he would be reborn in a new body if his experiment was successful. The Dark Knight took off his hood. He looked back and wished his accomplice good luck. A heavy snowfall began in the mountains. In the middle of the snowy desert was the Red Tower of the Mages. The interns gathered outside. The man congratulated them on their arrival. The boys in robes looked at him attentively. The teacher said that in just 1 week they would learn many things that they did not even know before. The protagonist snuck up to the other students. The mage warned that they might get into trouble if they touched anything here. The trainees looked around when the man noticed the latecomer. He reminded them that the meeting was at 9 and asked what time it was. Dan smiled nervously and replied that it was already 10 minutes past 9. The old man opened his mouth wide and took 1 point from him. Flam looked around and asked why his friend was late on the first day of training. The boy replied that he had some things to do. The young man's mouth dropped in horror when the teacher took away another point for their chatter. The boy looked down. His friend understood what that bad dream was about. The intern smiled and thought that everything was going according to plan, because with his grades he would definitely be sent to the Imperial Palace. The protagonist imagined his smiling uncle and realized that he would be able to see him. Dan confidently frowned and decided to get the lowest grade at this internship to avoid being transferred to the Imperial Palace. The heroes entered the hall where the magic tools were kept. The man looked at the students and said that they would often appear here if they were assigned to the Red Tower, because there were many valuable things here. The old man noticed how someone tried to touch the vase and asked him not to do it. The boy stood behind the student who had just been scolded. The magician frowned sternly. The boy compared him to a stern squid. He smiled and decided that this nickname suited him very well, and hoped that the teacher would remain as strict. Embryos were stored in flasks. This was research equipment that the tower was very proud of. A lion with wings lay in a cage. The man said that biomagic was necessary for the future, for example, to heal people and prolong their lives. The chimera was sleeping on the floor behind the bars. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise because he saw it for the first time. The guys began to examine the monsters. The intern thought that this place was very similar to the zoo from a past life. Homunculi were swimming in a blue liquid. The old man said that now the students can ask their questions. After some time, the magician went out into the corridor. He had a calm expression on his face. The teacher approached the door. Raising his hand, he knocked. A gray-haired man was sitting in the office. Edward asked permission to enter. The old man entered the office and apologized for disturbing him. Holding a pen in his hands, the Lord of the Red Tower asked if his subordinate was in charge of the Chimera breeding lab. The mage lowered his hands tensely and confirmed this. The man asked him not to worry so much. Sitting at his desk, he asked if his colleague knew about the test subject number 46. Looking down, the Lord said that the monster had begun to grow a little faster and suggested that the researchers were taking some outside measures. Edward raised his eyebrows and denied this statement. The old man thoughtfully scratched his beard. The man put his hands on the table and said that he had a personal request. Next to him was a bookcase. There was a scroll on the shelf. Suddenly, the stone shattered into pieces. The student approached his classmate and asked if he had broken something again. The protagonist replied that he just had slippery hands. Flam looked at him and asked what happened, because his comrade began to make mistakes that he had never made before. Dan replied that it was a simple accident. There were books in the cabinet. The young man asked his friend to contact him if something happened and promised to help him at any time. The boy walked along the tower. The guy put his hand under his robe. He took out a badge. A smile appeared on his face. There was a photo of one of the students on the pass. Night had fallen. The stars were shining on the red tower of magicians. Dim magic lamps were shining in the room. Suddenly the guy appeared in the corridor. The intern put on a mask and decided to see what was in this magic tower. He put the pass to the scanner. The office door opened. There were vials on the shelf and an animal skull. Next to the books was the magic stone filigree. Approaching the cabinet, the thief thought that he was seeing something like this for the first time and decided to make a copy. The protagonist heard someone's footsteps and looked back. Dan hid behind the table. The man in the robe entered the office. Edward approached the cage with the chimera. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The man took the cage out of the office. The boy wondered what was going on. The doors of the room opened. The old man put the cart with the cage in the middle of the hall. The magician squinted and was surprised that the Lord was not there. A magic circle was burning on the floor. There was an 8-pointed star inside it. Someone approached the teacher from behind. The light of the lamps illuminated the face of the Lord of the Red Tower. Standing next to the cage, Edward said that he had delivered the experimental subject number 46A as he was asked. The old man took a piece of paper in his hands. He opened it and read the contents. The man asked what kind of parchment it was. A blue aura appeared in front of him. The magic circle glowed under his feet. Energy enveloped him. The magician called out to his colleague in fear. The Lord looked up. A heartbreaking scream was heard. The teacher opened his mouth wide. The old man thanked the deity for allowing him to see a piece of his knowledge. The chimera bared its teeth and growled. The head of the tower said that he was one step closer to God thanks to his teaching. He looked away. Bright energy illuminated the office. Suddenly, the protagonist broke the window and kicked Edward. Some time ago, the man was taking the chimera to the office. At that moment, he had a stern look. The light from the office illuminated the cage. The next moment, the doors slammed shut. It turned out that the protagonist had been watching his mentor all this time. Dan looked out from behind the corner and frowned. The red tower was surrounded by stars. The old man stopped in front of the desk. The boy watched him through the window. The magician stood in a circle. The boy realized that this was the office of the owner of the tower. He opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what kind of magical current it was. The student saw a burning circle on the floor and thought that it looked like black magic. Purple particles appeared in front of him. A scream was heard. Purple energy filled the room. The Lord opened the parchment and addressed the great deity. Edward's eyes turned white. The old man heard a strange sound and looked away. At that moment, the thief broke the window and attacked the teacher. A large abrasion appeared on his face. The man fell to the floor, but his colleague did not even pay attention to it. The head of the tower frowned menacingly. The protagonist was standing next to the desk. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise when Dan asked what they were doing here. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked what he was going to do if he decided to sacrifice his subordinate. Red energy burst out of the parchment. It enveloped the cage with the chimera. The monster bared its teeth in fear. Its red eyes lit up. An explosion was heard at the top of the magic tower. A black silhouette was visible in the cloud of smoke. The guy covered his face with his hand and asked what it was. A man appeared behind him. The intern looked back in fear. An explosion was heard behind him, but the thief managed to jump to the side. His feet crashed into the ground. The protagonist looked forward with determination. The skeleton holding a staff said that it was time to receive God's punishment. Dan smiled and said that judging by his face, he had already received it. The Lord put his hand forward and used magic. The boy dodged the powerful wave of energy. The guy picked up the staff and frowned. The intern turned around and threw a fireball at the enemy. The monster's eyes widened in horror. He managed to block the projectile with his staff. The explosion was heard to the side of him. The thief looked at the burning cabinet in surprise. The old man smiled and said that his experiment had failed. The skeleton pointed the staff forward and used a spell. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock. Another powerful explosion thundered in the tower. Dan rose into the air above the rubble of the walls. He looked down and thought that something was wrong with his opponent. The Lord summoned a cloud of energy and asked where all his courage had gone. The projectile exploded in the air. The boy looked back and saw the remains of a red aura. The enemy had disappeared from sight. Only mana particles flickered around. The boy heard the enemy cast a spell and turned around. Once above his head, the monster summoned a rain of fireballs. The intern raised his hand and set up a defense in front of himself. The enemy projectiles bounced off the barrier. The thief narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The waves of energy around him dissipated. The old man rushed towards the enemy, his body enveloped in a bright aura. Suddenly, the skeleton opened his mouth wide. The protagonist hit him with his staff. Dan swung his burning fist. He managed to hit the enemy in the chest. The Lord looked away in horror. The boy confidently frowned. Many magic bullets pierced the enemy's body. The monster summoned a red barrier in front of him. Two opposing energies clashed in battle. The protective field absorbed all the blue projectiles. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the force barrier. An explosion was heard, which threw the old man aside. Waves of energy appeared around the tower. The skeleton broke through the ceiling with its body and fell to the floor. He sat surrounded by stone fragments. His skull cracked. Suddenly, the Lord looked at the fragments lying on the floor. In one of them, the monster saw his reflection. The old man touched his cheek and asked what happened to his face. The guy landed next to him and asked if he had only just found out about it. The skeleton raised his hand in front of him and asked him to stop. The intern said goodbye to him. Bright energy appeared around his staff. Once again, an explosion was heard in the tower. Rocks were falling from the ceiling. Smoke was everywhere. Pieces of walls were lying on the floor. Stars were burning in the hole in the ceiling. Lying on his back, the Lord said that he wanted to gain more knowledge to live an even better life, but he received a dying body. His skull turned into dust. His body turned into a cloud of smoke. The protagonist looked ahead tensely. Dan walked up to the hole in the wall. The upper part of the red tower was completely destroyed. The students gathered outside. The tower began to collapse at the base. Screams were heard. The boy stood behind everyone. The students wondered what happened. The boy smiled and sighed in relief. The building completely collapsed. Smoke rose into the sky. The bright sun was shining above the Imperial Palace. The heroes walked along the underground corridor. Riza looked at her uncle and asked where they were going. Vladdy looked back and said that in order to get to the secret meeting room, you need to use this path so that it can be closed at any time. Lancelot raised his eyebrows and asked how the search for his comrade was going. The light illuminated the pipes on the ceiling. The boy asked if the adults hadn't been looking for him at all. The man said that was not the case at all. He put his hands on his hips and asked his fellow tribesmen not to worry about it, because they would definitely find him if they joined forces. The nobleman looked away when someone asked him to be quieter. Arcanta went out into the corridor and said that their conversations could be heard even in the conference room. The nobleman approached him and asked what had happened to him because he looked tired. Vladdy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that someone had destroyed the Red Tower of the Mages. The Chancellor turned to the door and suggested that they finish everything quickly because he had important things to do. Cirrus clouds floated above the palace. Bentel put his hands on the table and suggested that his guests had had a difficult journey. Lancelot saw him and his mouth opened in shock. The boy's eyes widened and he shouted that it was a great honor for him and that they were deeply touched by the Emperor's concern for his subjects. Vladdy put his feet on the table and said that this place was not that formal, so they did not need to follow court etiquette. The nobles sat down at the table. The man asked the child to relax. The young man took the papers in his hands and suggested that they begin discussing the escape of the heir to the village of Voronov. The ruler asked what happened to the portrait that was handed over to the expert. The nobleman handed him a sheet of paper. The monarch took the document in his hands. It depicted the main character. Max smiled and asked if this was really the young master. The lights were on in the conference room. The man said that he had never seen such a different portrait. Vladdy showed them another drawing and said that this one looked more like his nephew. The children approached him and confirmed his words. Bentel tensely pursed his lips. The children admired the drawing skills of their fellow tribesmen. The Emperor picked up a piece of paper and said that they had to postpone the meeting. Snow was falling over the ruined tower. The knights had gathered at the crime scene and cordoned it off from the locals. The king of the mercenaries stood in the crowd. The man with the scar lowered his head. He turned and walked away. Behind him, the workers were clearing away the rubble. The Dark Knight was outraged by the behavior of his colleague. Green hills were visible ahead. Suddenly, an explosion was heard over the horizon. Colin stood in front of a huge rhinoceros. The boy jumped up to dodge its attack. The boy swung his sword. He managed to leave a deep cut on the animal's body. At the same moment, the warrior jumped to the side. His sharp blade cut off the beast's horn. The young man looked sternly to the side. He cut the air in front of the giant boar several times. After several attacks, blood gushed from the wounds on his skin. The swordsman landed on his feet. The wounded animal lay in front of him. Colin put the sword back in its sheath. The boy raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. Someone approached him and asked if the hunt was over. Murpha closed her eyes. There was a cross-shaped scar on her forehead. Suddenly, the woman looked back. There were many monster corpses around her. The elder was upset that the hunter had torn such valuable things apart. The boy looked down and asked for forgiveness, explaining that he still lacked skills. Clouds floated over the hills. The old woman asked her comrade to prepare well, because the New Year's festival would soon take place. The boy asked if this holiday was different from the one they spent in the village. The heroes walked along the path. Murpha said that they had many similarities and differences. A smile appeared on her face. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that people had fun and fought in the same way. The protagonist closed his eyes and sneezed. Colleagues carried stacks of documents. Flam asked if everything was okay with his comrade. The answer was affirmative. The young man turned around and said that he would check the other side himself. Dan promised to see him later. He looked after his friend. The boy pursed his lips and thought that he was in the Central Protocol Department, one of the Imperial departments. Smoke was coming out of the Red Tower. The training there ended with an unexpected incident. There were papers on the table. Thanks to the proportional use of the points he had received before, the guy's grades had almost dropped to the required level, but there were still some risks. The intern put the box on the box and remembered that the Central Protocol Department was his last training center. The people in front of the department shook hands. This place is engaged in supporting and holding national events, as well as key foreign personnel. The protagonist knocked on the box. Now he needs to undergo training to prepare for a martial arts competition in honor of the New Year's festival. A pile of boxes suddenly crumbled. Dan guiltily looked away and apologized. The department employees began to sort out the boxes. The boy concentrated on lowering his rating, receiving low scores. A carriage was driving along a street in the capital. The blue sky was reflected in its window. A disgruntled Jance was sitting inside. The man sitting opposite him asked why His Highness was sighing so heavily. The boy asked him not to pay attention. The young man looked down. His companion asked him to say if something was bothering him. Residents of the city were walking along the street. The carriage door swung open. The prince stepped out. People bowed to him. The blonde looked up. In front of him was a great temple. The man holding out a cane to him. Jance took it in his hands and asked if he really had to carry it with him. Looking at him, the man explained that a staff was a symbol of a gentleman, and added that on a day like today, not having one with you would be disrespectful to your opponent. The bright rays of the sun reflected off the classical building. Fernando closed his eyes and greeted the heir to the throne. The boy stopped opposite him and thanked him for his hospitality. The cardinal gestured forward and asked the guest to follow him. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The right-winger of the temple looked down. The castle was in ruins. Most of the right-wingers hated the imperial family for destroying their former glory. There was a statue of a goddess by the temple wall. The prince noticed that he did not feel this hatred from the old man. The man raised his hand to his face. He had the guts of a snake. Following him, the blonde thought that he had come here to invite the saint to participate in the New Year's festival. Hillies put her hands to her chest. This was an important event, and if the saint herself blessed the future of the empire, it would be a good political gesture for the imperial family. Jance looked up and wondered if the priests would listen to him. Fernando narrowed his eyes disapprovingly. The sunset was visible behind the building. The boys were fighting in the backyard. Reese swung his wooden sword. Alfonso parried his attack. He smiled and said that he had become stronger. The boy grinned back and asked if that was true. The boy cut the air with his sword and said that he could say the same. The child waited for the right moment and swung his weapon. Fire energy clashed with ice magic. The knight frowned tensely. The swordsman lunged towards him and raised his weapon to strike. A powerful attack cut the wooden sword in half. Its tip flew into the air. It fell and stuck in the ground. Reese looked back and realized that he could not defeat his friend. While the boys were discussing the fight, the main character approached them. Dan asked what kind of sudden fight this was. The boy turned around and noticed him. The boys were standing in a clearing. The boy explained that they were going to take part in a martial arts competition at the New Year's festival. Alfonso smiled happily and said that he wanted to win the tournament. In the evening, the lights came on in the windows. The knight asked if his friend had studied fencing. The trainee replied that he wielded a sword at the self-defense level. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the swordsman offered him a competition. Reese raised his eyebrows when his friend said he was too tired. Dan said he had to go and ran away. The boy assumed he was truly tired. The child peeked over his shoulder and was upset that their friend had left. The stars were shining in the night sky. The boys decided to have another duel. The lights were on in the Imperial Palace. Someone was indignant that his colleague could not even mention the saint in the conversation. Jance and Arcanta were sitting in the office. The prince asked if they really had no other option. The boy shuddered when the chancellor said that there was one way. Holding a mug in his hand, the man said that during a recent visit to the system, the saint was spotted with red-eyed people. The civil servant closed his eyes and offered to meet them. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. An awkward silence hung. The blonde put his hands on his knees and asked for an invitation. Arcanta grinned. Mac, Raisha, and Lancelot were sitting at the dining table. The chancellor promised to organize this meeting as soon as possible. The girl sat in a wheelchair. She squinted tensely. Hillies came up behind her. The sunlight from the window illuminated their faces. The woman did not turn around when the younger sister called out to her. The saint frowned with displeasure. The girl held out her arms to her sister. The sorceress hugged her and asked if it was too late. She burst into tears and apologized for not being able to be there. The girl looked up and said that everything was fine. White clouds hung over the castle. The room was pitch dark. Suddenly, a bright light appeared there. People in masks were sitting at a table. The man in the robe looked at his comrade and asked if there would really only be 5 people at this meeting too. The stranger looked up and asked who came up with this idea. The old man turned his head and said that he was the one who always organized these meetings. The stranger chuckled and said that his memory had deteriorated with age. The man in the owl mask looked down. The cultists exchanged glances. One of them said that the leader of the ravens was currently in the devil's kingdom. The stranger said that his power exceeded all expectations. The stranger shuddered when someone suggested ending all this. Someone with a respirator on his head said that their life limit had been exhausted. The other heroes looked at him carefully. The man stood up from the table and asked his comrade to prepare for the consequences if he called him again for some stupid thing. The old man turned around and threatened to kill him. The man in the owl mask left the room. The stranger in the plague doctor mask looked after him. Snow lay on the windows of the building. Jance frowned and asked if the interlocutor could arrange a meeting with the saint. Max smiled and said that it would not be difficult. The heroes sat at the table. The prince asked the warrior for a favor, to which he laughed. The raven tribesman headed for the exit and promised to contact the heir as soon as possible. The boy raised an eyebrow and thought that the man had agreed too easily. The attendant standing behind him asked if he needed to prepare the carriage. The blonde took the mug and said that it was nice to go out to such a place for the first time in a long time and get some fresh air. The servant frowned and said that he understood. He silently watched his master drink his tea. After a while, Jance pursed his lips tensely. The prince turned around and explained that if his friend continued to stand like that, everyone would be looking at them. The light illuminated the wooden ceiling. The attendant said that he would wait for his highness outside. The boy heard shouts and looked out the window. The protagonist was walking down the street with his colleague. They were discussing the upcoming New Year's festival. The man frowned with displeasure and said that they needed to contact the Mercenary Association or another union if the boy decided to change places right now. Dan's brows furrowed. The heir to the throne thought they were civil servants. The boy turned to his colleague and said something. Jance decided that now was the busiest time for such people. Clouds floated above the snowy city. Someone's scream was heard. Hillies was walking down the street, trying to find her older sister. The captain looked at her and asked her to go home. The saint said that the more people searched, the faster they would find her. The knight raised his hand to stop her, but the girl ran ahead, asking him to look elsewhere. She continued running down the city street. The girl looked back and hoped that nothing bad had happened to her sister. Suddenly, Hillies collided with a passerby. The saint stopped when she heard a scream. The boy fell to the ground. His comrade said that the stranger should apologize for pushing him. The girl apologized. The man frowned and asked if that was all. The boy said his leg was broken. The passerby opened his mouth wide and shouted that his friend had a broken bone. The girl pressed her hand to her chest in fear. The villain approached her and asked if she really thought his friend was lying. Hillies frowned pitifully. The local resident noticed that she was an aristocrat and offered to settle the matter with money. The heroes stood on an empty street. The saint explained that she did not have any money with her. The man grinned and said that instead of money they could give something else. The girl asked her mouth in horror and asked what they were talking about. The passerby looked back when someone said that there was no need. The main character took his friend's hand and said that nothing was broken. The young man swung his knife and asked if he really wanted to die. Suddenly the villain looked at his hand. A gold coin glittered in it. Dan smiled broadly and asked if his leg was really broken. The thief rose to his feet and said he was fine. His comrade asked him what that meant, displeased. The bald man looked back when his accomplice asked him to come over to him. They decided to leave the men alone and walk down the street. The girl looked up when the boy asked if she was okay. The heroes looked at each other. The boy smiled. Hillies raised her eyebrows in confusion and said she was fine. Fog hung over the city. A man stood in front of a lone tree. Thibrio's hair fluttered in the wind. The man in the robe approached her from behind. The girl frowned and asked who he was. The old man put his hand to his chest and introduced himself. The characters stood opposite each other. Libra looked down and asked if that answer would satisfy her. The woman frowned in disbelief. She turned away and asked what brought him here. The man assumed that she needed advice. Thibrio frowned and asked what it meant. The owl mask glittered in the sun. The girl looked at the stranger carefully. He said that she needed to leave the great temple. The old man looked up and said that there was nothing to be done there. The woman opened her mouth in confusion. A blizzard began in the city. The protagonist approached Hillies and asked if she was sure that everyone was okay. The saint noticed a box in his hands and concluded that he was a civil servant. There was an imperial seal on the box. Dan raised his hand and replied that he was just doing an internship. Snow covered the roofs of the houses. The girl thanked the savior for resolving the conflict with his help. The captain ran up to them. The girl covered her mouth with her hand when she heard that he had managed to find her older sister. The boy raised his eyebrows in amazement. The knight said that Vibrio had recently returned to the great temple. The boy frowned when he realized that a saint was standing in front of him. Hillies folded her arms and asked if her sister was okay. The man replied that she had just returned from a walk. The girl smiled and said that she needed to leave immediately. However, there was no one in front of her anymore. The guard narrowed his eyes and said that the young man had just left. The girl puffed out her cheeks in disappointment and thought that she should at least know his name. The intern was walking down a busy street. The protagonist looked down and decided that he should not mess with such an important person because he could get into trouble. Passing by the buildings, Dan realized that being a simple civil servant would be enough for him. The sun was shining over the mansion. Lancelot opened his mouth in shock and asked what all this meant. Mac was sitting in front of him on the couch. The boy reminded him that Hestia asked them not to interfere in the politics of the Empire. The man smiled and said that he had not heard anything like that. The boy frowned in fear and asked if his comrade had met the saint. The answer was negative. The warrior explained that he had sent her a letter. The child's eyes widened in horror. Mac explained that she should be here any minute. Lancelot looked at him dumbfounded and asked what all this meant. The heroes heard a knock on the door and looked around. Hillis closed her eyes and asked if she had been too late. The members of the Raven tribe smiled nervously. Clouds were flying across the blue sky above the castle. Snow-capped mountains were visible behind the buildings. People had gathered in the festive square. Crowds of city dwellers were walking along the streets. The area in front of the palace was decorated with colorful flags. The servants took hold of the door handles. At that moment, the doors swung open. The townspeople looked up when they saw someone come out onto the roof. Hillis clasped her hands. There were people standing in the palace behind her. Jance smiled contentedly. The city's inhabitants looked up happily. A man in a robe watched the palace from afar. Masked men stood on the bell tower. Looking at his colleague, the stranger asked if they would not hinder Libra. The stranger looked ahead and reminded that their goal was the saint. Looking up, the cultist confirmed this and said that the New Year's festival gave them an excellent chance. The heroes looked at each other. The masked man suggested that they should stop their comrade, because the saint occupied a very important place in their plan. The stranger lowered his head when his friend said that it was not so important now, because if the saint died, then only this would remain. The stranger in a respirator stepped forward and thought that many people would die today for her protection. The palace towered over the entire city. Hillis picked up the parchment and read its contents. Red flags were waving above the arena. People in the stands raised their fists. 2 warriors stood in the arena. The man gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Reese parried his attack. The boy narrowed his eyes in determination. When his enemy was in a vulnerable position, he struck. The swordsman frowned and screamed. The boy easily dodged his blow. The knight looked at his opponent from under his brows. He managed to throw his opponent back. Reese lowered his weapon and sighed in relief. The battle announcer announced his victory. Ellis raised her hands and screamed joyfully. Julia looked at her and asked if this was the 16th round. The girl confirmed it and added that the prize places began with this match. She brought her hands to her mouth and loudly asked her brother to buy her a present with the prize money because her birthday was coming up. Alfonso approached his friends and suggested that his girlfriend would not have said that if she had known who his next opponent would be. The participants in the fights went down to the armory. The boy wiped the sweat from his face. Someone called him a pretty good swordsman. The stranger approached him. The guy thanked her. The girl smirked and decided to get to know him. The knight frowned tensely. Alfonso smiled slyly and said that their comrade would fight the main contender for victory in this tournament. The woman put her weapon on her shoulder. Roselies looked at her future opponent with satisfaction. The girls turned to their friend. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that Julia's brother would fight Bloody Platinum. The girls stared at him in confusion. The guy shuddered in fear when his sister asked if he was not going to participate in the tournament. The swordsman looked away in embarrassment, remembering how he had to attack his opponent with lightning. The knight explained that he had been caught using magic and had been eliminated in the preliminary round. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. Alfonso hugged his friends and said that he didn't care because their comrade had made it to the 16th round. The heroes heard a loud sound and looked ahead. The opponents entered the arena. The host announced that the match would begin soon. The man introduced the newcomer. Reese took out his sword from its sheath. The commentator introduced the winner of the previous tournament. Roselies swung her axe. She put it behind her back and smirked. The boy prepared his sword for battle. The girl approached him and asked him not to worry so much. The woman raised her eyebrows and suggested that they have some fun before he went home. The boy smiled sheepishly and asked if that was really how it would be. Bloody Platinum jumped up and swung her axe. A powerful blow raised a cloud of dust. The blade of the axe crashed into the ground. Roselies looked up, confused. The swordsman was standing a few meters away from her. He held his weapon in front of him. The girl said that she liked it very much. There were many people outside the arena. Julia and Ellis were sitting in the stands and watching the fight. The girl frowned worriedly and thought about her brother. The fight began in the arena. The knight parried his opponent's attack with his sword. He looked extremely tense. The woman jumped back and said that her opponent was taking the blows well. Reese opened his mouth in fear. Bloody Platinum hit him with the axe again. The boy lost his footing and fell to the ground. The powerful blow threw him far back. The boy felt severe pain and closed his eyes. Roselies lunged towards him. The swordsman managed to jump back to dodge the attack. The girl frowned menacingly and looked at him. Suddenly, the blade of the axe was right in front of the knight. He confidently knitted his brows. He managed to dodge the axe. The opponents simultaneously swung their weapons to strike. Reese lunged forward and ended up behind his opponent. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. There was a light scratch on her cheek. She turned around. The boy was holding the sword in front of him and breathing heavily. Bloody Platinum turned to him and asked his name. The boy frowned and said his name. The opponent narrowed her eyes and repeated it. Roselies lowered her weapon and said that she enjoyed this fight. A red aura enveloped her body. The girl said that she would remember this name. The swordsman's eyes widened in fear. At the same time, he determinedly knitted his brows. The knight jumped forward and swung his sword. Reese opened his mouth wide and let out a battle cry. The woman froze in place and grinned. A gust of wind blew across the arena, and a loud blow was heard. The boy lowered his head and tried to catch his breath. The Bloody Platinum watched him tensely. The spectators followed every move of the duel participants. The tip of the sword stuck into the ground. The boy looked at the broken sword in confusion. He looked back when his opponent asked if they should continue the fight. Roselies smirked and said that the outcome of the duel was already clear. The swordsman pursed his lips in displeasure. The knight lowered his sword and admitted defeat. The girl raised her eyebrows and smirked. She extended her hand to her opponent. The woman narrowed her eyes and declared that it was a good duel. Reese smiled. They shook hands. The heroes stood in the center of the arena. The boy thanked his opponent for the opportunity to learn something. The spectators smiled widely. Ellis smiled too, thinking of her brother. The host announced the winner of the fight, while a man in a robe was hiding in the stands. Libra looked towards the arena. Clouds were floating above the stadium. Rose petals were falling in front of Hillies. The commentator suggested to start awarding the winner. People were standing on the platform in the center of the arena. The saint smiled and congratulated the winner. Bloody Platinum put the axe on her shoulder and thanked her. Roselies approached the girl. The city residents watched them closely. Behind everyone stood a man in a mask. The lenses sparkled in the light. The heroes were standing on the red carpet. Suddenly, the woman felt something and looked back. Magic arrows were heading towards them from the stands. Bloody Platinum opened her mouth wide and warned the girl of the danger. Explosions were heard in the stadium. The knights opened their mouths in shock and called out to the saint. The spectators began to run away from the stands. Screams were heard. The old man held a staff in his hands. Two silhouettes were visible in the cloud of smoke. Roselies protected Hillies with her broad axe. She frowned and asked what that was. The man cut the air with his staff. Zodiac lowered his head and thought. The townspeople had gathered at the fair. A civil servant approached a colleague and asked if he had checked the documents for today's event. The protagonist confirmed this and said that he had already sent them to the temple. Dan heard a loud bang and turned around. People were looking at the stadium. Someone assumed that the final was already over. The boy looked up. A local decided that everyone already knew who would win. Trees surrounded the Colosseum. People were running towards the exit. Libra watched them. His staff caught fire. Dark magic spread in all directions. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in its place. A man in a black robe came out of it. The spectators continued to run forward. One of them looked back. The monsters began to pursue the townspeople. Dark energy hovered around the mantle. The knight cut the ghost in half. The guard opened his mouth wide and ordered his comrades to protect the saint. The swordsman engaged in battle with the monsters. The monster easily threw the enemy aside. The soldiers rushed forward while Hilly stood in the distance. The man looked back and asked her to follow him. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy hit the knight. Libra approached the heroes. The girl looked at him in fear. The old man was happy to see them. His eyes flashed with fire and said that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The guard pounced on him with his sword. At the same moment, the villain swung his staff. Blue energy crashed into the soldier. His body was engulfed in blue flames. The girl pressed her hands to her chest in fear. Zodiac approached her closely. The stranger looked up and asked her to come with him if she did not want to die. Hillies frowned sternly. The man heard someone's voice and turned around. Roselies raised her axe over her head. It was stopped by a powerful magical barrier. The girl's mouth opened in shock. Libra threw her back and was indignant. The woman covered her body with an axe. She looked ahead and pursed her lips. An explosion of magical energy sounded right in front of her. Bloody Platinum gritted her teeth and swung the weapon. Roselies slammed the axe into the ground with all her might. The blast wave reached the old man. At the same moment, the girl appeared behind him. The villain noticed this and dodged her attack. The staff in his hands began to glow again. Magic arrows were directed towards the enemy. The woman frowned in displeasure and thought that things were bad for her. A pillar of bright light fell on the arena. A light haze enveloped the Zodiac. The stranger looked up and was surprised. The axe flew past him. The weapon fell to the ground and raised dust around itself. Bloody Platinum clenched her fist. She tried to hit the enemy, but to no avail. The mask on his face only cracked slightly. The man summoned a cloud of energy in front of him and asked if his opponent really wanted to die. Roselies opened her mouth in fear. Another explosion thundered in front of her. Libra lowered his staff and asked what happened. A white dove flew across the sky. The old man looked up and saw many birds in the sky. They spread their wings and rushed towards him. The ghosts looked ahead in confusion. The doves flew through them. The monsters' bodies scattered under their onslaught. The birds destroyed all the summoned creatures. The villain saw that his creations had turned to dust. Zodiac turned his head and asked what it was. The protagonist entered the arena and said that it was all over. The stranger and Roselies looked at him in surprise. Dan opened his mouth and asked them to tell him what was going on here. The doves hovered above his head. The boy declared that he was speaking absolutely seriously. Then he took a step forward. The man looked at him and decided that his opponent was not afraid of death at all. The boy grinned and explained that he was more afraid of conflict resolution than death, adding that he was taking a vacation starting tomorrow. Libra summoned bright lightning bolts in front of him. The old man shot arrows forward and urged the enemy not to be rude to him. A magic circle appeared in front of the intern. The protective barrier completely absorbed all the projectiles. The villain summoned a wave of fire and asked if the enemy really thought he could use this as cover. The flaming arrows shot forward. The thief gritted his teeth and held his staff out in front of him. A powerful explosion thundered across the battlefield. However, the protagonist remained standing. Dan raised his head and widened his eyes. There was no one in front of him, and the boy decided that the enemy had decided to run away. The monster behind him swung his sword. The boy immediately turned around. He managed to destroy the monster with one swing of his staff. At that moment, another ghost appeared next to him. The intern jumped to the side to avoid its blow. The thief landed on his feet and put his hand to the ground. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Surrounded by summoned creatures, the Zodiac ordered them to kill all living beings and release their hatred. The puppets rushed into battle at the command of their master. Dan summoned a fiery magic circle in front of him. Doves flew out of it. The birds swirled in the sky in a whirlwind. They flew forward to destroy the enemies. A wave of light energy cut off the monsters' heads. Several doves made holes in the monster's body. The ghosts fell to the ground under the onslaught of birds. Their bodies turned into black liquid. The boy looked to the side. Another group of summoned creatures appeared in front of him. Standing behind them, the stranger asked if the enemy really thought such stupid magic would work on them. The monsters drew their blades and rushed into battle. The boy jumped back to avoid being hit. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated his face. Several clots of bright energy appeared in the arena. The intern's eyes widened in confusion. Suddenly, all the monsters in front of him evaporated. Only smoke remained in their place. The thief realized that this was divine magic. Hilly stood behind him. She held a staff with a cross on the end. The puppet approached her from behind. The girl calmly looked back. Roselies cut the ghost in half. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked if the saint was okay. Bloody Platinum lowered the axe and asked if she was sure she had no wounds. The girl looked at her silently. She raised the staff above her head and cast a spell, declaring this place the territory of the god. Waves of light magic enveloped the bodies of the monsters. They turned into black smoke. A splash of bright energy appeared above the Colosseum. Libra watched from the edge of the stands. The old man lowered his head and asked what happened. The protagonist approached him from behind and declared that now everything was definitely over. The man turned around and insulted him. A red light illuminated his mask. The magic chains that Dan summoned bound his body. The stranger tried to break free, but he failed. Standing on the edge of the stands, the villain ordered his opponent to let him go right now. The boy asked if he would have done that in his place. The guy frowned and was upset that he had to work today. Suddenly, a guard appeared behind him. The intern opened his mouth in surprise. The knights surrounded him. The thief asked what was happening now. The soldiers furrowed their brows menacingly and asked him to shut up. One of them shouted that the criminal did not even know that he was suspected of being a sectarian. In response to this, the protagonist widened his eyes in confusion and asked what this meant. The man opened his mouth wide and was indignant that the villain dared to say such a thing after Fernando was injured and the paladin Mario was killed. Dan narrowed his eyes and asked who all these people were. The guard raised his sword and asked how long the enemy would pretend not to know. The boy looked down, uncomprehending. In his memories, the cardinal had aimed magic arrows at him. The boy looked back when someone asked the guards to let him go. Illy's approached her subordinates and explained that this man had saved their lives. The knight's mouth dropped open in shock. The trainee smirked and said that he could not be treated like that. The saint watched them arguing with displeasure. The protagonist looked at her when she said that she was forgiving him only this time. The girl raised her staff and warned that next time everything would be different. Dan smiled nervously and did not know what to say. The boy turned around and decided to leave. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. There was a chain on the floor. Apparently, Libra had gotten out of the shackles and left them on the tiles. Vibrio was standing in front of a tall tree. She looked back. The old man approached her. Leaves were falling around him. His mask was broken. The man came to the conclusion that they needed to change the plan. Clouds were floating above the city. The guy was lying in his bed. He closed his eyes and thought that he had not been able to lie in bed for a long time. Felgrant stood against the backdrop of the destroyed tower. The intern thought about how much effort he had to put in to end up in his current situation. The protagonist smiled happily and decided not to get out of bed, because today was the first day of vacation in the life of a civil servant after all his suffering. Alice burst into his room and urged him to leave immediately. The girl smiled widely and suggested that they go have fun because her friend was on vacation. Disappointed, Dan crawled out from under the blanket and asked if his friends were making fun of him. The sun was shining over the mansion. There were many people at the fair. The boy held bags in his hands while his friends were choosing clothes at the market. He silently watched the girls looking at jewelry. The sorceress threw him another package. Julia came up to him and apologized, explaining that her subspace was already full. The guy looked down in disappointment and thought that it was his own fault for going with them. Ellis frowned and asked him to go faster. The intern looked back when one of the passers-by recognized him. Flam raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what his comrade was doing at the market. The heroes were standing at one of the stalls. The protagonist explained that he went on business, to which his colleague chuckled. Dan noticed a child standing next to his friend. The boy squinted and assumed that this was his daughter. The man went down and said that this was his younger sister. Arwen looked ahead indifferently. The civil servant explained that, to be more precise, this was his half-sister. He looked up and explained that they grew up in the same orphanage, but now she is doing well because the teacher takes care of her. The guy smiled nervously. The intern leaned over and introduced himself to the girl. She stared at him silently with the same indifferent gaze. Flam stroked her head and told her that his sister didn't say anything, no matter what happened, but she understood everything. Suddenly, the child took her brother's colleague by the hand. Arwen ran her finger along his lifeline on his palm. The intern shuddered and looked at her in surprise. He smiled sheepishly and apologized. The man offered to have some tea. Since they had already met, someone approached them from the side. The heroes looked around when someone reminded them that they had come to buy clothes for the girl. Roselies put her hands in her pockets and said that she knew everything would be like this. The civil servant turned to her and said that he had met a colleague. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The girl looked at him with distrust. Dan realized that she was the winner of the tournament. The woman approached the boys and thanked her new acquaintance for being friends with her comrade. She smiled and said her name. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion and introduced himself. The sun illuminated the roofs of the houses. Night had fallen. The starry sky shone above the palace. The aristocrats gathered at the table to discuss the selection of interns for government service. Holding the documents in his hands, Arcantha asked if his colleague had a favorite. The man asked if something had changed in the selection rules because they needed to choose someone with good grades. Someone asked the chancellor to ignore it and choose first. The young man looked at the dossier with a smile. Suddenly, he looked up when the nobleman said that he wanted to choose first from the headquarters of their adventurers guild. Glunt raised his hand to his chin and said that there was someone here he liked. The nobleman narrowed his eyes slyly and asked who it was. The man placed the papers on the table. The guild leader smirked and held them out. They had pictures of the protagonist and Flam on them. The sun shone over the palace. Arcantha asked if his colleague was sure of his choice. The chancellor folded his arms on the table and asked if there were any other candidates. The nobleman crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was acting for his own reasons. The young man asked what they were talking about. Glunt raised his hand and said that he did not want to tell everyone about it. The civil servant frowned and explained that his comrade should give a reason in any case. The nobleman gave him a sly look and asked if he had ever asked him for anything. Dark energy hovered around him. The man asked his friend to simply go the other way and do him a favor. Arcantha frowned tensely and heard a malicious laugh. The chancellor glared at his colleague menacingly from under his brows. Light particles were flying over the city. The imperial palace was glittering in the sun. The doors of the room swung open. Orphine was behind them. Draconian entered the office and said that she had returned from protecting the territory from demons. Sitting at the table, Bentel assumed that it had been difficult for her because the demons seemed to have gone crazy. The main general approached the table and replied that it had been quite easy thanks to the unity of the soldiers. Vladdy decided that it was only easy for her. The girl frowned with displeasure and asked him to shut up. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would say what he wanted. The woman was indignant. The emperor suggested leaving the exchange of pleasantries for later. Jans clasped his hands and suggested starting the meeting, because everyone had already arrived. White clouds hung over the city. The protagonist walked down the street. A smile shone on his face. Suddenly he frowned and thought that after a 2-week break, their destinations had been determined. Dan looked at the large building and remembered that he was assigned to the Adventurers Guild headquarters, located in the east of the capital. The boy went inside and decided that today would be the beginning of a new life as a government official. Someone called out to him, and the boy looked away. Flam approached him and said that he was waiting for him so that they could go in together. The man raised an eyebrow. Since he was assigned to the same place, the intern realized that he should just accept the fact that their fates were intertwined. The guys walked along the corridor. The main character apologized for making his friend wait. The government employee chuckled. There was a sign in front of the door. The heroes concluded that they needed to go there. They opened the door and entered the office. There was no one inside. Dan's mouth opened in surprise and thought that this was his first office. Someone approached them from behind and asked if these were really the newbies. Placing a towel on his head, Demir said that they had arrived quite early and introduced himself as one of their new superiors. The boys stood in the office. The interns introduced themselves. The man looked at the boy in surprise and said that he had heard a lot about him and that he was pleased to meet him here. The boy frowned in confusion when the civil servant said that his mother had said that someone was preparing to become a civil servant. Dimmer looked at him with a smile and reminded him that his mother was a realtor on Velikan Street. The student remembered how the old lady looked away and told him about her son. The office was bright. The superior asked the newcomers not to worry because the Adventurers Guild was a rather calm department. The guild employee adjusted his glasses and asked if these were really the newcomers who had been assigned to him for this time. The boys approached him. Orkin introduced himself to them and said that he would teach them the duties of civil servants. The heroes stared at him in amazement. They went into the office and the man explained that newbies could choose any free place. He turned to them and told them that this was where they were preparing to have adventures and that they would have to get used to the process gradually. Blue sky was visible through the windows. There were lamps hanging above the tables. On the second and third floors there were branch directors and adventurers who wanted to stay for the night. The guys looked around the room. The mentor asked them to be careful, because usually these were silver level people. There were a lot of people in the office. On the 4th floor there were senior officers and knights above the 4th order. The guild employee went ahead and explained that they often traveled for work, so the newbie should be given special attention. The heroes went up the stairs. Orkin added that on the 5th floor there was the guild owner's office, reception, apartments and services for people with a platinum level. The sun illuminated the room through the windows. The man offered to say hello to the guild owner. The guys raised their eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in amazement. There was energy around the door. Dan realized that magic covered the entire 5th floor. The civil servant opened the door and announced that newcomers had arrived with the guild master. Sitting on the couch, Roselise said that Glant was not here because he had gone to bake cookies for the newcomers. Flam saw her and smiled widely. The young man tried to hug her and asked when she had arrived. The girl reminded him that she lived here. The woman's mouth dropped open and she was indignant. The guild employee asked if they knew each other. The boy smiled sheepishly and suggested that they were brother and sister. The boy looked back when Orkin stated that this was impossible because Roselise was the only child in the family. The man walked out the door and asked the newcomers to wait here while he looked for the guild master. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked where Arwen was. Flame explained that he could not bring his sister to the workplace after everything that had happened. The intern approached them and asked if they were related. The boys looked around and said that they were just friends. There was a high window in the office. The civil servant explained that her father and his teacher knew each other, so they had been close since childhood. The woman crossed her legs and said that she was 7 years older than her friend. The protagonist was surprised and said that it was not noticeable at all. Bloody Platinum blushed and asked if he really thought so. The man said that he did not share his opinion. A knife immediately flew into the wall next to him. Flame opened his mouth wide and asked what was going on. Roselise asked him to stop making comments about how old a person looks. The heroes began to curse. The door to the office opened. The boys looked around when someone was happy to see them so active. Glant entered the office with cookies and said that he was very happy to meet the newcomers. Dan looked at him in amazement. The boy opened his mouth and assumed that the magic was coming from the guild master. The nobleman was enveloped in a blue aura. The girl jumped up from the couch and complained to her father that she was considered old. The civil servant turned to her and explained that he did not think she was old, that she just did not look young. The woman kicked him and shouted that they were the same thing. The boy flinched as the guild master chuckled. Sweat appeared on his tense face. The man asked the newcomers to try his cookies before he ate them all himself. Clouds floated above the guild headquarters. The trainee wondered if he would be able to work well here. The sun illuminated the beautiful building, and someone inside it wondered if there were other features related to the demon realm. There were 4 people sitting in a large office, and one of them said that there was nothing more than what was presented in the report. Orphine calmly looked ahead and said that, however, in the current demon realm, there was a chieftain of the Crow tribe named Doomston. Bentel and Vladdy looked at her with their mouths open in surprise. Jans turned to Orphine and asked how many people knew about this, but the girl said that besides the people here, William, her 2 subordinates, and the Red Dragon Knights knew about it. The sun's rays illuminated the room through the windows. Jans meanwhile asked Orphine to make sure that everyone who knew about this kept their mouths shut. The boy looked at her seriously and asked if she had heard about why Doomstone left the Olympus forest. The girl looked at him calmly and replied that she had asked about it but had not been able to get an answer. Vladdy put his hand to his chin and said that in the current situation, Hestia was the Crow tribe's post. The chandeliers in the room also illuminated the room, and the prince at that moment asked if Vladdy could ask Doomstone about why he left the forest. Jans widened his eyes in surprise, because Vladdy answered that he could ask Doomstone, but it was better not to expect anything. Vladdy waved his hand and smiled, and then said that he left Olympus, so the line was already drawn. Orphine and Jans looked at him tensely in silence. The action then moved to the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Demur turned around and looked at Dan and Flam, asking if the guild leader was interesting. Orkin adjusted his glasses and asked Demur to watch his words, because the guild leader was not a joke. The protagonist and Flam watched them emotionlessly, sweat dripping from their foreheads. In front of the heroes stood 4 more people, who were their senior colleagues with whom they would be working together. Demur pointed his thumb at himself and introduced himself again, saying that he was mainly in charge of accounting and related matters, but generally did everything. The girl with the red hair clip introduced herself as Fiona and also said that she was in charge of the budget and external affairs. Then the man in the suit introduced himself. His name was Mr. Dono. He mainly deals with claims and adventurers. Suddenly, a mustachioed man named Rajlan clapped Dan on the shoulder and said that he was glad to meet him. Rajlan looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that he was the oldest here and played the role of the manager who coordinates everyone. Then he pointed at himself and explained that if anything happened, it was his responsibility. So if anything happened, he said, it was best to report it to him right away. Orkin adjusted his glasses and said that his main job was sorting quests. Dan and Flam looked at him attentively and listened as Orkin explained that he sorted the quests for the adventurers by their difficulty level. In this room, there was a bookcase with a lot of books. Dan and Flam smiled and introduced themselves to their new colleagues. Rajlan looked at Flam with a smile and asked how old he was, since he had an interesting way of speaking. There were indeed a lot of books in the room, and Rajlan meanwhile screamed in surprise, because even though Flam was 17 years old, they looked the same age. Orkin walked away from the heroes and, holding out his hand, suggested that everyone take their places. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the building. The heroes got to work. The whole city was illuminated by the bright rays of the sun. The 2 women looked at the map and said that it was a map of the distribution of the demonic beasts over the past half year, and it was also an analysis of the distribution of their territory. Big Mama and Milphia looked at the map, and Milphia said that from what they could see, the demonic beast area had begun to shift towards the archipelago. There was a table and 2 chairs behind the girls, and they were discussing that if they checked the statistics of injuries and deaths as well as additional details, the demonic beast realm was becoming increasingly unwieldy, so it was difficult to regard this as a normal situation, and it also seemed that something was pushing the demonic beasts to shift their territory. Big Mama turned around and looked at Milphia, who said that there was a rumor that Doomstone was currently in the demon realm. Milphia placed a report on the table and asked her to take a look at it. Big Mama picked up the report and read the title, which said that this was confidential information of the Imperial Army. Big Mama was sitting on a chair, and Milphia was standing a little behind, talking about how, based on the information, one of the great mages, Murpha, and a man named Cohen were working together. Big Mama was carefully reading the report, while simultaneously talking about how, just because Doomstone showed up, many countries were in a state of quasi-war. The woman then stood up from her chair and said that, in any case, this information would be considered top secret from their side as well. Big Mama was looking at the document, talking about trying to find out more about the Demon Kingdom. Milphia looked at her tensely. The action moved to the Adventurers Guild building. Fiona and Dan were walking down the hallway, and the girl was simultaneously explaining to him that he and Flam would be in charge of things like paperwork and controlling supplies. She turned around and looked at him to say that one of them could also handle the cash register. The girl said with a smile that Roglin's promotion was just around the corner, so a new employee would have to fill the empty spot. Dan walked further down the hallway with his hands in his pockets and asked about overtime, to which Fiona said that overtime usually happened once or twice a month. Dan silently opened his mouth because the girl said that their department also hired adventurers who had retired. Suddenly, a blue barrier lit up the hallways of the building, and the girl explained that around midnight, a protective magic was activated which an ordinary average person would not be able to pass through. She raised a finger and happily said that she did not know, but Lupin could have been the one who robbed Count Durble. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and laughed, asking if Lupin could really do such a thing. Fiona smiled back and confirmed it. They continued walking down the hallway, Fiona saying that even if that robber came, Mrs. Roselies would break all of his legs. Dan looked away, his eyes wide open, because Fiona said that Roselies' father was the head of the guild. Fiona was holding a folder with documents in her hands and, looking at the protagonist, continued to tell something. Behind them, at the end of the corridor, Orkin and Demur appeared. Demur was excited, and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The streets of the city were illuminated by bright sunshine. On one of the buildings there was a sign with an image of a teddy bear. Inside the room there were many soft toys. Vladdy was sitting at one of the tables. He was sleeping, crossing his arms. Suddenly, Glunt appeared behind him, who noticed that the man had come early. While Glunt sat down at the table, Vladdy said that he thought he would die of shame while he was sitting there and waiting. Vladdy quickly handed over a gift-wrapped box and said that it was a gift from Arkant. Glunt took the box in his hands, and Vladdy said that although it was late, it was said that this was a reward for cleaning up during the New Year's festival. The toys in this store seemed to be shining. Vladdy headed for the exit, but Glunt asked him to stay, but in the end they agreed to meet later at the tavern. Glunt frowned and called him heartless since he left anyway. After a while, the waiter brought Glunt his coffee. The man took the cup in his hands and took a sip with pleasure. Looking at the toys on the shelves, he said that he would come here again next time. Glunt looked at the steaming cup. He turned to the robe-clad man standing behind him and asked him how long he would sit there. The stranger's face was not visible since he was wearing a mask. He began to walk towards the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Glunt closed his eyes and took another sip, and the stranger said that he did not like this kind of place either. Standing right behind the guild leader, the stranger asked if they could go somewhere else. Glunt turned around and frowned. The masked man looked at him silently. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the building. The action shifts back to the room filled with books. The workstations were already empty, and Fiona continued telling Dan about Roselies. The girl raised a finger and, frowning, asked him not to be surprised by what she was about to say. She folded her hands together, closed her eyes, and told him about Roselies being promoted from silver to gold. The protagonist was horrified, but did not know how to make the girl leave him alone. Demur watched from the side and saw how bad Dan was. He put his hand in his pocket and noted that when Fiona started talking about Roselies, there was no end to it. Orkin was watering the plants and said that listening once wasn't so bad. The protagonist was terrified and his gaze was empty as Fiona continued to tell him about Roselies. Sweat was pouring down Dan's face and his eyes were even wider in horror. He thought his ears were about to bleed. Fiona was beaming with happiness as she told him about Roselies, and so Dan realized that she was a fan of Roselies. Fiona's mouth dropped open in surprise as the protagonist said that Flam had been friends with Roselies since they were kids. The girl immediately turned around and ran to Flam, thanking Dan for such valuable information. The guy was sweating with excitement and mentally apologized to Flam. Demur came up to Dan from behind and said that he was quite smart. The boy turned around and started talking about Fiona and Roselies, but Demur immediately put his finger to his lips and asked him to be quiet since Roselies was taboo in their department. Flam was sitting at his desk, and Fiona was standing over him and continuing to talk about the girl. Orkin stood behind Demur and Dan, who said that there was one way to make Fiona shut up. He adjusted his glasses and asked if they wanted him to teach them. Dan and Demur turned around and looked at him calmly. The sign on the door to Roselies' office was sparkling. Dan was standing right in front of the door. He was silently looking at this door. The protagonist was still staring at the door and thought about what had happened the day before. Orkin stood calmly and said that Mrs. Roselies should appear right in front of Mrs. Fiona. They stood in formation and looked at each other in surprise. Orkin lowered his head and said that the lady does not like it when someone talks about her, and therefore, if Roselies appeared in front of Fiona, Fiona would not be able to say anything. Dan raised his head. He frowned, thinking that he would soon save Flam. He grabbed the handle and pushed the door. However, there was no one in the office and the light was off. Dan opened his mouth in surprise because something caught his attention. Roselies' bed was empty and the young man realized that she was not in her room. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned because he felt something. A strange aura was emanating from the room behind him. The protagonist looked at the door from which the aura was emanating and thought that he had just felt the presence of the guild master, but something had changed. He carefully looked at the door from which the red aura was emanating and thought that this was definitely not the magic of the guild master, but there was definitely someone there. A red aura illuminated the hero's face as he thought that there might be a thief in the room. The guy opened the door, thinking about what he needed to check to find out for sure. However, his face changed abruptly, the tension disappeared, he became as calm as possible because he heard Roselies' voice, who was clearly happy about something. She hugged the teddy bear, saying that she had been praised today. The blushing girl closed her eyes and, continuing to hug the teddy bear, said that she had not heard such praise for a long time. Suddenly, she opened one eye. At the entrance, she saw Dan, who was ashamed of her. He opened his mouth in horror, and sweat was pouring down his face. The protagonist quickly turned around in fear and apologized, heading for the exit, but Roselies waved her hands and screamed that he had misunderstood everything. The boy walked quickly down the corridor, saying that he saw nothing, but Roselies followed him and shouted in displeasure that he saw everything. She frowned in displeasure and blushed. Dan turned around and was scared because she was going to hit him. However, the girl just hit the wall with her hand so hard that cracks appeared on the wall. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he wanted to talk. Dan smiled, but still answered with a voice trembling with fear that he did not mind talking. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the building. The girl and the boy were standing on the roof. Roselies began to talk about her father, the head of the guild. The image of Gaunt popped into her head and she began to talk about how her father single-handedly entered one of the 10 forbidden territories called Mephisto Gorge, and it was he who managed to conclude a treaty with the Dragon Tribe and achieve an agreement with the Empire, and thanks to him, the system of 3 warring battle races was established. Dan smiled awkwardly and said that he knew about it. Roselies looked at him impassively and continued to tell about how when her father first joined there, he led a cavalry column and destroyed the administration of the Red Army regiments, and in most cases, victory was achieved while being outnumbered. The warriors stood in armor in the middle of the area engulfed in flames, and she told how later, after establishing the tactics of the fighting races, Gaunt founded the Knighthood of the Black Buffalo. These knights fought against monsters. According to Roselies, it was the guild master at the head of the Knights Order who saved Verento from the surging monsters. Suddenly, Dan's mouth opened in surprise. It was clear from his face that he was horrified. He thought about the fact that he was experiencing the same moment as a little earlier. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at him uncertainly, saying that she did well in the martial arts competition. She blushed and said that she had also completed the task assigned to her. Dan had sweat dripping down his face and was looking at her with a worried expression as she offered to explain it again. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in realization. Roselies also looked at him with her mouth open as Dan decided to summarize everything. The guy frowned and asked if it meant that because the guild leader praised the girl for the martial arts competition, she was in a good mood, and Dan witnessed this emotional scene. Roselies closed her mouth in displeasure. She frowned and said that she did not want to mention the emotionality of this scene. Dan calmly lowered his eyebrows and closed his mouth. He suddenly frowned and suggested that the girl call it a scene where he saw her in a good mood. They were both still standing on the roof, so the entire city and the blue sky could be seen behind them. She lowered her eyebrows and told Dan that it would be great if he kept it a secret. The boy lowered his eyebrows again and looked at her emotionlessly. Then he smiled and said that he would have a counter request then. Roselies opened her mouth in surprise and blushed. The yellow sky was reflected in the windows of the Adventurers Guild headquarters. The sunset began. Dan, Flam, and Roselies were sitting in the office and discussing how much Fiona loved her. Flam looked at the girl and thanked her, saying that if it weren't for her, he would still be tormented. The girl smiled, turned to him and said that she was having dinner with them since she was going to go with them to a certain place today. Orkin stood behind them, asking if she was really leading the workers to that place again. Roselies turned around and, smiling slyly, said that this was just a ceremony to accept newcomers, but Orkin replied that it was more of a bad habit than a ceremony. Flam and Dan looked at them with wide eyes as they were talking about Orkin getting robbed last time. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and interest. It was night, the moon was shining against the stars. Dan's shoes were reflecting bright light. The 3 heroes were looking up, and Roselies was smiling. Suddenly, Dan and Flam squinted in excitement and confusion. The girl looked at them out of the corner of her eye, smiling. The heroes were standing in front of the glowing building of the Labosa Casino. There was a lot of food on the table. A small orchestra was playing music on the stage. The heroes were standing in a room flooded with light. They were tensely looking forward in silence. Roselies had a bag of chips in her hand and asked if they were really going to stand there like that. She pulled out 3 bags in front of her and, smiling, said that they needed to have fun. She handed Flam 1 bag, and he asked if it was okay to give them so much, to which Roselies asked them not to lose it all at once. Dan held the bag up in front of him and said that they could have fun anywhere with the money, and Roselies smiled and said that she heard him. The girl threw her arm around Dan and told Flam that she would go have fun with the protagonist, and Flam could do whatever she wanted. The protagonist lowered his head and looked at the girl and asked if it was okay to send Flam alone, to which Roselies replied that he was not such a weakling that he would get beaten up somewhere. Then they both looked at the gaming table, where people were already sitting. Roselies smiled and said that she had not played cards for a long time, and so she offered to play. Roselies went up to the dealer and asked if she could participate, to which the dealer replied that she could. In front of them stood 2 girls, one of whom was wearing a scarf covering her face. The girl in the headscarf lowered her head, noticing something. Then the girl picked up the headscarf and said that she didn't think they would meet here. Holy Maiden Hilly smiled and suggested that they play together once. Hilly's raised her finger and asked Rosalind to be quiet because she almost revealed her identity. The Holy Maiden looked at them with her head lowered and said that she hadn't played for a long time, so she wanted to keep it a secret. Rosalind raised her head tensely. Dan, meanwhile, was looking away, worried. The Holy Maiden remembered Dan. She looked at him with a smile, embarrassing him, and said that he was the one who saved her earlier. Rosalind turned around and asked if the protagonist and Holy Maiden Hillies knew each other, but Dan replied that he was just passing by. The dealer looked at the heroes and suggested that they start the game. The chess floor was sparkling clean, and the dealer was dealing out cards to them. He laid the cards out on the table. Then the dealer began to shuffle them. Rosalind and Dan watched him carefully. The protagonist lowered his head and squinted. The dealer continued to lay out the cards, and they watched carefully. Rosalind picked up one card. Dan picked up cards too. He had the ace of spades in his hand, as he expected. The girls were looking in different directions with impassive faces. He looked at the short-haired one and already knew what cards she had. The Holy Maiden smiled when she saw the cards, so Dan assumed that she must be lucky. Rosalind lowered her head in excitement, and based on this, the protagonist realized that she had the worst deal. The protagonist looked at her tensely, thinking that his physical vision was so good that he could see everything without magic. There were a lot of people in the casino. The protagonist thought about winning in moderation so as not to arouse suspicion. There were still a lot of people around the gambling tables. There were a lot of chips in front of Dan. The Holy Maiden Hilly smiled and asked if there were too many chips on that side, to which Dan replied that he was lucky today. The protagonist looked at the saddened Rosalind, who said that it was good when you are lucky. She hung her head and said that her luck seemed to be all rotten, because there was not a single chip in front of her. Suddenly, Dan gave her 3 stacks of chips. She looked at him and asked what it was, to which Dan replied that it was a borrowed insert from the very beginning, but it was still more than she gave. The protagonist smiled and said that she could think as she wished. Rosalind burst into tears and said that it turned out that he was a good guy. The girl immediately threw down a couple of chips and shouted that the real game was starting now. In addition to them, there were other people playing in the hall. Dan was standing at the counter with food. While the young man was eating something, Hillies came up to him and asked his name. Dan turned around, and Hillies said that she had to go already because if she arrived late, there would be problems. Holy Virgin Hillies blushed, looking at him, and said that in any case, she had fun today. The protagonist was tense, sweat was pouring down his face because Hillies suggested they have fun again if they had time next time. Hillies left, and Dan watched her go. He watched her go and said that he was worried in vain, because he did not even expect to meet a saint here. Rosalind appeared behind him and asked him why he was hanging around. Dan turned around and nervously said that nothing happened, but the girl answered that he was acting suspiciously. Luxurious chandeliers illuminated the room. The heroes suddenly remembered Flam. Rosalind pointed her finger forward and said that Flame could have gone there. Rosalind frowned and said that in any case, she was going to go there. They saw a door in front of them, guarded by 2 men in suits. One of the guards raised an eyebrow when he saw them. The heroes approached the guard and he and Rosalind started a small conversation, which means that they know each other. The guard approached the girl and quietly said that they had an amazing newcomer today. Dan frowned and looked at them from the side. Then they started to go down the stairs, and the protagonist asked Rosalind what kind of place this was, but the girl only replied that he would find out when they arrived. The girl turned around and looked at him, and then said that in fact, their purpose for visiting today was here. Dan's eyes widened in surprise, and the noise of the crowd was heard ahead. Rosalind ran forward. They both came out of the tunnel and found themselves in the stands filled with people. Rosalind and Dan silently looked ahead. However, the protagonist suddenly frowned in disappointment. The spectators were watching a battle taking place in the arena. The girl crossed her arms and said that this was a fighting arena. While 2 people were fighting in the octagon, Rosalind was talking about how you can bet money on a fighter here, and if this fighter wins, you can get double the money, in other words, gambling. The girl looked at him with her arms crossed, because Dan asked if it was illegal, but she replied that even though it was illegal, no one would report it anyway. The protagonist looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Dan's face became even more tense, and Rosalind, watching the fight, said that this was a grave for retired mercenaries and adventurers. The 2 men were fighting each other, and the girl said that adventurers who retired or were injured came here in order to live. Rosalind looked at him out of the corner of her eye and smiled, saying that this is why it was customary for new recruits to come here, to show the fact that adventurers Dan would encounter could meet such an unfortunate end. The fight ended and the winner raised both his hands above himself. The protagonist looked at the girl with his mouth open. Rosalind began to turn her head, wondering where Flam went. The girl narrowed one eye and turned around as she heard the newcomer being announced. A man in an orange cape walked into the octagon. Rosalind and Dan's eyes widened. The girl raised an eyebrow and wondered what was going on. Flam was standing in the octagon in his fighting gear. The scene shifted back to the gambling table. Flam was standing in front of the roulette wheel, looking at it in horror as someone behind him told him that he had lost everything in 5 minutes. The guy with the scar on his face crossed his arms and said that he needed to use his brain and not walk around blind. Flam's eyes were wide open and sweat was pouring down his face as the stranger laughed at him and said that if it could be called a record, it was definitely a record. Flam turned around and looked at the blonde man in the leopard shirt, who said that money can be lost, but it can also be made. The man leaned over behind Flam and smiled. The blonde man closed his eyes and smiled widely as he said that they could talk to Flam if he needed any money. Flam looked at him with his mouth open as the blonde man offered to lend him money, and so the crowd in the arena began to shout and raise their hands. The announcer, holding a microphone, announced the next fight. He pointed to the screen and shouted out the nickname Undertaker, which belonged to Flam. However, no one came out from behind the screen. The blonde man stood behind Flam and shouted for the young man to come out and fight. The man opened his mouth wide and started shouting at Flam as he had lent him a lot of money. Flam turned around and looked at him as he shouted that if the young man did not want to spend his whole life paying off his debt, then he should go and earn money right now. And so Flam walked out of the room and the spotlight immediately focused on him. He looked at the octagon where his opponent was already standing. His opponent was covered in scars and looked very muscular. Flam lowered his eyebrows in fear. The referee extended his hand in front of them and said that there were no rules in these fights, so they should give up if they did not want to die. He waved his hand and announced the start of the fight. The fighter immediately swung his hand. He hit Flam hard right in the face. Flam opened one eye and looked ahead with fear. However, the fighter swung again. He hit Flam again, but this time the young man managed to block the attack. The fighter was frowning and determined. Then he kicked Flam. The guy hit the net with his eyes closed. Dan watched this from the stands and was very excited for his friend. The blonde man, meanwhile, was watching the fight and screaming because it was just a beating. Undertaker sighed heavily, looking ahead. The fighter stood in front of him, holding his hands in front of him. He frowned at Flam and said he didn't know what the circumstances were, but it was a duel. The boy's eyes were almost closing and he was breathing heavily, and the fighter said that if Flam didn't fight sincerely, it was disrespectful to his opponent. The fighter swung his arm and ran at Undertaker, shouting that he should just give up if he continued to act like this. Flam's eyes widened in surprise as his opponent attacked him. Undertaker immediately parried the blow with his hand. He then stood up and looked at his opponent, apologizing to him for his rudeness. Undertaker delivered a powerful uppercut. Flam's opponent's eyes immediately went blank. The man fell to the ground unconscious. The announcer approached the fighter and asked him if he could continue fighting, but the fighter did not answer. Flam stood behind him, and the announcer, frowning, shouted that if the man did not get up now, he would lose. Flam's breath was steaming. All eyes were on Undertaker, who had just been declared the winner. Everyone was smiling happily and shouting that this fighter was awesome. Dan narrowed his eyes at the girl who was happily shouting that she loved Undertaker. Dan turned around and looked at Roselize, who was still surprised by Flam. He turned around and asked her if she found out how it happened, to which the girl replied that the protagonist's comrade had borrowed money. The girl lowered her head and said that Flam had borrowed 2 gold coins. As they walked up the stairs, Roselize said that if converted into their wages, it would be the amount of 20 years of saving. The girl turned around and looked at Dan and then told him to wait because she was going to get the money. Roselize stopped and turned to him as Dan cheerfully said that if he needed the money, he had earned a little here so he could pay it back with it. The chandeliers illuminated the casino hall, and Dan said that he did not feel sorry for the money since he earned it here anyway. Roselize looked at him out of the corner of her eye and said that Flam seemed to have one friend. Dan smiled slyly, thinking that he actually had a lot of money in the other world. The chandeliers shone even brighter. Roselize was dragging Flam by the ear while he screamed in pain. The girl frowned angrily at him and said that she told him to have fun quietly, and he caused an accident. She hit him and began to scream furiously that she should beat him. Roselize looked at Dan and told him to hit Flam too. Dan smirked a little. However, he then immediately hit Flam. A blonde man in a leopard shirt appeared behind them. Dan and Roselize turned around as the blonde man yelled at them, asking who they were. There were 2 fighters standing behind the man, and he said that they were currently beating up his 3rd fighter. Roselize put her hands on her hips and called him a swindler who tricked Flam, but the blonde man got nervous and started yelling even more. His fighters attacked the heroes as the blonde man waved his hand and ordered the fighters to do so. The 3 comrades stood still and looked at them. Suddenly, one of them flew into the wall, leaving a dent. The blonde man turned around in shock and looked at the exhausted fighter. Then he turned back to the protagonist. Roselize stood with her arms crossed and her foot on the 2nd fighter, asking him if he was a swindler. Dan, Roselize, and Flam were still standing next to the warrior lying on the floor, and the girl asked the guy with white hair again if he was a swindler. He looked at Roselies with his mouth wide open and shouted indignantly that she, knowing who he was mocking him. The girl moved her hand to the side and said that she didn't care who he was, to which the swindler continued to be indignant and spread his arms. Roselies asked if he could give her his hand for a second, to which he looked at the girl in bewilderment. She pulled the guy's hand towards her, to which he asked what she was going to do with his hand. Roselies bent the guy's finger the other way, a crunch was heard. Smiling widely, she folded her hands, and the swindler, holding his injured hand, began to scream and cry. The guy turned and called Roselies names and furiously added that she did not dare touch him. The swindler closed his eyes and began to shout angrily that the girl wanted to die, to which Roselies thought that it was time to end this. Dan appeared in the room. The protagonist threw a bag of money on the floor. He said that there should be about 2 gold coins in this bag, to which the interlocutor looked at the bag in confusion. Standing in front of the swindler, Dan said that although the guy pulled off a swindle, everything should be paid according to the contract, to which the swindler folded his arms and looked away from the protagonist. Dan frowned and said that the Adventurers Guild would give the guy a good beating. The protagonist looked down the swindler's sleeve and said that he shouldn't have touched the government officials, to which he clenched his hand into a fist and asked what was going on. Taking the paper in his hand, Dan asked the swindler if it was true that it was a contract, to which he opened his mouth in alarm. Putting the contract away from the man, the protagonist said that they would see each other again. Dan called the man Mr. Crook, and beads of sweat appeared on the man's face. Near the entrance to the casino, the crook could be heard asking the heroes to stop and wait, and continued to shout that he would not take her. Flam, Roselies, and Dan were sitting in the room with the management, and one of the bosses apologized and said that a big mistake had been made. Raising his hand, he continued that they would take responsibility for the crook and punish him if only they would turn a blind eye to it. Roselies, crossing her legs, asked the man if this was not a veiled request not to damage the casino, to which he smirked and answered in the affirmative. Frowning, the manager said that he did not even know what would happen if rumors began to spread that the casino had caused a stir with government officials. He added that he asked for their forgiveness, and Roselies smiled and thought about it. The boss raised an eyebrow, smiled, and said that he had prepared something as a token of his sincerity. From the window of the room, a light could be seen in the window of the building opposite. On the roof of the building, a silhouette of a man with ears on his head appeared. Light could be seen from the windows of the house. Flam, Dan, and Roselies were walking down the street with boxes in their hands, and the protagonist asked the girl if it was bad that they accepted these things, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong with it, because it was a gift. Carrying the box in his hands, Dan asked if it was necessary to scold the casino if it was a scammer's mistake, to which Roselies, running her hand through her hair, asked if he knew that it was because he was a civil servant. The girl smirked and said that civil servants were subjects of the empire, the hands and feet of the emperor. The protagonist opened his mouth and wondered if the casino owners would be more than satisfied if the emperor heard that they had been victims, and looked away, thinking that the useless things were the same in both his past and present lives. Opening the box, Roselies saw the contents and screamed that there was a cashmere coat and a fountain pen, adding that these products were from all the famous brands. Raising his hand with the toy in front of him, Flam said that Arwen would like this toy rabbit, and Roselies' eyes became stars upon hearing this. The girl rushed towards Flam and screamed that Arwen would like the bracelet more than the rabbit, and Flam, dumbfounded, thoughtfully said that the bracelet looked very expensive, but Roselies objected that if we were talking about price, the rabbit was more expensive. Dan stood behind and decided to open his box. Upon opening it, his eyes widened. The box contained a magic wand for children and a simple alchemy set. It was dark around, some of the buildings had lights on. The protagonist was walking along the street. Frowning, Dan picked up his watch. Looking at it, the protagonist realized that it was already 12 o'clock and 30 minutes past midnight. Looking down, the guy said that he was on duty tomorrow and that it was a serious problem, because even if he quickly returned home, he would not be able to get enough sleep. Looking back, he said that that was why he was talking. Looking towards the man who was standing behind the wall, Dan continued that he did not have time and asked if he could show up as soon as possible. The girl in the rabbit mask pressed herself against the wall in bewilderment, hearing that the protagonist knew that she had been stalking him since the casino. Dan continued to look towards the wall. A moment later, the girl appeared from behind it. The protagonist was confused by the fact that the girl in the rabbit mask appeared in front of him. The protagonist turned away from the girl, and she said that no one could have known that they would cross paths here. Glancing at the shadow behind him, Dan heard a question about whether he had lived well all this time. Big Mama came out of the shadows and greeted the protagonist. Dan turned towards her with his mouth slightly open and remained silent. Looking closely at the woman's face, the guy saw Aunt Talalia in her. Standing on a dark street, the protagonist asked his aunt what she was doing here, to which she said that it was her question. A drop of sweat appeared on Dan's face when his aunt asked if they should change places if he didn't know where they were, to which he remained silent. The streets were covered in night fog. Dan, Talalia, and Milphia flew over the buildings. During the flight, Dan thoughtfully looked at the women behind him. A smile was visible on his aunt's face, and her eyes were narrowed. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist continued to look at her. Without taking his eyes off Talalia, memories began to come to his head. Imagining his home village and people seeing someone off, the protagonist remembered that Aunt Talalia had left home with his grandfather 10 years ago, saying that she had business to attend to. Remembering his aunt's blonde hair, Dan thought that his aunt was someone who put the public good before herself and that she had more authority than anyone else. Imagining his younger self, he remembered that he thought his aunt was more suitable for the role of the leader of the Crow tribe, but she did not want it. Dan recalled the moment when he ran away from his home village, not wanting to become the chief, and thought that if he had not done so, his aunt would have accepted a life and death fight with his father, who had decided who would be the chief 10 years ago. As the protagonist continued to fly through the sky, he realized that although the outcome would be the same, the paths would be different. As their flight continued, Dan realized that the problem now was how long he would follow his aunt, but he interrupted himself with the thought that it would be better to just run away, no matter if he was a civil servant or not. Gritting his teeth, Dan thought that if he tried to run away, there was a high probability that he would be caught. Looking at his aunt's smiling face, Dan remembered that she used to compete with his father one-on-one and that she should be stronger than Uncle Vladdy in strength. The protagonist turned around, hearing that his aunt asked him what he was thinking about. Squinting her eyes, Talalia said that even next to her she could hear her nephew's head boiling. Opening her mouth, she asked if he was thinking about running away. Dan's pupils shrank, he was confused. Flying near the bright stars, the protagonist asked himself if his life as a civil servant would come to an end today. Milphia flew through the night sky. She opened her eyes wide and sped up her flight. Having flown away from the houses, the girl, realizing that she had missed Dan and Talalia, asked if they were too fast. Taking off her mask, Milphia said in surprise that who would have known that this guy was her mother's nephew. The girl remembered the moment when, standing in the room near the table, Talalia told her to drop the case of attempted poisoning. Milphia flew forward, asking in her thoughts to wait for her there for a while, and tried to call her mother. Looking at the starry sky, the girl wondered if something had happened, and realized that no matter what, it was better not to go there. Milphia turned around, hearing sounds coming from far away. Looking in the direction of these sounds, the girl saw a wave of magic impact behind the high cliffs. Stopping on the roof of the building, she continued to look in the direction from where the sounds were coming. Milphia opened her eyes in alarm and called out to her mother again. A cliff on a high rock was visible. In the middle of an empty field stood Talalia and Dan. His aunt narrowed her eyes and pressed her lips together. The nephew's face turned to stone as he looked at Talalia. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind and he asked how his aunt knew he was here. Talalia grinned and said that her nephew didn't have to worry since she was the only one who knew. The shadows of the heroes were reflected on the ground by the light of the moon. Dan asked if he could trust it, to which Talalia replied that he might not believe it, but the truth is the truth. Near the rocks, the aunt's question was heard about what her nephew wanted, to which he thoughtfully answered that he did not know. Opening her eyes, Talalia asked if he had anything he wanted in that case. Lowering the corners of his lips, Dan looked at his aunt. Frowning, he said that he would like a peaceful life. The woman laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and the protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. Looking at her confused nephew, Talalia asked if his desire for a peaceful life sounded too childish. Continuing to stand opposite his aunt, Dan said that he was speaking sincerely, to which she laughed again with disbelief. The wind blew around the place between the rocks, and the aunt said that Dan did not have to worry, and that she could keep it a secret from Vladdy or Brother Doomstone, to which the nephew asked if it was true, and Talalia answered in the affirmative. The worried protagonist clenched his teeth and heard the aunt's request for help. Dropping his hands, Dan asked what the aunt would do if he refused, to which she, considering his question stupid, answered that she would act in accordance with the rules of the village. Talalia stretched out her hand to the side, and a magical aura formed near it. The aunt took out swords from there and, crossing them in front of herself, said that for them, strength is law. Dan looked at the glowing sword with alarm and thought that now he had no way out. Taking the magic staff in his hands, he cut the air with it and said that he needed to defeat the ant by force. The radiance of the swords reflected in Talalia's eyes, and she wanted to see her nephew's skills after so many years. The light of the ant's swords enveloped the nephew, and he pressed his lips together, rushing towards her. Talalia and Dan's magical powers collided, forming a glowing aura between them. The protagonist used the magical power of the staff to attack the ant. Through the energy flows surrounding him, the protagonist commanded a squall of wind to form. Talalia lowered her swords and, raising her head, saw a magical tornado above her. Pressing her lips together, the ant rushed through the nephew's forces. Against the backdrop of the night sky, Dan and Talalia continued their battle. Holding the magic staff in front of him, the protagonist fired magic bullets at the woman. Talalia flew under the glowing bullets, thereby dodging her opponent's attack. Suddenly, Dan towered over the ant, releasing magical streams. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist prepared for another attack from the enemy. A clash of heroes occurred, in which Talalia, surrounded by purple energies, struck her nephew. The woman lowered her eyebrow and turned her attention to something in the sky. Far in the sky, behind the clouds, she saw a large silhouette of her nephew. Talalia, lowering her swords, turned her head back and watched two silhouettes of Dan. Soon the woman looked at many silhouettes of her nephew behind her. Two copies of the protagonist attacked with a magic staff. A moment later, several more of his copies chased Talalia and she began to fly away. The woman's eyes widened and she was shocked. With her mouth wide open, she tried to fly away from the huge wave of magic of the protagonist. Talalia flew with great speed towards the cliff from which huge stones fell. The huge rock rolled with a roar due to the hero's magical power. The rock, surrounded by fog and clouds, stopped. Talalia, frowning angrily, flew out from the rock that had broken into two parts. She looked straight at Dan's blurry silhouette and flew towards him, wanting to make an attack. The protagonist hung over the woman and, waving his staff, summoned a hellish storm. Talalia was confused, her mouth open. In the distance, a powerful and bright magical wave was seen rushing across the rocks. Rocks towered between the clouds. On the ground, stones lay shrouded in haze. High in the clouds, a disappearing silhouette appeared. The woman, whose face, hands, and clothes were covered in blood, closed her eyes and lowered her weapon. Looking ahead, she saw the silhouette that said that it had been a long time since he released his magical power to such a level. With the magic staff in his hands, Dan didn't know what to do and asked if he should continue. Surprised, Talalia, whose face was covered in bruises, said that since her nephew had gotten a taste for it, she was also pleased. Looking up at the woman, Dan heard her say that she couldn't continue to disappoint her nephew. Talalia rose above the ground and crossed her swords, forming beams of magical power near herself, and, turning to her opponent, told him to wait impatiently now. Something was heard behind the high mountains. Closer to the mountains, the sound became louder. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared. Dan, holding the staff in his hands, fought with his ant in the sky. The protagonist frowned. Talalia gritted her teeth. The protagonist, raising his weapon, shouted the Virgin Wind spell. Big Mama was covered in scars and she tried to hold back the protagonist's blow. Talalia, her mouth wide open, swung her sword sharply towards Dan. The protagonist, frowning, prepared to attack. They flew at each other and there was an extraordinary force around them. The protagonist's ant struck with her weapon, from which the guy, his eyes wide, dodged. Big Mama, squinting, flew straight at him. Dan, his mouth open, did not expect a blow. The guy's pupils turned white from such a strong aura. Talalia, looking firmly at her opponent, attacked successfully. The ant, opening her mouth in surprise, realized that she had confused the illusion with a real opponent. Magic fragments flew in the sky, and she continued that compared to what she expected, more. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind her, holding his weapon in his hands, from which Big Mama was perplexed. The guy, opening his mouth, shouted a spell, thunder cutting through the sky. An unusual blue wave appeared in the sky ahead of the protagonist. Talalia, holding out her sword, awaited the blow. She turned around, gritting her teeth. Big Mama, with her mouth wide open, slid along the shock wave. A powerful explosion occurred. Auntie, flying in the sky, sighed. Her face was scarred. Talalia landed on the ground and saw a huge crack. She turned her head and heard that the sky is subjugating the darkness. Dan, lowering his gaze, said that the land where the light fades, shrouded in an ominous gospel. The protagonist, looking at his opponent, shouted the spell that the Keeper of Balance, adding that the scales of levels, to which the evil Theta prepared herself. Big Mama, seeing the two protagonists running at her, was perplexed. They fiercely struck, from which Auntie, wide-eyed, defended herself. Her cheeks were torn and she said that these, hearing that the immutable boundaries. In the sky, where there was a battle, it was heard that it was necessary to straighten white feathers in the darkness. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, raised his weapon high. He, grinning, said, "An inverted world." Two protagonists attacked Big Mama. She, gritting her teeth, waited for the attack. Something was heard in the empty sky. A powerful explosion occurred. A blue glow was visible from the explosion. It was becoming more and more powerful. The shock wave, shining brightly, reached the city. Nilphia was standing on the roof of one of the houses. She, sadly looking in the direction of the explosion, worried about her mother. A huge structure was visible. Flatty was standing on the roof of the building. He, with his mouth slightly open, said that this was too much, and asking himself, added that some legendary demon had really appeared. Behind him stood Orphean, who said that if the four great demonic beasts had appeared here, then the demon kingdom would have already raised a fuss. Vladdy, hearing, asked that she had also come. Looking at the big city, the girl asked if she could rest when it was so noisy, to which a positive answer was heard. Orphine, raising her hand, said that in any case, since it was not a monster, then it was a person with magical power like a monster, and Vladdy clarified that it was not a person. The girl, turning her gaze to him, said that there was no need to ask, there were not many people with such magical power. The man, lowering his head, remained silent. He watched as Orphine, leaving, asked, nevertheless, it was necessary to check what was happening. The girl, opening her mouth, clarified whether he would go with her. Vladdy, grinning, asked if she was really afraid. From the roof of the large building, the girl could be heard saying that if he didn't want to, he shouldn't go, to which she replied that he understood and they would go together. Mountains were visible through the fog. Big Mama was standing in this fog. She was covered in scars. Dan, looking at his tired aunt, said that he was using this magic for the first time and that he would have to seal her. He, slightly opening his mouth, asked if everything was okay with his aunt. Talalia, gritting her teeth, said that this magic, when, through the light fog, she clarified that Aunt Murpha had really taught him, and received the answer that there was no talk of that. The protagonist, grinning, said that he had achieved this through self-study. The aunt, looking at him in surprise, could not believe it. The protagonist, wide-eyed, asked if they would continue. He, smiling, added that he had gotten a taste for it and that he didn't care. Talalia looked tired. They looked at each other in a light haze. Auntie, squinting, was silent. A pile of stones appeared, enough was heard, she lost. There was silence in the mountains. Morphine and Vladdy walked through the fog. The man, closing his eyes, laughed. He, looking from under his forehead, asked if everything was much more serious than he assumed. They were standing on a pile of stones, and it was heard what the hell happened here. The guild headquarters appeared. Two guys were sitting in the office. Dan, touching his chin, thought about Auntie's words. He remembered how they stood around the mountains, and Auntie told him not to worry, she would keep his secret, to which the protagonist replied that, as he expected, Auntie was true to her word. Big Mama, widening her eyes, heard that however, he could not just stay away. The protagonist, smiling, said that she should tell him what she wanted to ask him, and added that if everything was okay, that he would think about it. The aunt, looking at the guy, smirked that he was a sly one, to which the guy replied that how could she call her nephew a sly one. Dan, looking ahead, noticed a girl in a purple cloak. She, standing in a mask, asked if everything was okay with her mother if she was hurt anywhere. Big Mama, turning her gaze to the protagonist, told him to contact her through her daughter from now on, which surprised the guy. The girl, wide-eyed through the mask, heard that it was somehow awkward with a person whose face the protagonist did not even know, and the aunt replied that he should not worry, he knew her. She began to take off the mask, and the protagonist was shocked. He, through the sweat on his face, recognized her and said that he would probably greet her properly. Nilphia, taking off her mask, said that she was the head of the Big Mama Information Department and reminded him of her name, apologizing for hiding all this time. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, was very surprised by what was said. The protagonist, looking down, thought about what he was surprised about and how many surprises were still waiting for him in the future. The aunt, looking towards Dan, said that she would have asked him then. The guy, hearing that he was called a favorite nephew, became embarrassed. Sitting at the table, he thought he heard why he was hanging. Demur, leaning on the books, said that it seemed like Dan had a lot of fun yesterday, and the protagonist hesitantly denied it. The boss, smiling, said that in any case, he was calling him. The protagonist, his eyes widening, heard that it seemed like there was one interesting case. The city skyline opened up. The roofs of tall buildings were visible. The king of mercenaries was alone in the room and was sitting at the table. He was drinking something, holding a mug to his mouth. The king heard someone behind him say that alcohol in the morning was exactly his style. The guy, his mouth slightly open, was surprised. He looked at the man in the red cloak and addressed him as a gentleman. The king of mercenaries, getting up from the table, asked why he was there, to which the mysterious gentleman replied that there was one matter. He held out some envelope. The frightened guy took it in his hands and, before he could say anything, the gentleman interrupted that they said that the ruins he was looking for in the empire had been discovered. The sovereign, looking straight ahead, asked if he could go there. The king of mercenaries took a piece of paper out of the envelope. He looked at it and was serious. From outside the building, he could hear that he was heading there right away. A view of the Adventurers Guild headquarters opened up. Dan, standing inside with Flam, asked if he was on a business trip. The boys were standing near the table opposite Glant, who was saying that when new recruits came to them, the first thing they did was go to field training. The man smirked and asked if it would be a big plus if they learned by seeing with their own eyes. Flam and Dan, looking at Glant, listened attentively to Dono, who had already arrived in the field, so if they didn't know something, they would ask him. From the guild headquarters, one of the boys could be heard saying that he was on duty today, receiving the answer that there was no need to worry about it and that they could go. A train appeared. It was Tanjiro Station. There were many people near the carriage. The conductor, looking at the protagonist, said that they could go through. The boys were in the carriage. Flam, holding a ticket in his hands, couldn't figure out where their seat was. Dan looked at his suitcase, which he was holding in his hands. He, looking at it, thought. The protagonist thought that there was a gun in it. In his thoughts stood Orkin, who said that the area of the ruins was full of thugs hunting for them, to which Flam asked, in that case, is it dangerous? The teacher, with his mouth slightly open, said that they should not worry, that one adventurer decided to accompany them, and the question was heard, accompany. The guys, with their eyes wide, listened, that he was an interesting person, and they would not be bored on the road. Flam, turning to Dan on the train, said that it was here, and he would go out to buy something for a snack, hearing a positive answer. The protagonist looked warily at the guy. He said in his head that yesterday was a casino, and today suddenly a business trip, and continued that this was different from the other life of a civil servant that he imagined. Someone knocked on the window where Dan was standing. The protagonist turned around and exclaimed. He was perplexed, seeing Melfia. A small roof appeared. The girl standing in front of the main character said that it was a gift from Big Mama, to which the guy clarified whether it was so. He, picking up the bracelet in his hands, asked if it was a magic suppressing bracelet, and received the answer that this item was created by the Witch Wayne, who was actually the leader of the group that killed the Demon King 120 years ago. The guy said that he knew about it, and with this magic item you can survive in any situation. Dan, admiring the bracelet, said that it even has a magic suppressing function, which is exactly what he needs. An outstretched hand with a card appeared, and it was heard to take this too. Milfia, looking at the guy, said that this was a VIP pass for clients of the information department of Big Mama. She, widening her eyes, said that with this the guy would be able to purchase information of any class without restrictions. The main character, looking at the pass, said that it was not bad. Dan, walking down the alley with the girl, asked how she knew they were here, to which Milfia asked in response that there was such information that Big Mama would not know. The girl, smiling, wished him a successful business trip. The protagonist, turning around, heard her call him by name and became embarrassed. A train was visible. Dan was walking along the carriage. He saw Flam and heard that this was him. The protagonist's partner said that this was Danberg, whom he had just told her about. They saw a guy in a hat, who said, looking at Dan, that he looked quite young. It was heard that judging only by appearance does not paint a man. The man, stretching out his index finger, said that he was the Licorice of the Adventurers Guild. Rolling on his feet, he said that he was the platinum most stylish adventurer. A ball shone brightly in his hand. The man lowered his hat with his hand. He, slightly opening his mouth, introduced himself as the magical swordsman Dane, and he said that he asks for love and favor, dear newcomers of the civil servants. The guide, running towards him, shouted that he was throwing things around. The partners, wide-eyed, heard that Dane was asking for forgiveness, and the guide added that they were all adults, how could they do such a thing, and to quickly clean up after themselves, to which he heard a positive answer. Dan looked embarrassed. The sun rose over the northwestern part of the archipelago. The city of Rotten was located near high cliffs. A group of people walked along a deserted street. The king of mercenaries adjusted his scarf. The Dark Knight lowered his hand and looked ahead. Without looking back, he asked what the name of the man who was here was. His subordinate answered that his name was Zion. The man's mouth opened in surprise when he heard that this magician was very good at weakening curses. The streets were decorated with flags. The mercenaries decided that they were very unlucky if this was the man in question. The train was traveling through the desert. Black smoke was pouring out of its chimney. The protagonist was sitting on a bench. A voice announced that the next stop was Bingen and asked those getting off to get ready. Dan approached his fellow traveler and tried to wake him up. Dane was lying on the bench. The boy said that they would be there soon. The man was sleeping soundly, covering his head with a hat. The boy raised his hand and tried to shout to him. The guy put his hand to the body of his fellow traveler, and lightning appeared around it. The intern opened his mouth in shock and realized that the swordsman had installed a protective spell on himself. He summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and said that before going to bed, you should at least set an alarm clock. The protagonist slapped his comrade and asked him to get up. Dane opened his eyes. The man rose from the bench, not understanding what was happening. Dan turned to him and said that they had arrived. There were suitcases on the top shelf. The boy said that Flam had already packed all his things and left first, so they needed to leave quickly. The carriage, drawn by horses, was driving through the desert. The swordsman looked out the window and said that the world had become a much better place, because now you can get to Rotten in just one day and not 4 as before. Flam put his hands on his knees and asked if there weren't such trains in his youth. The magician answered that they were, and explained that there used to be only one line that connected the Duchy of Asteria and the archipelago. The young man asked if that wasn't too long ago and inquired how old his friend was. Dane lowered his head and answered that he was 47. The civil servant said that he looked much younger. The guy looked out the window. The heroes looked at him when the intern said that they were almost there. The carriage approached the city of Rotten. Night had fallen, the streets were dark. The guys walked along a poorly lit road. The protagonist looked away and was surprised that there were no people here at all. The man explained that there was a reason for that. He looked around and said that because of the ruins, everyone from tomb robbers, adventurers, mercenaries, black marketeers, and officials came to this city, which made it less safe. Following him, Dan guessed that the Imperial Guard or Knights were supposed to be sent here. The swordsman confirmed this and added that they would be sent in the same way as them. Flam scratched his beard and asked if it was bad that the ruins were discovered. The boy thought that they could become a tourist value despite the fact that the security in the city was shaken. Gusts of wind swept through the city. The young man asked what tourist value meant. The buildings were surrounded by a wall. The boy explained that after exploring the ruins, all these people would leave Rotten, but their historical value and rarity as a monument would not disappear. People gathered in front of the cathedral. The city could use the ruins as a tourist resource, as it would stimulate its economy. The young man raised his eyebrows and realized that in that case the ruins would be useful in the long run. The mage confirmed this and noted that, as befits a civil servant, his companion called their value a resource. The building was illuminated by a bright light. The intern asked if they could spend the night somewhere tonight. Dane suggested sleeping outside since they had the opportunity. Flam categorically disagreed with him. Someone called out to the heroes, and they turned around. Dono approached them and assumed that they were probably tired by the time they got here. The guys were standing on the street. The civil servant noticed that his friend had arrived here as an escort. The brunette raised his eyebrows and suggested that his friends leave before it was too late. The heroes looked at him tensely when he explained that they could stay outside for the night if they did not make it in time. The building was in the shadows. Footsteps were heard. The guys saw people in front of them, lying on the ground, putting towels under their heads. They slept. The protagonist looked at them with displeasure and asked if they really had to sleep here. Dono explained that they had no choice because many people from different areas had been sent here. Flam walked around the people and said that there was nowhere to even lie down. The civil servant chuckled and said that if you looked hard enough, you could find a place. He turned around and warned that he had to go because he was on duty today. Dan's mouth dropped open in amazement. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The boy looked at the sleeping people and asked how they could sleep here. Dane sat down on the ground and said that at least they wouldn't have to sleep in the mud, so it could be called paradise. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock and he thought that he should just run away. The lights went out in the streets. Dim stars were burning above the city. There was a mansion next to the rocks. All the furniture inside was overturned. Someone came down the stairs. The mercenary king followed the man holding a torch in his hand. He had a stern expression on his face. The heroes went down to the basement. There was a tall door in front of them. A moment later it opened. The bandits entered the bright room. The Dark Knight looked away in surprise. There were many sorcerers sitting at the table in front of him. The old man sitting at the head of the table said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man frowned tensely. Someone threw a scroll on the table. Zion looked at it. He was asked to read the order. The magician narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The eyes of everyone present were turned to him. The man asked what kind of dishonorable actions this was and why they could not hand over this matter to him according to all the rules. The bandit raised his eyebrows and asked him not to talk nonsense and quickly read the scroll. The old man opened his mouth wide and asked how some mediocre knight dared to talk to him like that. The mercenary king kicked the table with his foot so hard that it hit Zion's stomach. The sorcerers immediately jumped up to him. The Dark Knight asked if it was not necessary to separate public affairs from personal ones. The magician gritted his teeth in displeasure when the young man asked him to let him finish the job before killing him. The robber clenched his fist and declared that he was ready to fight him at any time. The sorcerers silently looked at the scroll. The man grinned. He slammed his fist on the table. The old man rose from his chair and said that he would kill this scoundrel with his own hands. The city was illuminated by the sun. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist thought that he could not sleep even for a minute because of the snoring, the cramped space, and even the smell of feet. There were bags under his eyes. Dan decided that he should have run away right away. Dane approached him when he noticed that his comrade had woken up. The heroes were on a deserted street. The man saw that his friend had not slept at all and asked if everything would be okay with him. The boy replied that he would manage somehow. The swordsman adjusted his hat and said that he had slept in even worse conditions, so he managed to get enough sleep. The heroes looked around when someone envied them. Flam fell to the ground and said that he wished he had such skills too. Clouds were floating above Rotten. Someone asked if the local officials were not supposed to be on duty here. Putting his hand on the table, Dono confirmed this and explained that in a situation like this, when the ruins were discovered and many people came to the city, the officials who came for work also replaced the locals. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that there would be a lot of work here. The mage crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was a great opportunity for adventurers to get rich. The heroes sat at the table. The civil servant said that there was work for them too. The brunette raised his eyebrows and sent them to the city patrol. The guys looked at him in surprise. The wind blew over the houses. There were many locals on the street. A brute with an axe on his shoulder was talking to a sorcerer. People were walking around the city. The intern looked down and noticed that there were many Knights of the White Deer, Black Buffalo and other orders. Dane said that he had a chance to become famous. The locals were going about their business. The man explained that these people were so docile because they patrol the streets, otherwise there would be real chaos here. The protagonist looked at his comrade and asked how the management of the ruins worked in general. The swordsman grinned and said that as soon as the ruins were discovered, soldiers and knights were put on guard, and ordinary people could not get to them. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Dan asked who was doing the excavations. The magician explained that archaeologists and court sorcerers were doing this to check their value. A crowd of people walked along the street. Archaeologists were accompanied by knights and professional treasure hunters who were supposed to study the secret spaces. The heroes looked at each other. The boy asked if there really was no point in mercenaries and adventurers gathering here. Dane said that was not quite true. The people approached the cave. Compared to the size of the ruins, the incoming flow of people was very small, so exploring them with so many people was quite problematic. Walking down the street, the boy assumed that either adventurers or mercenaries acted as additional seekers. The man confirmed this and said that the civil servant's job here was to find a good applicant. The intern's mouth opened in surprise and understood everything. He looked back when he heard someone's displeased exclamation. The crowd gathered around two people who were about to fight. Looking away, the swordsman explained that in such places there are always a couple of such individuals, and asked his friend to wait here for a while. The mage headed towards the crowd of locals. The protagonist turned around when someone asked him for help. The stranger approached him and asked if the civil servant knew when they would be choosing adventurers to enter the ruins. Dan replied that he did not know because he had only recently arrived. The mercenary king opened his mouth and explained that he was laying claim to the place himself, so he needed to know when the digging would begin in earnest. The boy frowned tensely and said nothing. A gust of wind blew past them. The boy tried to explain that he did not have that information. Dane returned to him and asked what was going on. The Dark Knight turned away and said that he had to go. The trainee looked after him, confused. The man frowned and asked who this person was. The protagonist replied that he was a local who just wanted to clarify something. The swordsman narrowed his eyes suspiciously and said that this person seemed familiar to him. The king of mercenaries hurried away from them. The magician said that he had seen his face somewhere before. An orange sunset was visible outside the city. The Dark Knight crossed his arms over his chest and said that Dane had arrived in Rotten. His comrades stood in front of him. One of them realized that he was talking about a famous swordsman. Another asked if it would be dangerous because the head of the guild could come here. The robber frowned menacingly and said that they would have to shift the schedule. The mercenary opened his mouth in amazement and asked how much they needed to shift it. The leader silently looked at his subordinates. He sternly drew his brows together and suggested that they set out tonight. The stars shone above the night city. A light came on in one of the buildings. The bandit picked up a document and said that archaeologists believe that this was the burial place of the last family of saints. The man in the robe looked at him and decided that they might be hiding something. The king of mercenaries explained that he did not know anything for sure, but he had heard from his majesty that this was not an ordinary burial place. Someone asked if there were really no bodies in this grave. The Dark Knight nodded approvingly. The blue gem sparkled. The mercenary's goal was the legacy of the Holy Family, a magic stone that he called the Crystal of Miracles. The young man pointed at the map and added that the situation was difficult, but this was an order from His Majesty. The bandit looked up and said that they needed to find the crystal, not shying away from methods and means, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. The mercenaries frowned sternly. They looked at their leader. The leader narrowed his eyes and decided to begin explaining the plan. In the entire street, only their room had a light on. Bright stars were burning above the houses. Flam laid his head on the table and asked if at this rate they wouldn't die first. The young man realized that his body wouldn't be able to withstand the daily overtime work until he returned to the main office. Donald looked away and asked if he was really feeling bad from just one day. The man grinned and suggested that they start preparing. He winced when the protagonist asked if there were other places to sleep. Lying on the table, Dan warned that he would stay here if there weren't any. Suddenly, the colleagues straightened up and were glad when the civil servant allowed them to stay here, because it was quite quiet here, despite the lack of beds. A lamp lit the library. The brunette told his comrades to wait and promised to bring them blankets. Flam looked away. The young man asked where Dane had gone. The boy lay down on the sofa and replied that their escort had decided to spend the night on the way to the ruins. There was a picture on the wall. The guy added that the man had met a colleague with whom they served in the court magician's department. The civil servant put his hand to his chin and thought that he would be able to sleep peacefully today. Darkness fell on the city. Flam was lying on a pillow and sleeping soundly. The intern was sleeping on a sofa by the opposite wall. The man in the robe approached him. The protagonist looked at his sleeping copy. He frowned and decided that illusion magic would be enough. The room was dark. Dan thought that he should take a look at the ruins. The boy was walking along a lighted street. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought. The intern found himself in front of a cathedral and remembered that the ruins were in that direction. Stars were shining above the excavation site. A group of people gathered at the entrance to the building. The knight frowned and asked why they had come here so late. Common squinted and explained that a very important artifact rested in this place. The warrior gave him a distrustful look and stated that they all knew about it and asked why the court magicians were here at such a time. The old man said that his friend, whom they knew well, would explain everything to them, and Dane approached them from behind. He had a stern expression on his face. The researchers turned to him, and the man apologized for his sudden appearance and explained that it was an urgent situation. The swordsman handed them a document and said that it was a request that His Majesty had sent to the Adventurers Guild. The magician frowned and explained that the request stated that one of the artifacts that was rumored to be resting here should be secretly found and stored. The wizard raised his eyebrows and asked why a person of such high rank would suddenly give a personal order to the Adventurers Guild. The old man flinched when he was asked to look at something. The magician handed him an order from General Vladdy, which required full support for the operation and an agreement to non-disclosure. The captain took the document in his hands and studied it. The sorcerers looked around as Common explained that their court magicians had also been ordered to remain silent in connection with this matter. The leader took a piece of paper. It bore the seal of the emperor himself. The wizard's eyes widened in shock. Dane, who was standing behind them, asked why this operation was so secret and answered his own question by explaining that what they were about to do was the same as robbery. The man frowned sternly and promised to ensure the safety of all participants in the excavation and reward them enough to last them a lifetime if they were successful. The knight frowned tensely but said nothing. It was dark in the catacombs. Because of this, the end of the corridor could not even be seen. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the darkness. The protagonist held it in his hand in front of him. Dan walked forward along the corridor and realized that these were the ruins. There were hieroglyphs depicted on the wall. There was a giant depicted next to ordinary people. The boy assumed that this was some kind of legend. The guy turned to the wall and carefully studied the ancient writings. He frowned and decided to first examine the area. The intern put his hand on the ground and sent streams of mana forward. The space was illuminated by a blue glow. Waves of energy rushed further and further along the corridor. A bright grid appeared on the walls. The thief looked ahead. The protagonist smiled and thought that thanks to these magical threads, one could understand the terrain well. Dan slowly moved deeper into the catacombs. Clouds floated across the night sky above the ruins. Gusts of wind rushed over the rocks. Someone stepped forward. The king of mercenaries came out onto the cliff with his comrades. The Dark Knight looked back and asked where Zion was. His subordinate replied that the old man decided to go first. The young man pulled a mask over his face. He frowned menacingly and announced the beginning of the operation to search for the Crystal of Miracles located in the depths of the ruins. A bright light illuminated the corridor. The wind walked through the catacombs. It was very dark ahead. The boy took a step forward. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The boy looked up tensely. Darkness enveloped his path. The intern closed his eyes and wondered if this was really the tomb of the Holy Family. A glowing 8-pointed star appeared. The thief thought that this area resembled a huge 3-dimensional magic circle. A fireball flew next to him, illuminating the road. The protagonist looked ahead. In front of him were doors. Dan decided that this was the most central part of the ruins, where the tomb of the last of the Holy Family could be. The group of explorers walked along the corridor. The captain looked back and said that the ruins were located at a depth of 10 floors and that at the moment they could only go 4 floors deep. Dane grinned and noted that they had come quite far in such a short time. Someone explained that this was all because there were no monsters here. The man looked back and asked the stranger again. The man in the robe said that as you go deeper into the ruins, the concentration of magic dissipates. Common approached him and said that he was a mage from Rotten who decided to join them. Siren lowered the corners of his lips. The old man said that he hired him because of his outstanding skills. The fencer looked at him and noticed that the deputy had not changed at all. The court mage was indignant and reminded that he had already been promoted to leader. The heroes continued on their way. Kamen asked how long they had not seen each other and said that he knew that his comrade was sent to Kront for reaching the level of a mage. Dane laughed and said that his friend praised him for nothing. The light of the torches illuminated the walls. The man explained that he did not want his colleague to call him a traitor because for this level he had to endure a lot. The old man raised his eyebrows and asked if his comrade had come to the ruins to find clues that would help him step up to the next level. The swordsman turned away and explained that he had another purpose besides that. The court magician cast a suspicious glance at him. The leader raised his eyebrows and remained silent. At this time, the protagonist had already reached the door of the ruins. Gusts of wind blew over his head. Dan looked up and thought that, apparently, these ruins were a magic circle built for a specific purpose, and not just an ordinary tomb. A magic circle appeared in the sky, absorbing the magic around the ruins to maintain its functionality, which explained why the magic was weakening. There was a strange relief on the doors. The boy decided that he had to go inside anyway, even though he didn't know if the Holy Family's magic was active. The boy put his hand on the door. The intern pushed hard, but the door didn't budge. His hands trembled. The thief wondered why it was so hard. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he would have to use force. A light energy appeared in front of him. His hands pushed the stone door. After a while, it opened slightly. A bright light was shining from the room. A crack appeared between the doors. Dan decided that this would be enough to enter. The boy took a step into the hall. His mouth opened in surprise. In front of him was a room with knights. Stone statues stood in a row. The boy assumed that they were magic golems that protected this room. The intern approached them and thought that they would activate if someone entered through some other way than the front door as expected. The thief heard a strange sound and looked forward. His eyes lit up. There was a magic circle on the floor in front of him. A crystal of miracles was shimmering in the darkness. The protagonist thought it was some kind of magic stone. Dan looked back and heard a crash. A crack appeared on the wall next to him. There were sounds of blows. The crack became larger. Suddenly, a strong explosion destroyed the wall. Silhouettes of people were visible in a cloud of smoke. Dane adjusted his coat and asked if this was really the tomb of the Holy Family. The boy hid behind a column. The man concluded that they were the only ones who got here because others had a hard time resisting the local magic. The guy heard a familiar voice and his mouth opened in surprise. The researchers entered the hall. One of them asked where they could see the tomb itself. A cloud of dust rose behind them. Something was approaching. A knife pierced the back of one of the archaeologists. The swordsman turned around and widened his eyes in fear. The mercenaries entered the hall and thanked the explorers. The Dark Knight spread his arms and declared that thanks to them, they had easily found this place. The knights raised their weapons when the leader ordered his subordinates to kill them. A portal appeared next to the mage. Dane cast a spell and brought down lightning that split the sky on the opponents. The bandit dodged his attack. The man looked away. The bandit tried to hit him with his sword, but the swordsman drew his weapon in time. The king of mercenaries widened his eyes and asked if the enemy knew how to use a sword. The mage smirked and asked if that was not what a swordsman of thunder should be able to do. The Dark Knight cut the air with his sword and offered to test its strength. Golden lightning shone around Dane. The staff in Kamen's hands caught fire. The spell destroyed the ground beneath the mercenaries' feet. The old man lowered his staff and asked all archaeologists and adventurers to leave immediately. A man with a knife attacked him. The court wizard summoned magic circles in front of him. They helped him defend himself from the attacks of his enemies. The leader jumped back and directed a fireball at them. The fiery projectiles crashed into the villains. The bandit swung his sword behind Kamen's back. A magic arrow immediately flew into his back. Zion summoned magic around himself and asked if the man was okay. He asked how it happened. The old man turned around and said he didn't know where these people came from. Two bandits approached him and wished him death. The court wizard summoned a fire circle and suggested getting rid of the enemies first. Suddenly, his body trembled. A sharp stone fragment pierced his chest. The sorcerer took off his hood and called him naive. The villain smirked and urged him to think before doing anything. The leader frowned angrily. Zion summoned a wave of blue energy and wished him death. A powerful explosion was heard at the entrance to the tomb. Dane turned around and called out loudly to his friend. The sorcerer held out his staff in front of him and declared that the court mage was not his opponent. The old man asked where the one who could entertain him was. A silhouette of a man appeared in a cloud of smoke. The protagonist frowned and said that attacking a wounded person was low. Dan covered Kamen with his body and asked who this ill-mannered person was. The boy poured a green solution on the leader's wound. At the same time, the liquid bubbled. The guy sat down next to him and said that now the court mage should be able to hold out for a while longer. The old man put his hand on the wound and asked who he was. The intern explained that it was difficult for him to answer this question. The thief stood up and asked him to remember that Lufin was here. Kamen opened his mouth in surprise and asked him again. Zion watched them from the side. The scoundrel frowned and asked what was going on here. Dane ran to his comrade. The bandit asked if now was the time to think about something else. The man turned around. The mercenary king struck him with his sword. The Dark Knight frowned and said that there was no need to rush because they would die here anyway. The swordsman clenched his teeth in irritation. The mage swung his weapon and threatened his opponent with death. Their swords clashed in battle. The bandit furiously parried all the attacks. He ducked to dodge another blow. The bandit looked up. Dane blocked his attack, holding his sword in front of him. Light energy appeared around its blade. A thunderstorm fell upon the enemy. Golden lightning flashed everywhere. Dust rose. The man looked forward and opened his mouth in surprise. The scoundrel removed his mask, and the enemy recognized him. The heroes stood facing each other, their weapons lowered. Debris was falling from the ceiling. Someone asked what the vibrations were. The protagonist looked up and noticed that the ruins were about to collapse. Dan looked away and thought that he knew it would happen. The stone statues leaned on swords. Their armor shook. A bright light came through the visor of the helmet. The knight took a step forward and asked who dared to step on the holy ground with their dirty feet. The living armor raised his sword and declared that he would punish the violators for their recklessness. The mercenaries' eyes widened in fear. The stone statues attacked them, wishing them death. The robber protected himself from the blow with his own sword. The captain of the adventurers dodged the attack. At this time, the king of the mercenaries and Dane were standing behind. They looked back and wondered who they were. Two knights immediately ran up to them. The heroes turned their attention to them and entered the battle. The leader gritted his teeth and thought that he would have to deal with them first. The young man struck the enemy on the head with his sword. The animated armor cracked. The stone statue struck and called on the enemy to accept his punishment. The bandit's eyes widened in horror. There was an explosion behind the man. The knight rushed at him. The fencer blocked his attack. A stone fist crashed into the blade of his sword. The magician brought down a thunderstorm on the enemy. Flames engulfed the animated armor. Bright lightning appeared around them, lifting them into the air. The stone statue fell to the ground and no longer moved. Dane squinted and wondered who it was. The court magicians were fighting the knights. The researcher's mouth opened in fear as the enemies approached him. He covered his face with his hands and screamed. The protagonist used hectopascal and destroyed the head of the animated armor. At that moment, the statue came at him from behind. Dan jumped back to avoid being hit. His feet kicked off the ground. The boy lunged forward. With one blow, the boy destroyed the knight's head. His body turned into a pile of rubble. The intern looked back. Mithril was lying next to the rubble. The thief picked it up and wondered if he should use it. The protagonist looked up as the armor declared that it was not over yet. The rubble lying on the ground glorified the Holy Kingdom. Dan watched them silently. The boy rolled his eyes and wondered why a mere golem had feelings. The people continued to fight. The boy realized that these statues were not programmed and that they had a real soul. The intern looked ahead and thought that maintaining magic of such a high level for hundreds of years was quite difficult. The thief narrowed his eyes and wondered if there was at least one person who could do this. He remembered Merlin, a red aura swirling around the wizard. The protagonist turned around when the knight asked how he knew that name. The burning armor said that it was the name of the one who placed it there. Dan looked at it silently. The golem lowered its sword and repeated its question. The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The boy imagined the sorcerer and wondered if this spell was really Merlin's doing, since that would mean that the stone statues had been guarding this place for over 500 years. The intern winced when the knight said that he apparently had some knowledge of magic. The thief gave him a displeased look. The armor raised its head and asked if he could make bodies for them. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and asked what that meant. Dan approached the stone statue and asked why it needed a body. It replied that they had a mission to complete. The boy flinched when the knight said he couldn't tell him the details. There were many huge golems behind him. Its eyes lit up. The armor promised to tell him everything if the mage could subdue them. The stone statue swung its sword. The boy jumped to the side to avoid being hit. A subspace appeared next to him. The trainee put on the witch's arrogance bracelet and thought that he would have to block the magic to prevent these ruins from collapsing. The knight stood in his way and wished him death. The thief's glowing eyes flashed and used his skill. The protagonist jumped into the air and used a meteor strike. The enemy's sword broke at the base. Dan grabbed the fallen blade with his hands. With one swing, he cut the enemy's body. Cracks appeared on the blade. The boy gritted his teeth in determination. The boy began to spin around in midair. The intern timed his attack and threw the blade of his sword at the enemy. The golem's body was cut in half. A pile of stones fell to the ground. Blue energy appeared in the thief's hand. Magic bullets rushed towards two more statues. They hit the stone knights. Red eyes lit up under their helmets. Cracks appeared on the living armor. The golem swung its leg and hit the ground. Its foot pinned the protagonist to the floor. The statue lifted its leg. Its shadow hung over the frightened Dan. The knight struck again. His eyes burned with rage. There was no one under his foot. Suddenly, the armor shuddered. Dust rose from the place of impact. The boy found himself behind the enemy and decided that they were not playing by the rules. The boy took off his bracelet and said that he did not care whether these ruins collapsed or not. Lightning appeared around him. The intern warned that it would be very dusty. A bright flash lit up the space. Stone statues shattered into pieces. Explosions were heard everywhere, one after another. Dane ran to the side so as not to be caught in the epicenter. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure. The knights ran straight at him. The swordsman held his hat and jumped forward. The sword in his hand caught fire. A thunderbird flew out of him. The armor looked up and saw an approaching wave of energy. The golem cut the body of the firebird with its sword. The mage saw that the enemy was able to disperse his attack and frowned. A second statue attacked him from behind. Dane blocked the blow, but the shockwave threw him back. The man furrowed his brows in anger. A group of knights rushed after him. A powerful explosion was heard in the ruins. The living armor stood in front of a cloud of smoke. The fallen swordsman lay on the ground. His eyes turned white. The golems turned away and walked away. The stone statue felt something strange and stopped. The magician stood up, lightning sparkling around him. Despite his wounds, Dane raised his sword in front of him. His yellow eyes glowed. The knights turned around and saw bright energy. Thunder rumbled through their bodies. Flames enveloped their animated armor. Sparks flew out of their helmets. A firestorm fell upon the battlefield. The king of mercenaries held a saber in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when he realized that his opponent had managed to overcome the magical wall. The man was surrounded by golden lightning. Another golem was broken. Its head shattered into small pieces. The protagonist flew past him. Several stone statues were moving in his direction. Dane summoned a cloud of blue energy in his hand. A powerful wave of magic rushed towards the opponents. Their bodies shattered into pieces at the same time. Several explosions thundered in front of the boy. The boy frowned and put his hands forward. A mountain of stone fragments already lay where the knights had been. The intern looked back as the living armor asked if this was really where it would end. The golem, who had lost his left arm, said that he had failed to complete his mission. The thief looked at him and asked what that mission was. The stone statue raised its head and said that they had to prevent the Demon King from returning. The protagonist approached him and told him that the Demon King had already returned and had even been defeated. The knight asked what that meant and said that Merlin could not allow that. Dan summoned magic in his hand and decided to release his soul because his mission was complete. The living armor stepped back and said that he had one more mission left. The fire under his visor went out. His body fell to the ground. The boy looked away and asked what happened. There were broken stones all around him, and someone laughed and shouted that they had finally fallen into his hands. Standing in the center of the magic circle, Zion shouted that he had carried out his orders. The boy jumped up to him and urged the enemy not to touch the stone. The old man raised his hands to the miracle crystal and asked if the stranger really expected him to just walk away and leave it here. The sorcerer took the glowing gem. A powerful gust of wind hit him, and the villain screamed. The intern's mouth opened in fear when he heard a loud roar. Cracks appeared on the ceiling. They quickly spread out to the sides. The thief turned around and noticed that the floor had also begun to collapse. The protagonist frowned tensely. The mercenary king and the adventurers were distracted from the fight when Dan shouted that they needed to run because the ruins were about to collapse. Suddenly, debris began to fall from the ceiling. The stones hit the ground with a crash. Dane tried to escape. The man looked around and breathed heavily. The wounded common was sitting next to the rock. The ceiling collapsed right in front of the swordsman. He looked at the pile of stones that blocked his way to his comrade. The debris fell behind him. The magician looked back in fear. The ceiling continued to collapse. The group of adventurers ran to the exit. After that, the stones fell to the ground. From the outside, it was visible that part of the ruins was completely destroyed. Dust rose from the ground. Exhausted people lay on the stones. They were unconscious. Dane fell on the rubble. Smoke enveloped the ruined castle. The moonlight illuminated the miraculously surviving old man. The protagonist approached him. Dan looked down and thought that he almost died. The boy looked around the ruins. The bodies of adventurers lay everywhere. The guy smiled and sighed with relief. The intern jumped up and said that he knew nothing about it. Clouds gathered over the city. The thief was sitting on the roof. In his hands was a cube with a crystal of miracles inside. The surface of the cube was shimmering. The protagonist thought that the seal of the 7 stars that Murpha had taught him was visible here. He smiled and decided that he was very lucky to have found this jewel. Flam went outside and asked who was there. The young man rubbed his eyes and said that he had seen some light here. Dan came up to him from behind and asked why his friend was not sleeping. There was no one on the street. The civil servant explained that he wanted to go to the toilet. The boy warned that there were a lot of insects there. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. The official looked after him with disbelief. The stars were shining in the sky. The man in the mask turned around and reminded that he had asked his comrade to be careful. Standing before him, the mercenary king apologized for not reporting everything in detail. The stranger said that he did not come here to hear it from him. The Dark Knight frowned and said that he knew who took the magic stone with him. The stranger narrowed his eyes and asked him to tell him more about it. At the moment when the ruins collapsed, the young man approached the place where the Crystal of Miracles lay. In the center of the magic circle stood the protagonist. The robber said that this man was able to seal the magic. Dan used a spell to place the stone in a cube. 2 weeks before the collapse of the ruins of Rotten, a bloody sky hung over the demon kingdom. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the dead forest. A powerful swing of the weapon cut the monsters' bodies in half. Cowan cut the enemies with his sword. He had an evil look. The guy turned around and noticed a group of approaching monsters. The saber-toothed hare struck. The mutant bared his teeth and rushed at the enemy from behind. The young man managed to jump over him. He turned around and swung his hand. The sword destroyed several monsters at once. Their bodies fell to the ground. Murpha approached her comrade and said that now everything was different from the times when she was here for the first time. The warrior turned to her and said that he still had something to strive for. Dead hares lay on the ground. The elder said that the demonic beasts were becoming more and more numerous because before there were not so many of them. Cowan asked if something had happened. The woman turned away and said that she did not know the answer to this question. The old woman looked at the dead forest and said that Doomstone was here. Red eyes flashed behind the boy. Many monsters were hiding in the darkness. A letter with the seal of the ravens appeared. Then no one knew that they would request reinforcements from the archipelago. A bright sun burned above the imperial palace. The mutants rushed into battle. They bared their huge fangs and their eyes sparkled. The aristocrats watched them through the hologram. Flatty frowned and asked if this was the demon kingdom. Orphina noted that there had never been such a flood of demonic beasts there before. Blunt smiled and denied this, saying that such invasions had happened in the past. Jance asked when that was. Ash swirled around the Demon King. During his advent, the first invasion of demonic beasts occurred. The next time they appeared 10 years after the victory over the king. The guild leader raised his eyebrows and added that the same thing happened 70 years ago and 10 years ago. The general scratched his head and said that 10 years ago, things were not so serious. The man asked what the reason for the current invasion was. The prince took the documents in his hands. The young man took one sheet of paper out of the envelope. The blonde placed it on the device and offered to watch this recording. The heroes carefully watched the hologram. Suddenly, the Draconian and the knight widened their eyes in surprise. A giant turtle appeared on the recording. The sun was shining over the desert. People gathered around the destroyed ruins. Workers were carrying boards and bricks. Flam raised his eyebrows and asked if this place was really called ruins. The protagonist confirmed it. The city dwellers were clearing away the rubble. The young man suggested that it was even for the best, because this way they would soon return home. Dane stood next to them. The civil servant wished them to return to their hometown as soon as possible. The man silently looked ahead. Dane approached him and expressed his condolences, because the escort really wanted to find the magic of the Holy Family there. The swordsman said that it was very offensive. The boy frowned. A powerful aura shone around the magician. The guy suggested that yesterday he managed to overcome the magical barrier, but he still needed to control the magic. The heroes opened their mouths in amazement when someone addressed them. The young man helped Common, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to drive up to them. Dane approached him and asked how he was. The old man replied that he was fine despite his age. The intern frowned sternly. The man said that this man was in charge of the excavations. Flam introduced himself to him. The protagonist looked away. The swordsman stood next to his colleague. Dane thought that their escort had specifically mentioned that he would accompany them to the Kront Guild to come to the ruins and investigate. The mage frowned sternly. The boy realized that he did not know his exact purpose. The guy approached the court mage and assumed that this was the man who offered Dane cooperation. Common bowed his head. Clouds floated above Rotten. An order came from the main office. Dono smiled and said that the case of the historical monument was currently completed. Flam smiled and asked if they could go home. The intern asked when they were leaving. They sat at the table. The man said that another order came from the office. The civil servant put the envelopes on the table and asked his colleagues to look at them. The protagonist took out the documents. The employee frowned and explained that from that day on, they were appointed as reserve force officers of the special unit of the Adventurers Guild, who would be sent to the Demon Realm. Dan raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of reserve force this was, and the boy asked what he was talking about. Dono closed his eyes and said that they needed to go straight to the Demon Realm. The guys looked at him in shock. The boy opened his mouth in fear. Clouds hung above the building. Ash was flying in the air above the Demon Realm. The saber-toothed hares rushed into battle. A sword strike cut off their heads. Doomstone fought fiercely with the monsters. The head of the Raven village confidently looked forward. With one swing of his sword, he cut off the monster's ear and arm. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. The severed limbs of the demons fell to the ground. The man frowned sternly. Another enemy appeared behind him. The warrior turned around and saw a crowd of saber-toothed hares. The swordsman closed his eyes and was outraged by the fact that there were so many of them. Doomston rushed forward to check who would survive in the end. Dark clouds were swirling above Berheim. There were no people at the train station. Someone handed a glass of hot drink to his comrade. The heroes were sitting on a bench. Dane was upset that his friends would not be able to return home. The protagonist explained that work was their duty. Dan looked at the escort and asked if he could not return now. The man said that he had also received an order and that he would have to go to the Demon Kingdom. The swordsman grinned and assumed that this time there would only be adventurers from the demon territories and the archipelago. Blunt covered his mouth with his hand and laughed. It turned out that the head of the guild personally commands the army, and the Platinum Adventurers occupy the roles of close advisors. The train pulled up to the platform. The civil servants gathered at the entrance to the carriage. Dono said that this was the last train and asked everyone to get ready. The stars twinkled above Rotten. Flam was glad that it was a military order and that they could ride the trains whenever they wanted. His comrade said that he did not really want to take advantage of such a privilege. Red smoke was visible outside the city of Vorant. Vladdy went out to his subordinates and thanked them for their good work, allowing them to rest for a while. Raisha, standing behind him, asked if there was anything they needed to do. The general went ahead and explained that they simply had to remain on the archipelago. Mac decided that they could use some help. A man approached a subordinate and asked where William was. The guard replied that he was currently in the control room. A steel shield hung above the tent. The young man was holding papers in his hands. Someone said that his face had grown even paler since they last saw each other. Vladdy stood next to him. The knight told him that it was all thanks to Murpha and that they wouldn't have managed without her. There were weapons on the table. The general asked where the elder was now. The boy told him that she and her nephew were clearing the forest of demonic beasts together, and Doomston went alone into the very depths of the Demon Kingdom. William lowered his hands and explained that the head of the Raven village had to deal with the giant turtle, but it was unknown how far he managed to get. The young man raised his eyebrows when the warrior called his brother a man who lived by intuition, so he just needed to trust him. Vladdy smiled and added that for a long time his intuition was akin to prophecy. The knight approached him and asked if, in his opinion, the Demon Kingdom was more dangerous than the giant turtle. Dark energy hovered over the military camp. The boy suggested waiting for a while, in case Doomston decided to contact them. Birds were flying over the city of Asterium. There were many locals on the street. Officials, workers, and magicians were going about their business. A group of civil servants was moving forward. The protagonist smiled and noticed that it was quite crowded. Dono explained that it was a logistics city. A clock tower towered above the buildings. It was a border city that served as a shield for the Vorant. Demur and Fiona came out to meet them and said that they would have a lot of work here. The man took out chocolate and offered his friends a snack, because they probably suffered a lot in Rotten. The girl grabbed him by the ear. She frowned and threatened to punish him if her colleague stole anything from the supplies again. The official apologized and said that he would not do it again. Dan smiled nervously while they were arguing over the chocolate. Dane approached him and said that he would go first because he had business with the head of the Adventurers Guild. The boy suggested that they go there together. The swordsman adjusted his hat and explained that the leader had asked him to come as soon as possible. Red petals appeared around him. The mage promised to see him later. Suddenly, his body dissolved in an explosion of bright energy. The boy looked in surprise at the place where his comrade had just been. The trainee's eyes widened in shock. Birds were circling above the Adventurers Guild office. The heroes were sitting at the table. Rojlin said that if everything was okay, then Dane should already be at the station. Roselies decided that he had a hard time because the ruins had collapsed. Ruin looked at her and asked her to observe manners. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and laughed at his grumbling. The man asked her to call him by his name. The woman hit him in the chest and asked him to do the same. The monk said that he would not call her by the countess's name. Blunt picked up a mug and asked where the other two colleagues were. The civil servant said that Vorant was still surrounded by an iron wall, so the Deader Knights were fighting off demonic beasts on the front lines. The guild leader took a sip and decided that everything was going well. Suddenly, a vortex of energy appeared behind him. An explosion was heard in the room. Dane raised his hand and introduced himself to his comrades. The man turned around and asked him to quickly take his place. The swordsman said that he was very glad to see them all. The adventurer leader suggested starting a meeting. Birds were flying above the mansion. These were temporary barracks where officials lived. The boys went inside. Flam said that this place looked impressive. Fiona handed him the key to the room and asked him to check everything, since the military lived in this room. The girl explained that the control room was on the first floor of the guild department. The protagonist smiled and replied that he understood everything. Dan went up the stairs. Walking along the second floor, the young man was glad that they would not have to sleep in a tent. The boy said that it would be quite enough for him that they would sleep on a bed. The boys decided to rest. Suddenly Reese appeared behind them. The guy looked back when he heard his voice. His eyes sparkled. The night smiled happily. The sun set behind the mountains. Its last rays illuminated the clock tower. People in masks stood on its balcony. Taurus looked ahead and asked who was responsible for the incident this time. His companion suggested that it was the work of two people, Libra and Scorpio. The sunset sky hung over the city. The stranger asked if they weren't on bad terms. His companion doubted. The stranger thoughtfully watched the sunset. Dead trees grew in the demonic forest. Ash particles floated above them. Someone took a step forward. The man in the robe stood in the middle of the demon kingdom. Sagittarius was enveloped in a red aura. The other zodiacs thought he was too independent. Reese smiled widely when he saw his friend. They were standing on the second-floor balcony. The young man asked if his companion hadn't been sent on a mission to Rotten. The protagonist asked how he ended up here. The knight raised his hand and reminded that the Empire was in danger, so he thought his help would be useful. Dan opened his mouth in surprise. The swordsman took out a pendant from under his shirt. Reese showed his friend the token and said that he volunteered. There was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The people who were in this city were classified as reserve military forces. The guys were sitting at the table. The boy asked where his friend applied for recruitment. The young man replied that he registered with the Adventurers Guild and then came here. The guy frowned when the knight explained that they had a training program this semester that was related to the guild. The intern asked what Ellis thought about it. The swordsman smiled nervously and said that he told her that he was worried about the exhibition and would go home. The living quarters were on the second floor. The protagonist was surprised that his friend could lie. Reese explained that he could not do anything, otherwise his sister would not let him go. Roselise approached the table and asked how her colleague's business trip went. The girl said that she missed him a lot. Dan turned to her and reminded her that they had not seen each other for only a week. The woman grabbed him and asked if he was not happy to see her. The boy immediately denied it. Bloody Platinum turned her attention to his friend. The young man smiled and greeted her. The adventurer let go of her colleague and asked if they knew each other. The knight said that they lived together in the same boarding house. The guy looked at her and asked how they knew each other. Roselise explained that they met at a New Year's martial arts competition. The girl smirked and said that she gave him a good recommendation for joining the service. She approached her friend and said that the battlefield needed such patriotic and full of potential warriors. The intern leaned towards his comrade and promised to tell Ellis everything. Darkness fell on the demon kingdom. Dead monsters lay on the ground, sticking out their tongues. A man stood on a mountain of corpses. Doomston crossed his arms over his chest and looked ahead. Murpha approached him and asked if her fellow tribesmen had really cracked the precious catalyst. The elder glanced at the dead land. Ash was swirling above the forest. The woman asked if that was really where the source of this enormous magical power was. The heroes smiled. The old woman was surprised at how accurate her comrade's intuition was. The man wondered where this ability would lead him. Ahead, beyond the forest, mountains were visible. Murphy decided that this was a pretty good ending, because it would be a headache if demonic beasts were wandering around the borders of the Empire for no reason. The blue sky hung above the mansion. There was rye bread and corn soup in the lunchbox. Someone said that military rations were the same everywhere. The protagonist took a bite of bread. Demur asked if he was still eating. Dan chewed his food. The man asked him to finish eating quickly and follow him, because today would be a hard day. There were many boxes on the shelves. The heroes approached them. The civil servant asked if his colleague had finished checking the quantity of goods. The boy confirmed this and added that he had found no problems. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, the boy asked if they would continue to manage the supplies like this. Demur replied that they would if they were moved between cities. The intern smiled and said that he thought they would be assigned to the middle of the front line. The man raised his eyebrows and suggested that they would have to go there if the guild leader personally went to the demon realm. There were supplies in the cabinets. The protagonist decided that in this case they might not return. The civil servant said that they would hardly take incapacitated office workers to the front. A crowd of monsters rushed forward. They were approaching the fortress wall. The archers pulled the bowstring. The commander ordered them to do everything possible to prevent the demonic beasts from entering the city. Arrows pierced the heads of the monsters. The monsters opened their mouths wide. The knights fired their arrows right on target. The demons fell one after another. The man in the cloak watched the carnage. William stood on the fortress wall and looked into the distance. Flatty approached him and asked what number the attack was. The young man turned around and replied that this was the 22nd wave in a week. The general assumed that all the camps in the demon realm had already retreated. His comrade confirmed this and explained that the presence of the fortress was very important. Lancelot and Max smiled and said that they were fine when their tribesmen asked about their condition. The man took out his sword and offered them to show their strength to the enemy. The heroes jumped off the fortress wall to engage in close combat. Flatty cut the air with his sword. The boy struck several demons. His comrade attacked a group of monsters. William watched their battle from afar. The young man narrowed his eyes and was indignant that his colleague had left the formation. The warriors of the Raven tribe pounced on the monsters. The bright sun was shining over the city of Asterium. People were walking along the street. The protagonist smiled and asked if they had to go to Voron because they still had a lot of work left here. Demir remembered that his colleague had arrived yesterday and had not heard the explanation. The sky was reflected in the windows. The man said that these were the supplies that the main forces of the Imperial Army planned to replenish the city with. The general was fighting the monsters at the forefront. The essence of the situation was that their attacks were blocked only by the advanced and current troops. Dan looked away and thought that his uncle was in the vanguard. Orphina looked menacingly ahead. The main forces were led by the Red Dragon Knights under her command, but their arrival would take time. Walking along the street, the boy asked if it was possible to relocate the unit that was engaged in protecting the archipelago. The civil servant explained that there was another unit that was under the direct control of the imperial family, so it was not so scary. The sun's rays reflected off the buildings. Demir concluded that it didn't concern them anyway, so they could ignore it. The sun was shining over the mansion. Ruin smiled and introduced himself to his comrades. The civil servants were sitting in front of him. The monk thanked them for coming despite their busy schedules. The protagonist was sitting among them. The man raised his hand and began to tell something. Dan thought he had heard that this man wandered everywhere from the east to the west of the empire and was a headache for the guild due to his constant change of location. Rajlan approached the civil servants and announced that they would discuss their future policies at today's meeting. The boy was surprised when he saw him. Fiona smiled and explained that this man was the initiator of today's meeting. Donna was sitting at the table and signing documents because he was assigned to be the secretary. The boy picked up a notebook when he was asked to read the third page of the meeting material. It depicted a map. There was a map of the camps. Hundreds of demonic beasts were scattered and heading south, which is why the soldiers were currently retreating to Voron. The intern frowned and thought that this city was not called the Last Shield for nothing. The man folded his hands behind his back and said that this was the policy they would follow from now on until Orphan's troops arrived in Asterium. The civil servants' mouths dropped open in shock when their boss said that they would be joining the main force and heading to the front. The people looked at their colleague indignantly and asked if he was sure he hadn't mixed up anything. They widened their eyes and looked away. The civil servants stared at Ruin, who praised them for their courage. The platinum adventurer shed tears and declared that he had decided to give his life to protect everyone who was filled with a sense of justice. Energy particles appeared above the people. The monk asked God to protect them. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The employees looked up in excitement. One of them agreed that they should fight for their homeland. The civil servants smiled and believed that God would protect them. They stood up from their seats and began to rejoice. The protagonist smiled nervously and wondered what was going on here. Clouds floated above the fortress. Thousands of locals gathered in the square. A military band began to play music. People gathered in front of the high gates. A moment later, they opened. Someone's clawed paw struck the ground. The march of Imperial troops passed through the square. Orphina sat on an armored dinosaur. She confidently looked ahead. The cavalry marched forward along the red road. The townspeople watched the warriors. Draconian looked away. The knights lined up to hold back the crowd. A guard rode up to the general and asked what was wrong. The girl replied that everything was fine. The woman frowned and said that she had a feeling that someone was following her. The main character stood in the crowd. The knight asked if he should check it out. Orphine decided that she was just imagining it. Dan narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Bright stars were burning above the mansion. The guys had a training fight in the backyard. Roselize smiled and said that her opponent had become stronger than he was the last time they met. Reese tried to punch her and said that he needed to train harder to become even stronger. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly and decided to knock him out with one blow. She hit her opponent in the chest. The boy grabbed his throat and started coughing. The woman realized that she had hit him too hard. The protagonist approached them and said that they would soon be heading to Voron, so they needed to rest for a while. Bloody Platinum turned around and explained that it was just a light warm-up. The knight confirmed this. Dan threw a small bag to his friend and asked his comrades not to overdo it. The adventurer looked at the bag and asked what it was. The boy replied that it would help restore physical strength. The guy smiled and said that it should be put in water first before eating. The guys opened their mouths wide and asked why it was so bitter. The intern realized that they were not listening to him. He turned around when he heard someone laughing. Gwant came outside and said that he was pleased that his comrades were getting along well. The protagonist saluted. The guild leader approached him and asked him not to be so formal because this was not an official meeting. The man handed him a black box. Dan opened it and was surprised. Inside, on a red pillow, was a badge. The adventurer leader took it and explained that he would have held an award ceremony if they were in the main office, but now was not the time for it. Gwant pinned the badge on his colleague's jacket. The boy looked at it and said nothing. A smile appeared on his face. The heroes were standing in the backyard. The boy thanked his boss. The guild leader said that he relied on him. Someone stepped forward. Orphine was standing to the side of the intern. She looked at the guys sternly. The protagonist did not notice her and smiled, continuing the conversation. Draconian frowned in displeasure. Roselize turned around when someone called out to her. The general grinned and noticed that her muscles had become even stronger. The heroes gathered together. The girl said that the woman was still the same as before. Orphina asked if she looked like a woman. Bloody Platinum asked what else to call her if not that. The adventurer leader looked away, and Dan frowned when they began to argue and offer each other a duel. The man smiled and explained that this was how these two expressed their close feelings. Reese approached him and said hello. Glunt remembered that he had already seen him at the New Year's festival. The guild leader put his hand on his shoulder. The warrior passed by and promised to see him again. He headed towards the exit from the courtyard with a smile on his face. The young man looked after him in surprise. The lights were on in the windows of the mansion. Someone said that this was the worst-case scenario. The knights were sitting at the table. Dane said that he was very worried. The swordsman crossed his arms and asked when the turtle would reach the Empire. The man replied that it would be tomorrow around midnight according to William's calculations. The adventurer leader took a sip and added that the Red Dragon Knights and the Combat Magic Corps would be going to the front along with his comrade. The mage frowned disapprovingly when his colleague appointed him as the captain of the 4th unit, which would be attacking the demonic beast in the demon realm. A lamp was burning under the ceiling. Dane assumed that their goal was to change the monster's direction. Glunt confirmed this. The friends sat opposite each other. The swordsman decided that their chances of success were slim. He looked up when his comrade agreed with him. The man smirked and said that they had to buy as much time as possible. The mage gave him a stern look and replied that he understood everything. The stars were shining above the boarding house. The sun rose behind the city of Asterium. The army gathered in front of the fortress wall. The knights stood in front of the stage. Orphine folded her hands behind her back and declared that tonight they would go to the front lines of the demon realm. The soldiers stood in orderly rows. The Draconian explained that it was a filthy place filled with screams and wails where their lives would be in constant danger. The guards opened their mouths in surprise. The general said that in order to protect the Empire, their parents, brothers, and sisters, they must stop the demonic beasts. She opened her mouth wide and declared that today they would enter the gates of hell to end this war. The knights raised their hands in the air as the girl shouted that they would fight to the death to protect their homeland. Among the soldiers stood the protagonist. Dan's brows were furrowed in tension. Red energy thickened over the dead forest. A green deer ran along the path. Colleen was sitting on it. The mount raced forward. At this time, Vladdy was fighting a crowd of monsters. He looked back and asked if his friend needed help. Max smirked and said he was almost done here. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The man punched it. Standing in front of a pile of dead demons, the warrior declared that it was too easy. The Raven tribesman looked back when someone said that it was hard. Cowain stopped next to him. Mac looked at the deer and asked what it was. The boy replied that it was a gift that Murphy gave him. The boy picked up the bracelet and explained that he summoned the deer with it. Ashes were falling from the sky. The swordsman offered his friend the same bracelet. The man happily accepted. He put it on his hand and noticed a green glow. Suddenly, a majestic deer appeared next to him. Lancelot approached the leader and asked if he could have a mount too. The answer was yes. The boy caught the red bracelet and asked how they were different. Cowain approached him and explained that the elder had made a special bracelet for the youngest. Red energy flickered in the forest. Another deer came out of it into the clearing. Vladdy looked at his comrades and asked if they had a bracelet for him too. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that there was nothing for him. The general asked why. The man looked away in displeasure when the boy explained that the elder said that the youngest could make them too, so he should ask him for the bracelet. Darkness thickened over the dead trees. The warrior asked for a current report first. Stars flickered over the fortress in Boron. Knights helped carry the wounded. No one could even imagine that the city would end up in such a state. Monster corpses lay on the ground. The civil servant asked how much they would cost at the market. His comrade suggested that they were not the highest price, because among the monsters there are those that do not bring money at all. Dimmer smiled and asked if his friend really understood this. The protagonist answered that his brother was a hunter. Fiona, standing behind him, suggested that her colleague was involved in alchemy. Dan said that he had only done it at an amateur level. The boy looked back and said that the man who taught him still called him a weak student. Cowain approached William. The young man frowned sternly. Behind him, in the crowd of civil servants, stood his younger brother. The dots were moving on the holographic map. The girl said that according to Dane's report, the speed of movement to the south had increased. Orphina looked at the map and said that the target would arrive sooner than they expected, and the man frowned and replied that most likely it was so. William pulled back the curtain and turned to Glunt. He said that perhaps tomorrow evening she would already be in Raven. The guy handed over the letter and said that it was an interim report from Vladdy. The red-haired man smiled and said that there should be good news. Suddenly, his face distorted. Orphina looked at him and asked what was going on. Did something happen? Glunt showed the hologram that was stored in the letter. Everyone looked at it seriously. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is this really it?" The man took a step forward. The brunette walked through the dust of battle. He smiled and turned to the 1,000-year-old dragon. The dragon stood in front of him. The man said that they still had to deal with one more of the 4 great demonic beasts. The orcs ran forward. They tried to break through the fortress. The man frowned and shouted for his troops to get ready. The demonic beasts were advancing. The archers began to attack. Arrows hit the monsters right. The warriors prepared for a new attack. Inside the fortress, people were watching them. The guy approached the supply manager and said that they were running out of magic stones. He asked to allocate them from the reserves. The girl frowned, apologized, and said that she had nothing to allocate for them. He asked what she was talking about. He personally saw how they brought in large reserves of magic stones. She replied that this was an order from above. The blonde frowned and said that they were desperately waiting for the moment when the magic stones would be delivered. How many of their comrades would have to die for them to receive them? The brunette looked at them when they shouted to quickly give up the magic stones. The blonde swung the stone and said that people were dying there. He was caught red-handed. The guy turned around and asked who else was this. Dan looked at him and said that they also could not do anything. In wartime, disobeying orders is punishable by death. The blonde clenched his teeth and cursed. He turned around and said that they should know that the responsibility for the delay lies with them. The brunette looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. It seemed like that person was insulting her. She replied that this was the situation. Nothing could be done. The hero said that he would take care of everything here, so she could go to the arrow supply area. She tried to object. Dan smiled and told her not to worry. No matter what, he was still a man. The girl looked at him and said that she would be grateful to him then. He replied that she should not worry. Inside the fortress, work was in full swing. Explosions were happening. Orfina looked ahead and asked what the current situation was. The soldier replied that at the moment about 13,000 were moving south. William looked at her and said that most of them seemed to be demonic beasts. She replied that the monsters were weaker than demonic beasts. They must have been eaten. The general looked ahead and said that it could be so, but it could also be that these were the tricks of the witches of the demon kingdom. The redhead frowned and said no matter what kind of witch it is, she cannot touch the 4 great demonic beasts. The white-haired man looked ahead and asked, isn't it strange that 2 of the 4 beasts moved together? She replied that it would be possible if the Witch of Pride were alive, but now the witches are not so powerful. William looked at her and asked what if the Witch of Greed is alive? Orfina frowned and said she doesn't know. Could it be her merit? The Witch of Greed is freedom-loving. No one knows where she went, but if in the calculation of benefit and loss there is no benefit, then she will not act. The general frowned and said, however, the Witch of Greed may be one of the members of the 12 signs of the zodiac. The girl told him not to say such things. Even if it is a joke, it would be better for him to be more suspicious of the worshippers of the Demon King. The man thought about it. An explosion occurred near them. The woman climbed onto the dragon and asked for cover. William watched her fly away. He frowned. Many soldiers stood in front of the gate. They were waiting for the signal. Roselies looked at the soldier and told him to grit his teeth and swing his sword even if he got tired. She looked ahead and said that if he didn't, he would die. He looked at her and said yes. The gate opened. The soldiers ran forward. They shouted that they would wipe all the monsters with powder. One of them had already started killing. The rest took a defensive pose. One of the soldiers watched from the side. A monster approached him. The boy jumped to the side. He gritted his teeth. The knight struck. The skeleton frowned. He looked at the boy and screamed. Suddenly, a blow flew at him from the side. Roselies cut off his head. She frowned and told him to let the magic go in a month, that way he wouldn't leave a scratch. The monsters were approaching them. The redhead turned around and told the guy to get ready. It had already started. A bird flew over them. The monsters ran forward and screamed. There were more and more birds. The girl looked ahead and screamed, "What kind of birds are these?" The monsters were dying from the birds. She screamed that this was not a joke. The archers on the fortress attacked with arrows. Raiza looked ahead in shock and asked, "What are these? Are they really birds?" The birds were flying forward. At this time, the hero was sitting on a wooden box. It was glowing blue. The guy closed his eyes. The girl frowned and asked, "Is it really Dan?" The monsters were running forward. The birds were cutting off their heads. There were a lot of white birds. The archers watched this picture from above. Raiza raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did Dan really send these birds?" At this time, the protagonist was sitting on a box. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The knight frowned and said that they were worried, so they would stop, but in any case, they would have to bother. Dan frowned. His bird transmitted an image of the battle. Black energy stretched from the horizon. The hero asked what kind of magic was this. The warriors ran forward screaming. Suddenly, a huge turtle appeared. The explosion threw everyone back. The knights fell to the ground. The huge turtle stood in front of them. A magician hovered above it. The man frowned and cast a territorial coverage spell. An explosion occurred. Something in the forest caught fire. Dane and the soldiers looked into the distance. The man frowned. The huge turtle stood right in front of them. It opened its mouth and roared. The shockwave threw the knight's back. The swordsman put up a defense. He turned around. The man looked at the bald man and said that they were retreating. He tried to argue, but the man asked if he didn't understand that the mission could no longer be accomplished. The soldier frowned when the mage told him that it was better to retreat than to die here. They would fight again when they joined the main force. There was a flash in the sky. The bald man turned around and told the general that they were retreating. The soldiers ran. They were told to retreat in formation. The turtle opened its mouth. There was another explosion. Burning rocks flew at the men. They were thrown aside. Dane rushed forward. He turned around and cursed. The man ran forward and shouted for them to go first, that he would buy time. The soldier asked what he would do alone. Besides, he had internal injuries. The mage smiled and told him not to worry, he would not die so easily. The soldier looked at him and called out to him. Dane flew over the battlefield. He frowned and called for a thunderstorm. There was an explosion. The turtle roared. Rocks flew at the man. He shot it at the shell. The man frowned and breathed heavily. The monster watched his movements. The swordsman summoned a thunder blade. He aimed at the shell. The man pierced the monster with a magic sword. He frowned and summoned a thunderstorm. There was an energy surge. A powerful wave emanated from the guy. His pupils rolled back. He screamed loudly. Suddenly his staff broke. The man opened his mouth. Unconscious, he began to fall. His body fell with a noise. Dane was lying unconscious. Something was flying towards him. A giant stone was about to crush him. There was an explosion. The turtle stood over the man's body. She began to raise her paw. There was no one under it. The guy moved the man to another place. He was lying unconscious. The young man said that he was a damn old man. Why is he fighting here alone? The brunette walked away from him and said to sleep there anyway. Dan turned around and said that when he woke up, everything would be over. The monster walked forward. Dane turned around and told the soldier to go first. He would buy them some time. He replied that he would do it alone there. Besides, he had internal wounds. The bird watched as the commander told him not to worry. He would not die so easily. The hero flew towards him. He frowned and said what a stupid old man he is. The guy flew towards him and shouted why he was being a hero there. After a while, he stood in front of the turtle. The brunette looked at it carefully. The turtle was huge. He asked, did he really see this? Is this not a joke? The soldier ran up to him and said that he would also fight the commander. The bald man frowned and asked who he was. He replied that he was the one who saved that guy. Who else could he be? Dan looked ahead and said, there's no time to talk anyway. They have to take this man and go. The soldier looked at him and asked, what does he mean? Suddenly the turtle's paw started to rise. It hit the ground. The turtle was looking down. Suddenly she became wary. The man looked ahead in shock. Dan held his paw with his bare hands. Did they all come on an excursion or something? He frowned and said to take that man right now and run. The soldier agreed. The knight grabbed Dan and shouted to leave quickly, to return to the main forces immediately. The boy clenched his teeth. He said that he did not come here for this at all. The young man began to push the paw and screamed. There was an explosion. The hero flew over the monster. He stretched out his hand with a staff. His spell splitting the sky thunderstorm began to hit the monster. He was all on fire. Vorant. The wounded were sitting behind the fortress. They were watching the military. Mac looked at them and said that it looked like it was a mess here too. The man asked, is it really a mess for him? There were at least 4 or 5 fierce battles here. Then he answered, then maybe they should have just stayed here. Suddenly the guy got hit in the back. The old man told him not to worry. There would be a big fight here soon. He asked if he had hit him too hard. He said he was exaggerating. The command post tent. William stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The brunette asked him what the situation was. Had they managed to tie up the legs of this huge beast? He answered since he still hadn't gotten here. It was obvious that he had. Here he answered like this. Dane must have had a hard time. I wish I could get in touch with him now. The general raised his eyebrows when he heard someone calling for a medic. The bald man frowned and called for a medic. He said there was a wounded man here. William looked at the man they had brought. Dane was writhing in pain. At that time, only broken branches remained from the forest. The turtle hit the ground with its paw. Its eyes were glowing. Its shell towered above the treetops. The sound of its stomping echoed throughout the forest. Dane looked out from behind a tree. He was thinking. The guy looked ahead and said that no matter how you look at it, you still have to blow up another mountain. The monster looked in his direction. Energy emanated from him. The hero looked out from behind the trunk. He ran forward. The young man ran at high speed. He smiled, apologized, and said that he was also full of yellow. Today was not a good day, so if there was a chance, they would see each other again. The turtle looked in his direction. After a while, the captain was lying in a separate room. He opened his eyes. The man remembered his savior and thought that he definitely looked like someone back then. Suddenly a guy appeared in his room and asked how he was feeling. The magician asked how he ended up there. The young man smiled and said that he was wounded. How could he not visit him? Dane rose higher and said that rumors spread quickly. Then it means he brought gifts to the patient. He asked if there was a place to buy them in such a place. He replied that he was joking. Dan held out his hand and said that he had saved it for him. He could take one. The man was surprised and asked what it was. The man answered that it would help him recover. He needed to chew it thoroughly. The old man threw the pill in his mouth. He grimaced and shouted that it was bitter. The guy said not that much. The hero said that he would go then. Dane asked really already. The man apologized and said that he had a lot of work. He would visit him again later. If there was time, the man replied that there was nothing to be done. In that case he wished him a good job. Raisha and Glant walked through the camp. The girl smiled at him. The young man passed them. He frowned. The knight smiled and said that fortunately he looked whole. This was Raisha Blade. He was an experienced alchemist who could heal him. Dane looked at her and said that since she was Blade, she must be related to Vladdy. The red-haired man confirmed and said that she was his niece. The girl laughed when the old man said that he owed a lot to General Vladdy in the past. She said that her uncle was not the type to help people. She asked him to let her check his condition first. The man took off his shirt. Raiza asked did he really receive treatment already. He replied that he had not. He said that if you think about it, now he feels better than before. The girl stretched out her hand and said that with his condition he does not need to do anything else, but just focus on the recovery process. Did he really not receive treatment? The old man frowned and said that a friend came to him and gave him medicine, saying that it would be good for his health. The brunette opened her eyes. She remembered how Dan passed by them. The alchemist then turned around. She looked after the guy. When the brunette left, she thought did she really know him? After a while, the turtle hit the ground with her paw. She raised her head high. A fortress was visible on the horizon. The leader of the Adventurers Association looked ahead and asked did she really mean to say that this giant toad was the great demonic beast. The girl replied that it was not a toad turtle. He asked if it was not the same thing. She replied that he was still as stupid as before. The couple turned around when they were told that now was not the time to squabble with each other. William frowned and said that it would not hurt them to be a little nervous now. He turned around and said that all the soldiers were looking at them. A huge number of people were standing within the walls of the fortress. The white-haired man looked at them and said that he took responsibility as the commander-in-chief of the vanguard. They must now risk their lives and protect the archipelago. The soldiers ran to attack. They ran forward. The turtle crushed them with its paws. Magicians appeared above the battlefield. The people screamed and ran forward. They died in the explosions. William watched this. He put his hand out to his side and shouted to his men to form magic circle number 7. Magic chains flew at the turtle. One of them pierced the monster. 4 chains held it by the shell. Dragons flew over the mountains. Orphine frowned and said that the spear was charging. They struck the turtle. William looked ahead and said to form the 4th magic circle. A magic circle appeared. Lightning bolts flew out of it. The turtle looked ahead. A lightning bolt flew at it. The white-haired man gritted his teeth and said that he missed by a little. He turned around and said to charge the 4th magic circle and form the 5th magic circle. A circle appeared under the turtle. Ice needles began to grow from it. The monster screamed. A fireball appeared next to her. She shot at the people. William looked ahead in shock. He said to quickly form the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd circle. They built them one after another. A fireball flew at them. The magic circle almost swallowed it. The ball was reflected to the side. The general watched the dent it left on the stone. He frowned and said that they almost missed it. The soldiers looked at him and said that the 1st and 2nd magic circles were destroyed and the 3rd circle needed to be recharged. The man frowned and asked how long it would take for the 4th circle to be ready. He was told that there were 5 minutes left until it was fully charged. He then replied that use the magic of the 3rd circle for the 4th. The soldier objected that the 3rd magic circle was their final shield. The turtle was attacked from all sides. The knight said that in any case, he would withstand the next attack. Suddenly, one of the chains broke. A ball appeared in the monster's mouth. Orphina frowned and said that another one was flying. Everyone stepped back. The turtle was accumulating a charge in its mouth. Suddenly, its eyes widened. The magician hit it in the neck. The soldiers on the ground watched their battle. The head of the association looked ahead. He frowned. The man in knight armor was shining. The man asked, "Who is it?" The hero accumulated a charge in his hand. The turtle looked at him in shock. He stretched out his hand and cast a spell spreading the sky thunderstorm. The soldiers looked at him in shock. Their pupils narrowed. The energy from the blow flew to the sides. The monster screamed. William frowned and said that it was useless. The knight fell behind him. He got to his feet and said that he would use the magic circles that were set up. The general frowned and asked again. The hero put out his spear and it lit up blue. He looked ahead and created circles. Magic circles of different colors began to appear around. The white-haired man looked back in confusion. He frowned and asked did he really hack the magic circles. A portal appeared behind Dan. He raised his spear. It lit up. The guy said should they try. The young man raised the spear higher and said to release the 7th, 8th, and 9th magic circle. They appeared under the paws of the monster. Many chains flew out of them. They all flew into the paws of the monster. The tips dug into his shell. Blue chains entangled the turtle. She screamed. William looked ahead in shock and asked how he did it. He turned around when he was asked to show himself and asked who he was. The hero looked at the man and said that he was a warrior of the sun. He could call him Warrior Saul. He replied that he had never heard of such a thing. The guy said not to think that they know everything in the world, because there are many things in the world that we do not know. The turtle screamed. She broke free from the trap. Her paw crushed people again. There was an explosion. William looked at the knight suspiciously and asked if he could stop him. He replied that the cooling time had not yet passed. Dan jumped and flew away. The spear in his hands was glowing. He attacked the monster with lightning. The turtle opened its eyes. It shot a fireball. The young man dodged. There was an explosion behind him. The soldier fell into the pit and screamed. The knight turned around and said that there was no point in wasting time anymore. He raised his spear. The tip was glowing. Dan cast a spell. He rushed forward. The guy fired the death spear spell. The charge flew at the turtle. There was a flash in the sky. A magician was flying above the monster. The brunette frowned and shouted to saddle up. The monster fired at the people. It screamed. The dragons flew towards the battle. Orphina frowned and shouted for everyone to attack. Shells flew at the monster. Red looked back when she heard a voice telling everyone not to come closer. The knight swung his spear and said there would be another big blow. There was an explosion. Everyone looked at it in shock. William looked ahead in shock. His mouth opened in surprise. Something flashed in the smoke. Another explosion occurred on the battlefield. The soldiers looked ahead in shock and screamed. Dan also looked ahead and asked excitedly, didn't that finish him off? The turtle was still standing. A fireball appeared in its mouth. The monster fired again. The hero looked at it and said it was time to retreat. Someone grabbed him from behind. Raiza grabbed him and led him away from the blow. Another explosion thundered. A huge hole appeared on the battlefield. The knight was breathing heavily. He looked ahead. Suddenly, someone appeared from the side. The girl smiled and asked if he really thought that he wouldn't be recognized wearing this. She looked at him and asked if he was Dan, wasn't he? The brunette looked at the guy and asked if he really thought that she wouldn't recognize him through this magic. She crossed her arms over her chest when the young man asked who Dan was. He was a warrior of the sun. She asked him not to make her laugh. She knew what kind of magic it was. She frowned and asked if he knew that his father was in the demon kingdom. The hero opened his mouth and thought if his father was really in the demon kingdom. Raiza turned around. The turtle approached them. Dan stood up and said that he needed to deal with this turtle first. The brunette asked what he was planning to do. He couldn't even use higher magic. Her eyes widened when he asked how about a symphony. The girl looked at him and followed him. How was he going to do it? Didn't he know that at least 30 mages were needed for this? The knight walked forward and asked if there were any other options. Raiza looked at him in shock. The turtle turned around. William frowned and cursed. The hero landed next to him. He showed him the artifact and asked if he could tie that turtle's legs. The white-haired man frowned when the guy told him to call off his soldiers if he didn't want to condemn them to death. He looked at his subordinate and told him to order the 7th, 8th, and 9th magic circles to retreat. The brunette looked forward and passed the order to the others. William frowned and said that he didn't know who he was, but he didn't seem bad, so he would help him. But after the fight he would have to reveal himself. The knight looked at him and said he didn't know. He flew up and told him to do as he wanted. The general frowned. The turtle was entangled in chains. The white-haired man jumped. He gathered energy in his hand and said that this land belonged to the Ice King. He made a punch and told him to go away and called a snowstorm. William turned around and told everyone to retreat. The commander looked at the soldiers and told everyone to retreat. The monster burst out of the ice. It bared its teeth. It opened its mouth and started sucking in everything around it. The man looked at it in shock. Suddenly, a snake appeared on the turtle's back. Steam came out of its nostrils. Suddenly, it started melting the ice. William froze in shock and said that this can't be, it has 2 heads. The snake spewed flames from its mouth. Suddenly, an arrow pierced its eye. Lancelot levitated in the air nearby. He smiled and said that he would shoot again. The arrows flew at the snake. They broke on its scales. Mac appeared next to the monster. He started running up it. The man smiled and said that he was here too. He hit the monster in the face. Its eye widened. It pushed the man away. Vlad caught it with his hand. The guy smiled and said that he was glad to see him. The brunette frowned and cast a spell. The snake looked at him in shock. The man swung his sword and cast the dissection of the universe. The dragons flew towards them. Orphina frowned and said that he had killed her. The snake exploded and screamed. The hero and the girl were flying nearby. Raiza nodded to him. She began to accumulate energy and said that during the darkness of dawn, countless stars shine in the sky. Dan also glowed blue and continued that the wanderer who walks along the river sings the stories of countless constellations. The girl closed her eyes and said that today's song is about a meteor shower. The guy looked ahead and repeated her words that the history of ancient times, the beautiful one that is at the end of the legend, the brave one that is at the end of the story of symphony. The magicians confidently looked ahead. They created many magic circles. They filled the entire sky. The white-haired man opened his eyes and asked who these magicians were. The knight looked at them and told everyone to step back. There was going to be a strong blow. Something was flying quickly at the snake. The magic approached its muzzle. A blue ball flew from the sky. A powerful explosion occurred. The soldiers looked forward. Orphine opened her mouth in shock. The general also looked in amazement. There was a huge hole in the turtle. The heroes approached the body. The redhead raised her eyebrows and asked what it was. The man asked how they could do such magic. The knight was holding a huge stone in his hands. He carried it to the people and said that he dealt with this monster. The stone was shining. The guy said that he would take this magic stone of the turtle as payment. William looked at him and told him to stand still. This stone must be returned to the state treasury. Did he really want to become their enemy by taking it? He replied that he was only taking what he fought for. The general frowned and said he didn't care. They were in the fight too. He replied that it was true. The man looked at him in surprise when he suggested the following. The hero held out his sword and said that the winner would take it. William looked at him and asked what he was carrying. The girl said that it was a great idea. She smiled and said that she liked him. The girl frowned and told them to catch him quickly. The knight looked at them. He took a sip from the bottle. The boy dodged the attack. A group of warriors attacked him. Dan jumped back. He was looking down. Suddenly, Mac appeared from the side. He frowned and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called him younger master. The man looked at him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling him brother Mac. The young man stretched out his hand and said that they would see each other next time. A magical charge flew out of his hand. Mac winced in pain. There was an explosion. Vlad smiled and said that he was quite the rascal. The dragon riders flew towards him and shouted to catch him. The hero successfully fought off their attacks. He dodged and said that he could not kill these idiots. A rider appeared behind him. The man gritted his teeth. Suddenly, something flew into his head. Dan knocked him off the dragon. He sat on the saddle. The dragon began to kick. The guy told him to calm down. A portal appeared behind him. The Enoch controller, which he made as a child for fun, appeared in the hero's hands. It lit up blue. The dragon's pupils narrowed. Then they dilated. Dan stroked it and said that he was a good boy. Orphina flew towards him and shouted that he was allowing himself. He asked how it was that this dragon was his now. The redhead frowned and told him to get off right now. The knight showed the stone and said that alas, he had already given it a name. He pulled out his sword and told his new pet to attack. There was an explosion. The girl looked at it. The boy flew away and shouted at her not to worry. He would bring him back safe and sound. The dragon riders flew after him. Orphina shouted to catch him now. The boy lifted his helmet. He remembered meeting Rise there. He thought that if he had known that this would happen, he would have stood aside. The young man frowned. He flew into the distance and thought that he should be more careful in the future. After a while, there was a gaping hole in the mountain. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The dragon shot at the man. He looked back. Suddenly, the brunette jumped. He frowned and called out to the creature. The mage brought down a column of fire on him. The dragon screamed. He shot fire at the man. The man dodged. There was an explosion. The brunette frowned and called out to the creature. He summoned ice needles. The dragon screamed. The brunette jumped higher. He smiled and shouted where his passion had gone. He hit the dragon and said that since he was the strongest demonic beast, he should show what he could do. There was an explosion. The dragon lay on the ground and made weak wheezing sounds. The magician landed next to him. He looked at him and said that in any case, it seemed like he was finished. The man came closer and said that this was a big disappointment. He had expected more from him. Suddenly he turned around. 3 people in cloaks appeared next to him. The strangers looked at the brunette. He asked who they were. He looked at them with confusion when they said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man took off his hood and turned to a magician named Doomston Blade. The Imperial Palace. The soldier looked ahead and asked what the noise was. He looked ahead worriedly. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared next to him. The windows in the palace were burning. A scream was heard from there. The 3 in cloaks were leaving the scene of the crime. The doors swung open. There was a chest in the empty room. The strangers approached it and said that the disgusting magic circle was still there, but thanks to it they were able to get in easily. The girl smiled and said, in any case, thank you to the stupid emperor. After a while, Blunt looked at the guy and asked if the emperor's treasure had really been stolen. He answered yes, it seemed they had let their guard down. The red-haired man said that they had broken through a strong magic circle, so they were not ordinary rogues. Arcanta looked at him and asked if he could help him with the protection of the Imperial Palace. He replied that even if he was here, nothing would change. If he entered even temporarily, the hierarchy in the Imperial Guard could be shaken. The guy smiled and said that he was sorry, but he could not help him. The Chancellor replied that it was his pity that he had brought him cause for concern. He frowned and said that he had received a report from the ruins. Blunt took a sip of tea when his interlocutor said that he had heard that the operation had failed. Had he really been stolen by the 12 signs of the zodiac from the capital of the empire? The red-haired man turned away and said no. The blonde frowned and asked who it was then. He replied that he had heard of him. The young man smiled and said that his name was Lupin. At this time, Dan entered the house and said that he was back. The boy ran up to him and said that he had heard that he had fought a huge demonic beast. How did it go? How scary was he? The guy looked at him and asked if he didn't know that he was just a civil servant and didn't know what a huge demonic beast looked like. He replied that he had probably heard something and was obliged to tell. Ellie came down the stairs and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She held out her hand. The girl looked at her brother imperturbably and demanded her gift. The brunette looked at her and asked what kind of gift. She replied that he had gone to Vorant. Shouldn't he have brought a gift? He sighed when his sister asked what he had bought. She had heard that those places were famous for their precious stones. Dan smiled and said that he hadn't gone there to have fun. The girl turned around and said since he said so, it's not like she expected anything. Her brother told her to wait. He could buy a gift. She replied no need. Did she ask him for anything? Let her go to bed. A week after the battle with the huge demonic beast, the hero thought that he and Flam got a vacation as a reward for the battle and were finally able to have a good rest. The hero remembered how on the first day, the first thing he did was make a new Lupin mask. He had already been exposed once, and if he did something wrong, all his actions could be exposed. He also repaired the birds that helped him in this battle. After that, he spent time studying the core of Gorm and magic stones. He wanted to spend the rest of his vacation in the same peace, but the green-haired man looked at him with confusion when he was asked if he was ready to receive. Reese looked at the hero and asked what was happening to him suddenly. He said that he did not even tell Alice and joined the military and was at the front. Dan chewed calmly while he stuttered and asked not to tell anyone about it. The guy smiled. The hero thought that in fact in this battle Respawn showed himself the best. He thought about how he improved his skill in a fight with a beast much stronger than himself. If he finds a good teacher, skills improve much faster. The brunette turned away and agreed. He said that he had a condition. He looked ahead and said that he must defeat him in a fight. Victory 2 out of 3 rounds. Everyone will choose the type of battle in the rounds. 3 rounds in the first he chooses, in the second Dan. Then he asked who will choose in the last. Reese said that he can choose. The hero looked at him and said that in exchange, he must fulfill one of his requests if he loses. He asked what request, unless if he loses, he should not tell Ellis. The brunette asked if this is not why he will fight. He took away the glass and asked what he will choose for the first round. He stuck out his finger and said that he chooses a sword fight. The guy looked at him with displeasure. He frowned and thought, just look at him, a night school student chooses to fight with swords against a civil servant. The green-haired man stood defeated on all fours. He frowned and thought that he was lucky. What he studied as a child helped him so much. When the brunette left, Reese asked how he knew fencing. He answered that he learned from his grandfather in his homeland. The guy smiled when his friend said that he could enter a night school with such skills. He laughed and said, well, not that much. The young man smiled and said that he won in the first round. After a while, Vlad looked at the red-haired man and asked if he was his nephew. Gaunt answered that this is the reason why he has such a level of magic. The brunette said that in that case it is not surprising. He turned around and asked if he remembered correctly that he said that the guy defeated the dragon in Olympus Forest with magic. The white-haired man asked if that was possible. Gaunt thought about it and said that if his magic was as strong as they saw when fighting the huge demonic beast, then Vlad looked at him and said that if he decided to lure him away, don't even think about it. This guy will become the next head, so it's better not to touch him. The red-haired man replied that he was more perceptive than he looked. He said that Lupin is Dan. The other man said that he heard about it too. That bully did some bad things. Blunt looked ahead and said that the problem is that he is suspected of being connected to a cult. They need to be careful. This can lead to discord between the crows and the temple. He opened his eyes in shock when he was told not to worry. The brunette turned around and said that he was smart and therefore he thinks everything will resolve itself. Dane looked at him. The guy looked at the piece of paper. It had the main character on it. At this time, Dan stood in the doorway and asked when they would have the second round. Reese replied that he had a meeting today, maybe after it. He said that he hoped that this was not an excuse to avoid a fight. The hero frowned and asked where he was going early in the morning. He replied that he was going to an orphanage, which he called the Angel's House. He helps there. Does he want to go with him? He will definitely like it. The brunette looked at him inquiringly. He smiled and said that he had nothing to do anyway, so he agreed. He asked if he had something like a statue of the Virgin Mary. He replied that he did. Reese smiled and said that the Angel's House is ruled by a temple, so they pray there. It would be good to take it with you to the service. The hero suggested stopping by the market on the way and buying something tasty for the children. After a while, the temple. The girl was floundering on the bed and screaming that she was bored to death. Hillies frowned and screamed that she was bored to death. She stood up and called Albatos. The man came into her room and she asked if there was any news from Lesh. He replied that he was still in Vorant. The blue-haired girl said that she was terribly bored. When would he arrive? She smiled and asked if she could go there herself. She could heal people there. The man replied that even if the huge demonic beast was defeated, there were many other monsters there. Hillies jumped up and screamed, "So what?" She heard that the previous saint participated in the subjugation of the demon lord. Why can't she? He replied that it was an exception due to the demon lord's attack. Besides, there is an apostate priest in Vorond who can become a cardinal, so she doesn't need to go there. She replied that she is bored anyway. The brunette looked at her and asked if she could visit the orphanage that belongs to the temple. The girl looked at him and said the orphanage belongs to the angel's house, right? The guy looked at the candies and asked how much they cost. He was told that one kind costs 1 coin, and the big ones cost 3. Reese smiled and asked to give him 5 of these boxes. The seller asked if he was really going to buy whole boxes. He replied that the children from the orphanage like candies. The young man smiled and said that since they were heading there, he would add some to them as a gift. He would go inside for them and ask them to wait a little. Dan smiled and said that it would be a shame to go empty-handed. Maybe he would buy them. The green-haired man looked at him and said that he should buy them. The guy looked at the hero and said that he could just play with the children today. He said, maybe at least half. The old man smiled and said that they seemed to be going to the angel's house. Reese turned around and said that everything was right. He replied what kind young people they were. They even bought gifts for children. Dan looked at him and asked if they had seen each other before. His face was very familiar. He laughed. The brunette got worried when the man said that if you look at him like that, he looks a lot like his daughter. He replied that he was a guy. The old man laughed and said that she was often told that she looked like a guy. The seller smiled and said that here were their boxes. He also added some as a gift, and the gray-haired man handed over the money and said that it was payment. He narrowed his eyes and told him not to worry. He was also going to buy candy for the children. The guys looked at him in shock when he said that in fact he was also going to the angel's house. They went together. The old man asked if they minded if he chatted with them on the way there. They agreed. The angel's house. The children were playing with a toy. The heroes were watching them. The old man smiled and said that just looking at the children lifts the mood. Doesn't it? Reese replied that he was right, so he was sorry when he didn't come here. He said that he thought very quickly. The old man put his hand behind his back and asked to hand out the candies, and he needed to talk to the abbess. The boy decided to remind him that he was the one who bought them. The man smiled and asked what difference did it make who would hand them out. The main thing was that the children were happy. Reese and Dan looked at him in surprise. He said that they would see each other again if they were lucky. The woman looked at the door that was knocked on. The gentleman looked in and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The abbess stood up and greeted the duke. He asked if he hadn't visited for a long time. The woman looked at him and said that the children were still living well and eating well thanks to Asteria. The man sat down in a chair and asked what he had done wrong. He said that it was nothing compared to what his daughter had done, who had died 26 years ago. The abbess asked him to stop talking like that because they were very sorry. She put some tea on him and Astoria asked what had happened. Because he had noticed changes in the woman, she replied that as expected, nothing could be hidden from his grace. The duke smiled. The maiden said that a saint had secretly come to them. She sat opposite. The man said that he shouldn't have come then when she was so busy, but the abbess said that there was no need to worry about that. She took out a note and said that the first guest had asked to tell the gentleman to come here. The orphanage building. Astoria said that he would go before he caused more trouble. The woman said that she would contact him and asked him to be careful. The paladins stood at the entrance. The heroes walked past them with boxes in their hands. Dan frowned at the men and mentally asked why there were so many guards in the orphanage. The Holy Virgin appeared in front of the boys and addressed the hero. Hillies smiled. Reese looked at the hero and asked if they really knew each other. The young man replied that they were friends. The girl nodded. She said that they were seeing each other for the first time since last time. She asked how the hero was doing and he said that everything was fine. The Virgin asked to talk like before without any formalities. Dan looked at the guards with embarrassment and mumbled. Lyman approached the boys and said that they had arrived. The girl smiled at the boy and said that he had been gone for several days. She said that the children had searched him. Reese apologized and said that he had been busy lately. The nun stood next to the light. The knight introduced the hero. Lyman said that she had heard about him. A bunch of small children ran to meet the young man. The green-haired man took out some candy and sweets and said that they would share with everyone. The nun looked at the boy and said that he had bought expensive things again. The guy only replied that they had been bought by the old gentleman who had come with them. The children began to unpack the parcels. Lyman said that the gentleman had helped their shelter a lot. The girl looked at the nun and said that she was hungry. The shelter window. The girl asked if the heroes could play with the children while she helped in the kitchen. The children went out to the sports ground. Reese was holding a soccer ball in his hands. Dan was playing with figurines, and Hillies was helping to feed the children. The young knight lined the children up in front of him. After that, everyone went to bed. The young man slept with the children. The Holy Virgin was resting on a bench. She was drinking tea and fixing her hair. Dan stood opposite and asked if there were really so many guards here because of her. The hero sat down next to him. The girl asked if he was very surprised. He replied that it looked a little too much. They both looked up at the sky. The saint asked if the boy had guessed that she was a high-ranking person. Dan asked if she thought he was a fool. Hillies looked down and said that she felt awkward when people knew who she was, so she didn't have many friends and couldn't reveal her status. She stood up. The boy said that she was a saint. He smiled. The girl asked how the hero knew that. The maiden looked at him. The boy said that a young girl of high status in a temple with saints with outstanding abilities always has security, and besides, the casino said that they couldn't tell where she was staying. Dan smiled and said that these and several other facts that could be easily connected and everything could be understood. Hillies looked at him and asked if the hero knew this and still calmly continued to talk to her informally. The boy asked if it was necessary to speak formally, but the saint immediately objected. She looked at the orphanage building. The boy asked her not to worry, because in public he would speak to her formally, although he did not think that a simple civil servant would have to address a saint in public. Reese opened the window and shouted that the children were awake. Dan ran ahead and said that he was on his way. Hillies happily looked at the hero, who was already asking the children what they would play now. The girl looked at the orphanage building and said it was good that she came today. A tavern. There was a closed sign on the door. Two men were sitting in the empty hall. Asteria took off his hat and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zendia Blade frowned at him. Both took cups of tea. The man asked the old man how he had been. The Duke said that everything was as usual. He looked at the ceiling and said that he felt awkward that he had the honor of meeting the former chieftain of the Crow clan. But the chieftain said that it was an honor for him. The master suggested calling each other by more convenient names. The men looked at each other. Blade said good, matchmaker. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.